acquisitions.
There
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there we go. So there's a long list of potential economic data that we could potentially see at some point here over. You can see these scrolling. I mean, they might as well just have the rotating clock on this website because nothing up here. But September non-farm payrolls, which was missed obviously on October 3rd. Retail sales for September, GDP Q3 preliminary number. There's September PCE. There's September PPI as well, and then October non-farm payrolls, which was missed on November 7th. So again, we've missed more than a month now of economic data with the government coming back into the swing of things here. We should get some of that. They were talking this morning about how the last CPI print, as you were just mentioning here, the last CPI print was only partially collected and then partially deciphered, so they weren't sure whether or not they were going to be able to get that out. But I mean, we'll see. Overall, the market not liking of this situation at this point, let alone what if we get not one but two jobs numbers here that are worse than expected.
Yeah, the option obviously, or the expectation for worse numbers always exists in the market, Brendo. So we'll have to see how that comes out.
Yeah.
But it is it's been a choppy week to say the least. But when we look at the charts, obviously it doesn't look very good. But we're only about 3% off the highs on some of these. But we're breaking down technical levels. So I was doing a little bit TA on the NQ daily chart, Brendo, and where we tried to defend that 25,000 point area, made another lower high. So from the technicals, looking a little bit, we're going to go a little deeper.
One thing we've seen over the past couple of months here with the government shutdown is yields. Bonds entirely went to sleep. We have been just kind of floating around sideways overall for the bond market. That is the 10-year this morning on a 15-minute chart. So, I mean, again, not a huge move, but we haven't seen any kind of range in yields for the past 2 months. So 414, we'll call it at the high. So far this morning, we're back down to 4.07 on the 10-year. The 30-year and the 2-year also making moves to the downside here. Dollar under a little bit of pressure as well. A lot of things, guys, we haven't really dealt with for the past couple of months coming back into play, including, this whole narrative around valuation a little bit higher than they should be right now, specifically for tech. Sean off today. Obi's in. Good morning.
Good morning, and it's the market's angry today. It's not just, I mean, the valuation story is part of it. The fact that we might not get that rate cut that everyone is looking for in December, those odds have gone down. You can see what's going on with the dollar. Brendan just showed yields. VIX up to almost 23. Bitcoin literally just broke 95,000 again.
Very much.
You probably don't want to look at Rivian today because you don't want to look at anything right now. Oh, Randy still wants to buy the Rivian.
Okay, all right. Yeah, man, I'm looking at that as well. Like VIX pushing up to 22s, 23s. Like, yeah, definitely some dip buying times for
15 and a half.
14, 20.
Okay.
Okay, so
Randy's call out right
I don't know if you guys could hear that.
20.
He called out 14. You know how Randy was already looking at this chart?
How?
Randy must have woke up looking at the chart because there's a gap fill underneath to about 14 and a quarter right there. Randy looks at his Rivian chart. So there you go, everybody. Boom. I don't know if I would be there. Ooh, it's the 50 period on the daily as well. Yeah, now I really know he was looking at this chart last night and trying to figure it out. But like at the end of the day, we were talking about some of the high fly names that were turning around. I'm gonna look right back into some of those data names for some continuation, like the ones that were the most frothy, and not the most frothy, but like the strongest for the last couple of weeks. Like remember SanDisk?
Yep.
Yeah. Like that's what we call the turnaround. It was this name, it was C, and Western Digital and Micron that were like the three, I don't know, I guess parabolic movers in the space. And all three of them, like the bigger pullbacks, like the most violent pullbacks in my opinion, the last couple of sessions. Maybe not Micron. So I'm more focused on SNDK today, of course, maybe some SMCI. But yeah. The other thing you should keep in mind is we've seen when we're down significantly a couple of days in a row, especially on a Friday, where you come in with a lot of short ideas and things that are set up short, but it requires a lot of patience because sometimes that first candle, even the first one or two on a 15 sometimes, can be very powerful and blow people out. You got to be able to be alive to make it.
That's for sure.
That's a huge part of trading. You know, being there so that you can get that downward trend, because we were uptrend sometimes for 15, 20, 30 minutes, and then you roll over. So you got to be ready for that.
Yeah, gotta pack your patience, as Sharif likes to say. And yeah, survivability, man. Survivability is the name of the game. Got to manage that risk. That's our number one job here as day traders, is to manage that risk. And yeah, a lot of great names, a lot of continuations. I was kind of pulling a Randy as well, looking at some good charts last night. Some blue ocean trading. Blue ocean has been absolutely beautiful in the overnight session, so that was pretty crazy. Some what was it? Nice little flush. Bitcoin broke that 100K as well sometime last night, and the market took a little bit of a puke as well. That was absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at the VIX today, Neil. 2260s here on an hourly chart. We're curling up. We're pushing back up in towards some interesting territory. Now, I know the market landscape kind of shifts when we're VIX above 20, VIX above 25 as well. But yeah, I think, again, going back to what Randy said, buying the dip. I think the DCAs in my account definitely turn on pretty aggressively above 25s and 30s. So I'm waiting and I'm watching and I'm being patient. But intraday, I'm going to be watching the VIX. I'm going to be watching this NASDAQ as well. Hey, Neil, that 25,000, a little bit of pre-market resistance.
A little bit. Tiny, teensy little bit of pre-market resistance there. And as rightfully pointed out in the chat,
yes,
there is a name that is up that I'm trying to find, like, why? Why is Circle, of all things, why is Circle up today? It's an interesting question. I didn't really see anything in particular. You could always hazard some guesses out here. One would be that it actually is bouncing off of its IPO, like the first day close price, which was about, I think it was like 82 something. So let's just call it 82 and a half. You could double check and be more accurate, but I think it's bouncing off that area. So it bounced 80, now it's trying to hold that 82 and a half. Kind of came full, for lack of a better term. It's been nasty, but you got to figure if there's any bounce in crypto, maybe this could be, I wasn't really thinking, it's not even on the note, I wasn't even thinking of this as a long, but the fact that it's already green, bouncing off technical support, if there is some kind of a relief rally early, this should be on some radars here. Yeah, good look for them. I mean, who knows? I just heard Joe say Tesla. The market just hit the low again, and Tesla 5% down is testing its pre-market lows. It's not alone, everybody. Like, I could show you a million things. Mara at the lows, SMCI at the lows, AMD at the low, Nvidia at the low. Like, pretty much everything to said downside. The market's a little bit angry this morning, but we're here to navigate it for you, everybody. I'm pretty sure we'll have Michael coming on through as well. So let's to the desk. I'm sure he has some ideas on technicals on a day like today.
All right, a few other things to talk about here this morning. You guys were mentioning crypto a little bit, but I just brought up a daily chart here of IBIT, and we're officially through all of these levels that we've been dealing with for the past month or so, or 2 months, even going back to the summer. Back below 55, back below 54. I mean, if you zoom way out to the beginning of this year, 52, 50 maybe on IBIT coming into play, but man, what a difference a couple of weeks make here for Bitcoin.
110 holding up now. The 100's gone, Brendo. Let's talk. I know you guys are waiting for the liquidations, the ETF inflows and outflows. So here it comes. Spot ETF saw the second largest outflow day ever yesterday with $869 million pulled out on Thursday. Ethereum ETFs, Brendo, they also joined the bloodshed. 259.7 million in net redemptions. And let's talk about the leverage positions, because you and I, Joseph and I, always talking about, you know, that 20 times, 100 times leverage positions. If you move a dollar, you're getting liquidated by your broker. Roughly 1.11 billion in leverage positions were liquidated within 24 hours, sweeping out, Brendo, a little bit less than 250,000 traders and igniting, obviously, what we saw yesterday, which was great intraday volatility.
It's interesting, though, some of the individual equities, guys, holding up a little bit better here so far this morning. I mean, better percentage basis, but I mean, nothing's really better at this point. How many different ways better can you get on a down day of 3%? In some cases, comes 280 or so for Coinbase as well. Thoughts on crypto here?
Well, you would have heard me a couple. Well, it is what it is, man. We showed this flat bottom break and the inevitability of what comes next. And I'm concerned about Coinbase relative to some of its peers. It wasn't participating as well. Then you get all of the. I guess it's really about the competition here for them. They're not as unique as they used to be, and you lose the 200 today. It's weird because I look over at that circle. Feels like some short could be covering to the upside as it got all the way to the downside, whereas you have something like this which is starting a bit of a capitulation journey that seems like it's 40. This one isn't on my list today. I feel like if I'm shorting something in the space, there was a really good suggestion that was made. Why not look at Mara? Like, I'm looking at ETH and Mara today. ETH, for these reasons, like Coinbase just went, but if you look at ETH, it's at the 200 period moving average. ETH is right at 23 bucks. So you have a great spot where it's kind of optimally, okay, we're either breaking this down, or if we don't break this down, you can maybe play some kind of a bounce to the upside. But also pretty interested to see what Michael has to say about crypto, because I know he is a trader of some of those crazy tokens that cannot be doing well this morning.
Yeah, let's bring him in. Michael Noss on a Friday morning here. As per usual, happy end of what has been a very red week. Once again, Mr. Noss, we're dealing with volatility, question mark? I mean, I just saw the VIX is at 22. So, yeah, a little bit better than 17, but I mean, could be a lot worse. But, you went looking for positivity in this market.
That's and for the main reason, I guess, for people who don't know, is that if the world doesn't come to an end, generally speaking, there's just this whole relative strength. I know you guys talk about it for day trading and everything all the time. Is our brain is kind of, and our eyes are naturally focused on things that are getting beat up the worst and having the worst time. However, if you look at the stuff that is holding up well during this little sell-off, I think we're down 3% or so from all-time highs. The stuff that's getting killed, I don't want to touch that. The stuff that's down like 20-30% already when we're just down. Anything holding on is interesting to me, and that's what I'm going to chat about today.
Yeah, the area or corner of the market, not one we typically look at, discuss, but I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand with what we've been talking about, what you and I have been talking about for the past couple of weeks here, and that is the concept, at least, of rotation and getting a little bit more, or getting other parts of the market actually in this move higher.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of that. Healthcare, for example, over the last 3 days or 4 days have just been ripping, right? This isn't a healthcare stock, but not only do I want to show you kind of what I'm looking at for this individual name, but also how I got there and, some data to back this particular trade and trading style. So this is just something I just grabbed from the internet that talks about kind of a power earnings gap. So that is the setup we're going to look at, and that's the stock is set up, and I'm going to kind of show some prior examples and everything, and just talk a little bit here for a second about why I think that these work. And it's simply because fundamentals, when you have a fundamental shock, sometimes it can take a little bit to cycle into what's actually happening with the underlying stock. And as a technician and a quant, I don't really know or understand or really care to know what's going on from a fundamental point of view. But these gaps, especially things that have been gapping up, and I think especially things that have been gapping up in a really bad market, that we are kind of ignoring what's going on overall because this one name and this one stock has had a really good result. So the main kind of of these power earnings gaps, and I'll show you back tests that I have in a second, is that one, we want a strong gap up on strong volume, something here's multiple prior highs, gets us out of any kind of a range. It's just a very clear gap that, yes, this is strong, everyone likes this, whatever they said in the conference call or drug announcement or whatever it was good. Then we want it not too fall, and this is the one example I have here. Ideally, a green close. In this case, it was kind of flattish, but showing that when it gapped, when the market opened, there wasn't institutions waiting there to really take advantage of selling and saying, oh, we finally got a gap up. in this awful name, I don't like, it's time to sell. So a gap up, some sort of green close, that's what we're looking for setup. And the next chart here is just the back test. Now, this is something that I haven't fully systematized yet. I still have some work to do, but the green line is essentially taking this particular setup that I'm going to teach you today and then holding it. It's a moving average kind of stop out, and the red line there is the S&P 500. So you can see that out over time, this outperforms S&P 500. One thing that I really like about it is that the pullbacks aren't that big on this equity curve, and I think the reason for it is probably you just don't get gap ups that hold that gap up and do really well and really strong when you're having down markets. So I think there's probably a bit of a when the good, there's lots of trades, and when the market is doing poorly, there's less trades to have. So you're kind of spending most of your time in a lot of cash. So here's some recent examples just to show you before I go over the one we're looking at. This next chart here is, this is Frog, I think. And again, the setup is pretty simple. There's some optimization in it, right? Some secret sauce that I keep. But again, the premise is you're looking for a gap up, and you're looking for that gap up here the last months or so of range and a strong close. So you can see that, we had the gap up, we had the green close, and the rules for the system are pretty simple. And I always try to keep that to be the case. I think that's the way to do it when you're trading, is that you want to have a simple entry, a very simple exit rule. So the entry rule is just the next day's open. So you can see on Frog, there's a little kind of buy ticket there. It's probably small on the screen. And you're just buying the next day's open. If it gaps up and it closes green, and then your exit is a close under a 5-period move. And there was some optimization done there. Again, I just ran the system and said, test every moving average and tell me which one's the best. Anywhere from a 3 to an 8 worked great, even up to a 10. A short-term moving average is what you're looking for. So the power of this is a couple-fold. One is that when you're really something can run in your direction for a very long time. And when you're wrong, generally you'll come and you'll cross that moving average pretty quickly. You can see this was a flat trade on Frog. Example here on APPN that happened and actually just exited, I believe, yesterday. And you can see big above a whole bunch of prior range, very strong green candle and green close. And then that moving average, that's just the period moving average. We got a dip below that. So that's when you exit your trade. So that's the idea. That's the premise, and that's what we're looking to do. And then the stock here I have on the next one is Tanker Company. So ECO Tankers, and I'm looking at it. I have it here. We are gapped down a little bit this morning. We're kind of hanging out right yesterday's close, or yesterday's low. Sorry, so that's not too big of a deal. But first, this is a zoomed out look, and then you can see the little tiny gap. And one thing that I really like about it is that even in the bad market we had yesterday, this thing into new all-time highs. That new all-time highs was a clear resistance point, and it closed green. So it had, new all-time highs are great because, everyone who's short is wrong. Everybody who is buying it and is bullish, they're right. So all the longs are all the shorts are unhappy. So last chart here is just a little bit of a zoomed in look for what it looked like yesterday. And again, you can see that nice strong gap. This particular one happened because of an doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but again, we want that strong gap on strong volume. And then that green close. So unaffected by the sell-off that we had in the overall market yesterday. Getting pulled a little bit down today, but again, we're around that close. That purple line that I drew is those prior highs that I mentioned as well. And then the blue line is the 5-period moving average, which you can see are right in the same area. So again, my game plan with this is I'm going to watch it on the open. If we're not just completely falling apart in the market and in this stock, I'm going to right on the open. I'm going to exit it when it closes below that 5-day moving average. And just to show again a little bastion of light in the dark right here, and just how systematic trading makes it like super simple to navigate markets like this. I've already got my plan. I have to sit and watch and wait.
It's interesting. We sat here yesterday morning, in a market that was not as red as it is this morning, but just pointing at something like a Nike at that point that was up on an upgrade when it seemed like the rest of the market was under pressure. Find those opportunities, the relative strength, relative weakness, as you were saying. Just real quick, on a strategy like this, is it one of those concepts where you can almost overanalyze the idea from a standpoint of, if I put data into this, it almost becomes a little bit blurry?
Yeah, I think that's a part of the problem with people who kind of initially get into systematic trading or quant trading or whatever you want to call it, is they keep trying to make the system more and more and more complicated till not only they're confused about what it is that they're trying to accomplish, but trading it and actually implementing the system, it becomes complicated. And because there is no perfect system, the whole premise and what I do is I try to trade multiple systems. So if I'm trading 5 or 6 different systems and have an incredibly complex rule set, it becomes nearly impossible just to keep track of everything and you should be doing at any given moment. So very much, if you're looking to get into this game, don't look for the perfect thing that's the most amazing system that's right all the time, because it doesn't exist. And I think you just make yourself way more complex in the topic. So ECO is a perfect example. Either we hold the 5-period MA and the thing takes off and I make some money, or it breaks down and I'll lose a bit.
Let's see what happens
really
today.
need to
Great
think
stuff.
further.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, in days like this, I want to think as little as possible, because every time I look down my screen, everything's more and more. So the more I can shut off my brain and just follow a plan, the easier days like this are.
Yes, I just popped up in front of me, now down 5%.
Oof.
On the morning. So gapping through anything that even level here for PLTR. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. And Monday is going to be important, everybody. Look, today is always, it's options expiration. We're expecting some volatility here in today. But oftentimes, I was actually looking at the stock that Michael was talking about, but that ECO. Wish there was a little more volume. Kind of interesting for a trade, but not a lot of volume. I think Monday is going to be very, very telling for us, at least for the market in general, because regardless of what happens today, when the weekend goes and we see how crypto goes over the weekend, whether you get a run at that low 9 on Bitcoin and how it reacts to that, then Monday morning comes in, and most of everyone knows the history, right? The crazy, really bad days, or sometimes really good days, are happening on Mondays as opposed to on Fridays, right? There's a reason for that. And I think today is still going to be volatile. Don't get me wrong. I plan to, you have some wider on things, let some things bleed. I'm looking at that Sandus. I'm willing to let this work into 45, 50 before the short. It's either breaking down right away, or we're waiting for it to get into it could be $10 higher from where it is to play a secondary short. That's just how it's going to be. So I'll still treat it like it's going to be really volatile. But I think Monday might be a bigger deal for the overall tone of the market. But what's always a big deal is upgrades, and some options plays.
All right.
Oh, what's going on? Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a fantastic Free Fall Friday. Let's take a look at what we got going on this morning, guys, on some of the upgrades and downgrades, and then we will take a look at some of the options activity, most definitely, guys. All right, at the top of the list, we got Gap Clothing, Gap Inc., guys, getting that price target raised by Jefferies. What's up, SGG 2? And then we got MP Materials by JP Morgan with that price target raised to $74. Slightly red on the session, 1.5%. OZ, what's up, brother? Shake Shack, Loop Cap, giving this one the nod, guys, $127. So they're cooking up there at 1.3% on the oppo of the overall market. Now, some of these chip names not too good in the tech space this morning, as we see the likes of Tesla down, Nvidia, and maybe some more catch-ups to play. What's up, J-Tom? Now, we got Morgan Stanley giving them the nod price target to $220. Now, we're down 3 1/5 on the day. Always cold gold bills. Applied Materials, guys, going to be on the side. We're getting that target lower to 205 by Mizuho. We're down 7 3/4 roughly on. And Circle as well, too, guys. Price target to $70. Now, JD.com, that was a short yesterday. Bank of America lowering that price target to $38. And then we have RCAP Red Cat down 16% in the morning. Need him and lowering that price target to $12. Now let's take a look at some of the put activity. Here it is, IBIT. Open interest at that $54 level. I was thinking that we're going to head into a supply there, but if there's enough demand, we can continue to move a little bit lower. That is going to be expiring today with 7,370 contracts traded on yesterday's session. Now, as for this is going to be next week's expiration, guys. We got open interest still relatively high, around 800, and then the volume at that specific $500 strike price is 1,090 there. So, all right, so 1,910, sorry. And then also Tesla, guys. I was thinking we're going to head into another supply zone here, but doesn't seem to be the case. We have open interest around 23,100, and the volume on yesterday's session at that specific strike was 29,800. That is going to be expiring next Friday, guys. Now, on to the contract of the day. This might be the SPY, that 670 strike price. I was looking at this potential floor, but now you can see we have breached that and are trading a couple points lower. So not too good. Maybe the momentum is going to continue to the downside. Open interest, 26,800, but a whopping 116,000 contracts traded at that 670 strike price. A lot going on. You can see the bid in the ask tight, only $3 or so. Now, as for the delta with your puts, it's always going to be negative, right? So we got 0.37, so it's still relatively high. The gamma exposure isn't insane, but to be alarmed about. And then the at-the-money IV as well, too, at 19.3%. We're used to seeing that a little bit, right? Around 10%, 8% or so. So the downward trajectory still might be intact here today, guys, on today's session. But just go with the flow. As Michael Na said, you don't want to think too much. Just go where the price is and follow the volume, guys.
Oh, that's a lot to look at, lot to digest. Joe, appreciate it. I was actually looking at one of those names. I'm reminded, and thank you for the upgrades and downgrades, because it reminded me about JD. Yesterday, I was like, wake us up when this stock is actually breaking one way or the other, because it's not doing anything. And it looks like it has a chance to break the 52-week low. It actually bounced off it just barely. So if 29.5 goes on JD.com, we have a graphic for that one. I might as well use it. Yeah, that would be a flat bottom break for JD. But look, there's a lot today. If you're looking at chips, which I am, you're looking at crypto, Bitcoin and ETH, Mars in particular for a trading vehicle. There's going to be a lot to watch here today, but I am adding JD to the list. If we close the first 15-minute bar underneath 29.5 bucks, then I'm looking short on that name. That's a flat bottom break.
Yeah. Names there, Neil. MP stood out to me the most. We know that's been a little bit of an interest in the crowd as of recent, and most recently off of earnings. On the initial reaction, we kind of sold off, but we caught and the market digesting that a little bit decently a couple days following off, and we've pulled back. So I'm putting on the anchored here in the pre-market session. We kind of pulled back off of that as well. So an upgrade today. I saw Nvidia was on there as well, but we know what the market's doing. As if that's going to help with any sort of a bid, but MP Materials definitely on watch as well. You can see here in the pre-market session and relative volume as well. So yeah, I'm definitely watching this. We're coming back into those earnings day one level here as well. If we're going to reject this 59 and come back into some of these consolidation lows at 54, I think it could be interesting. Again, hot names. They were kind of hot over the past couple of weeks. They could have some residual in as well with some upgrade attention.
Those stocks have the Joey chills. Oh, all those charts. Although you gotta ease up on Joey chills. It is cold in here.
It's a little chilly. That's why I got the thick sweater.
My sweater's not thick. Sharif is laughing like it's funny. Like it's cold. Not everyone wears a t-shirt when it's like probably under room temperature. And
dude, not everyone has 200 pounds of muscle generating heat for them at all times. Come on,
you said it.
Come on.
Truth. Straight up truth. Let's go back to the desk, get into this, get into our rundown, get into the watch list, everybody. 30 minutes till the open, and we're expecting some action.
67.60, guys. That was out yesterday on the ES December. You're killing me, Joe. December contract. We're bleeding. We are down markedly here, over 1%, and we're coming in to important technical areas. Take a look at the low that we made back on the 7th. That took us down to 66.50. If we lose 66.50, that will be a lower low, a clear break of trend. So I'm looking for us to hold up, Brendo, at that 66.50 with the overnight low being 66.77. If we catch a bid, we're looking to 67.50, that closing print, that defensive area that we defended on the as resistance.
Everybody wanted to pull back. Careful what you wish for. It might come very quickly here. So yeah, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. Link is below, and all you have to do is enter your email address, and then that just shows up, has everything on it that's moving around in the pre-market. Let's talk about valuations here a little bit. I mean, Nvidia, you can these because they're all going to look relatively the same this morning. This kicked off yesterday. I mean, Nvidia did lead the way yesterday to the downside, but a hawkish Fed, again, talking a little bit about the possibility of maybe not cutting rates in December, and that instantly set alarms off about, okay, so the market's overheated officially at this point. Inflation creeping back to the upside, I get it, but I mean, there's an argument both ways, I think, for these stocks.
Absolutely, Brendo. I mean, it could be on sale or there could be something bigger here. Let's talk about what's going on with Nvidia. It's the Burry argument here that depreciation of these assets is being miscalculated from an accounting sense. So let's talk about it. So depreciation assumptions are emerging as a critical factor. It determines how long companies assume expensive assets like Nvidia's GPUs remain useful. A shorter lifespan inflates the cost and hurts earnings. Longer estimates improve reported profitability. So what's going on here? So companies currently estimate their server lifespans anywhere, Brendo, from 2 to 6 years. There's really no historical track record. It's only been making them since 2018. But CoreWeave steps in here and gives us a different view. They say their older chips are still holding stronger values. For example, the A100, which was made back in 2020, remains fully booked, and the H100s, Brendo, which are 2022, are basically at 95% of their original price, how much they were renting them out for back in 2022. So basically holding on the margins. Skeptics are pushing back, mainly Michael Burry. He's claiming that the real GPU useful lifespan is anywhere between 2 to 3 years, and he's basically citing rapid obsolescence and intense cycles driven by Nvidia and AMD obviously releasing newer and newer chips. So again, something we don't really know because we haven't been in this AI cycle for all that long.
And this obviously going back to the positions we were talking about a little bit last week with Burry picking up a number of put options on Nvidia. I was hearing VIX spiking again. I'm not actually seeing that. We're still around 22 and a half on the VIX. So, I mean, some of these stocks starting to bounce a little bit, including Nvidia here, back to the upside, guys. So, I out for any headlines. But thoughts here for Nvidia, yes, but valuations overall.
Like it's easy enough to understand the point that Michael Burry's making, but does it end up mattering? Is the real question. Now, ultimately, the reason why things are pulling back probably has nothing to do with that. People have been thinking that this has been somewhat of a house of cards and gone too far in a lot of a sense. But we have made a pretty decent pullback on Nvidia. It's under the 50 period, but if you look at it, it's at some support here. And this is exactly where it bounced. If you, like last Friday, like look at what happened last Friday. I mean, if this doesn't say, don't be so absolutely sold that it's all flush from here. If this doesn't break the low, I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce here. And if we get that bounce, it's not necessarily Nvidia that I'd want to fight. It's the ones that were a little more high flying, pulled back. I don't know if that's the one I want to fight. Maybe you think about it when it's at the 50 period, 185, but even that's pretty tight. I'm thinking SNDK, I'm thinking SMCI, like the names that are like this winding, to me, has way more to go if there's really a sell-off. So if we get up by this bounce that we're sort of already seeing, I'm thinking 45 to 50 on SNDK, and then SMCI has been like in every always looking at the prior day close or lows for a push back up, and then following view up in those. I think you can I mean, I would throw AMD maybe last on that list for myself if it pushes and again back into the high 240s, 250s. I just feel like SNDK has a better chance to get to the levels I want to short if we get any kind of a market bounce. But you're on some support right now for Nvidia.
Yeah, definitely some support. Very, very obvious when you kind of look right at the chart. I have a lot of indicators, technicals on here from the beginning of the year, and I just pulled up a 3-hour chart from the beginning of the year. Bit of a balance here. Initial part of the year, you know, we kind of dipped down. We had that 17 pullback on the markets. We rallied from April. We hit a high of 12s as of recent, just last month, and then pulling back into this consolidation. Now, this consolidation, guys, we've been kind of sideways shop for about, what is this, 84 trading days, or 84 days it says here. So from July to October, we've been in about that flat consolidative range, and we're coming into, like Neil said, some support areas. Now, I know these are a lot of lines here, but I just want to point out some of these purple ones where, yeah, we're coming into some of these anchored, some supports that have been holding over and over again. You can see here a little bit better on a 15-minute chart where you can see some of these lows are trending and holding really, really well. And coming into this morning today, after some aggressive selling in the beginning of the week, the middle, coming into the end of the week now, we're coming into that support area 180s as well. So that prior low right here is sitting at 79 and some change, I'm pretty sure. 78, 178.90 is that prior low on Nvidia. So I'm definitely gonna be watching that price level. Let's see what the market has in store for us today. Maybe some chips with the dip.
Tesla here trying to bounce as well. Made a bit of a double bottom here so far this morning around 382, but still 3 days in a row here now for Tesla to the downside. I was just going through a list of the worst in this 2-day sell-off. Tesla is currently number 2, 10.5%. in 2 days for Tesla. Palantir topping that list at 11%.
Jeez.
Palantir, as we just said, just surpassed 5% on the day so far this morning. Tesla with some power wall issues here today.
This late yesterday, Brenda, around 2:30, so it's not breaking news, but let's talk about it because we didn't report to you guys on it yesterday. They're recalling 10,500 Powerwall 2 units after, you know, a safety commission flagged a defect causing overheating, causing smoke, flames. There is risk of serious injury or death, so we should take light of this. The issue is tied to a third-party battery cell defect. Tesla will not disclose, or at least not yet. There were 22 overheating reports, including 5 fires, but most notably, the newer Powerwall 3 units are not by this issue. So Powerwall is a core product, Brendo, in Tesla's energy division, and the energy division is basically their fastest growing segment right now, growing 44% year over year in the last quarter, bringing in about $4.2 billion.
Yeah, so I mean, if you zoom out, you'll see we're through most of the recent levels here for Tesla, guys, but I mean, if we can start to hold this 380, 382 area, it might be constructive.
I would say that's constructive, but I'm more thinking holding 360 to 367. Like, that's the area. When I'm looking at the chart, outside of the 200 period moving average, it's like that break. And look, this is sort of the thing. Like that, it could have obviously can go either way, and the market's going down. So that's the way it went. So you gap fill to about 360 to 367. Like if things get out of hand, then this is a name outside of like the SNDKs and the names of the world that you just, there's so much room, you almost want to join. It's diddling in the middle for me right now. So there's just, I don't see a trade here off of the open. Obviously, it's easy to say if it gets to the prior low on a crazy 400s, yeah, sure, fine. I'd probably take a shot at reversion. Like 99% chance I would if I saw a reversion up there. But given how far, it's 10 to 15 bucks from the high, it's 10 to 15 bucks from where I think the support is, doesn't really set up the way things do on some very, very key levels. But if we're looking at the longer stretch, I do think it seems we're headed for a retest of 60 to 67. And this is one of the reasons the symmetry was so good here. 220, that was the April low. You could have bought it like 3 times. 220, 222, that's my number. And then you have the 330, which is essentially a 50% move, and look at how long it held that base level. And then you had, which is literally a double from that exact same price. And look at how long it held that base level. I can't even think of a time that it was so clear that the dip there's your 50% for a few months. There's your 100%. There's your double up for a couple of months as well. And if you don't take things like that, sometimes this is what happens to you. So I think we are still headed to those 360s. If I'd be an auto buyer there today, certainly Monday morning would be an interesting level.
A little bit of breakdown of structure is what happened yesterday. And even, I was mentioning before, even during the overnight session in Blue Ocean, this 400 could not hold up really well. That was actually a beautiful trade size showing up at that 400. You could just through that, and then it just down even lower. I think it dropped down to like 380s and some change. Lows currently at 380.98, and you can see already, I'm looking at the rest of the Mag 7 here, and in terms of volume, Tesla is doing the most relative volume. I've mentioned this before. When Mag 7 stock does anything above 2 times relative volume, that is distinctly different. Guys, Tesla, this pre-market is doing 5 to 6 times relative volume. So I'm definitely going to have it on watch. This breakdown is absolutely easy here. That was really nice. I'm looking to see if there's going to be any sort of a continuation in the move today. Do we catch a bid? Market dependent, of course, but some key levels that Tesla's coming into on the day. Relative volume, very, very distinct. I do want to point that out.
Just reading a note here for Michael Saylor's strategy specifically, but shocking no one, Sharif. Michael Saylor has said he expects Bitcoin to rally from here.
I hope so.
On CNBC, that was about 15 minutes ago, and then said he'll update his position Monday. So coming up, have probably more buys from strategy.
Yeah, look out for that. That's exactly what I'm thinking here. I just want to mention before we get into the ETF and outflows that we spoke about earlier here, analyst Ted Pillow, he says that the 3 prior BTC bear market bottomed with a death cross, and he's warning that another death cross is forming now. So keep an eye on those technicals there. As it seems to be kind of the opposite. Everybody looks for a death cross for continued selling. He's saying, no, the death cross is actually signaling the bottom, not my words, his. Let's talk about the spot Bitcoin ETFs. We saw the second largest outflow day ever, Brenda, with $869.9 million pulled out. Ethereum also joined the bloodshed, $259.7 million in redemptions, and $1.1 billion dollars in leverage positions were liquidated in 24 hours, which 248,500 traders and igniting that intraday volatility. Just quick technical support here for Ethereum and Solana. They're saying 2.5 million Ethereum, 2.53 million added at around 3,150, which is, they're saying, basically an important base for Ethereum. Same thing for Solana. They're saying at about $144. Deeper support at 124.
I haven't looked for a while, but looks like this was updated last in the beginning of November. But I mean, a couple of sources here saying this is 1, 2, 3, 5 different sources saying Michael Saylor's average price is still around 74,000.
That's fantastic.
So he should be loading up here. But way out. This is a weekly chart for Bitcoin. Go all the way back to the beginning of the year. That's about 90,000 that we sat on the first time we got above 90,000, came back, sat there for a while before breaking back down. But maybe, guys?
I mean, Michael Saylor thinks Bitcoin will rally. And I think the Toronto Blue Jays are going to win the World Series next year. I think the Buffalo Bills are going to win this week. I think pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. All of those statements are pretty much the way you would verify, like if I was like a Dutch or something was going on weird. If I didn't believe those things, then you'd know something's up. And the same thing with Michael Saylor. Like, who cares? What is interesting is that he has an average price at a major support level. So I think things get really hairy if you lose this support in the 72 to 74,000 area. Not there yet, but there is. And I want to thank you a few viewers that are like, Neil, you can add a 5th line to your chart because I only have 4 lines on a Bitcoin chart. That's all I care about. And I think we're testing on the precipice here about 91 and 92, that next support. And you've also got a pretty solid trend line, and it's all lining up. And if that breaks, I think we can get to the low 70s pretty quick if we lose this. Now, all that said, today I'm kind of looking at ETH for reasons. I'll show you the daily chart on ETH. There it is. ETHA is at the moving average and trying to bounce off 23. But there's another look here that I just had up that I wanted to show you, which is this little bit of support that we had yesterday. It's about 31.5. Like there's a breakdown area where there can be into that low break and then into 3,000. Obviously, if we're breaking this out at 31.5, it's a patience game. And if we end up rallying, then I know where I want to take the reversion, and it's in Mara. And this is one, it's been beat up. Obviously, you know, Bitcoin goes down, this goes down even more. First place I'm looking is the prior day 13. That's the first shot. So if ETH doesn't settle, if we just go shooting up, there's no ETH trade for me. If we do go shooting up, then I'm waiting for the reversion on Mara in particular. 13 first, 14 second. The two names in crypto that I'm watching, ETHA and Mara. And we'll see what happens. We're getting a little bit of bounce going into this open.
Yeah, Bitcoin finally back below 100. I think that happened sometime last night, and we're trading a little bit lower coming into this morning as well. So in terms of affiliated vehicles to crypto, I'm looking at Coinbase here. So Coinbase, let's just do a top down quickly. Weekly chart, this is what the weekly is looking like on Coinbase. We've been making higher highs and higher lows here. A little bit of a base here at 145s, and this is what we're coming down off of, a 400 rejection here. Is breaking this structure low as of the past couple of weeks, and a bit of follow through coming into this end of the week as well. So that's what I have on watch here. Let's go specifically and see what's happening here in the pre-market session. Already doing over, what is this, over 2 times relative volume in the pre-market session with a low of 266. We've traded below this weekly low as well. Continuation from yesterday. Yesterday's low, surprisingly enough, a flat, clean 280 in the pre-market. Can't even get past that as well. So that weakness definitely coming up and showing up here on Coinbase. Now we just have to see if Bitcoin's going to have that continuation coming in off of the open to see if we can take out some of these pre-market levels, whether they're the highs, that would be interesting, or the lows at 266s as well. Both well within range, well within the ATO of what this stock can do today. So Bitcoin definitely on watch, but when it comes to a vehicle, I'm Coinbase.
All right, some earnings to get through here. Just hearing another headline there for the overall market. There are going to be Fed speakers today, guys, so just be aware. Long list again of Fed speakers coming through. Here is data of StubHub. If you remember, this thing came to market going back to September and has done nothing but go straight down and then sideways for a few months here. But we're down here this morning. So, yeah, there's not as far as price to look for here.
Yeah, that looks like a flat bottom break. That looks like definitely like a bear flag there. That's a dropping 20% after hours, guys. The first real big move down since that September IPO. The company reported $4.07 loss per share, guys, heavily impacted by a $1.4 billion one-time stock compensation was tied to the IPO back in September. Revenue did come in at $468.1 million, beating the expectation, rising 8% year over year, but that net loss ballooned, Brendo, 1.3 compared to the $46 million they lost last year. So not a good look. This Eric Baker said StubHub, they're not going to provide Q4 guidance, citing variable ticket sales and timing and unpredictable release cycles. They're taking the long-term approach, he says, and he emphasized that live event demand still remains extremely strong. Now, here's the actual numbers, not just commentary. Gross merchandise sales rose 11% over year to $2.43 billion. But if we exclude, Brendo, Taylor Swift's Era Tours, inflated last year's numbers, obviously, GMS was actually about 24%. So accounting there.
I don't even know how you do that. Like, how do you have $470 million in revenue and lose $1 billion? Like, how do you even do that? That's unreal. Not good, guys, for Stub.
No, it's not good at all. And yeah, they for every single year, apparently. That's going to be important for them. There's nothing to like about it. There's really nothing to like about it. Like you can find levels on these by trying to find valuation rounds prior to when they did the IPO, and then you can sort of back work, like a major influx pre-IPO, like a year before, could have had a certain value, and then you can figure out what the dollar value might be, and then there's all that kind of stuff for some support. I would just say it like this: like it was at 20, we broke down like I'd probably look at the next $4 down and think that that might be a place where it could catch a bid. That's about it. I'm not going to trade StubHub today unless like it's so far from that gap breakdown that the continuation, it's a tricky one. It's just I'd be playing it only off of every single even dollar, and it's not yet. So I need to really like something I saw in the first 15 or 20 minute candles. Instead, the eyeballs are going to be, like I said, on Mara, SanDisk, SMCI, and ETH as well. And that's the thing. You have to know what pocket you want to be in at the open at 9:30. This is one you really need to see the volume come in. It's been bleeding. You can pull up a bunch of IPOs this year that look eerily similar in terms of finding a bottom, and this one just broke it. Like, forget about the fact that we were just looking at it was Circle that was trying to find the low and is trying to bounce. Like, this one broke the low. Nasty, absolutely nasty. Don't know where the bottom is on this.
Yeah, it just, when something's been like that, especially like StubHub IPO, a lot of people were interested in it. A lot of people kind of interested in a few IPOs this year. We were just talking about this earlier, how some of those IPOs are doing now. Beautiful swing shorts. I'm just going to put that out there. But $15 breakdown here, 1611s was this consolidation low for about since September to now, so just for a couple of months. And yeah, continuation, that's what I'm watching for as well. Let's see if it cracks any lower. I'm looking at this as SSR, so don't forget, when we talk about the SSRs, it's just like, okay, well, the SSR mechanic off of the open very telling. If you see people hitting the bid off of the open, you know who's selling. It's people who already have inventory, and that can give you an inkling of direction and sentiment perhaps. But that $15 level and some of these pre-market levels, I'm definitely watching on StubHub. Bit of a failed IPO from this year.
Yeah, OB being nice here.
Hey.
A bit of a failed IPO. That's just unreal. Let's go to Google here to wrap things up. There's an EU head for Alphabet this morning, but 270 if you zoom out here, probably the next stop, which was that little again on a daily chart. But I mean, a lot of these charts looking the same in the sense that we had that consolidation at the highs that were broken.
It's tough, yeah. It's a tough breakdown, Brendo. Let's talk about what's going on with Google here. The EU looking to break them up on their ad tech revenue. So Google's under heavy scrutiny as the European regulators push for that structural remedy. They're looking for a potential breakup of its ad tech. Specifically, guys, the sale of AdX. So the EC fined Google, as you recall, about 3 billion, a little bit less than 3 billion euros back in September for using its dominant ad tech tools to reinforce its AdX central role. Regulators here are saying, look, Google's behavior has harmed competitors, they've harmed publishers, advertisers, and they've created deep conflicts of interest across the advertising stack. Google's not taking that, obviously, lying down. Instead, they're look, instead of selling some of our business, we're submitting a plan to make it easier for publishers and advertisers to use non-Google ad tech tools. The proposal here for the EU kind of mirrors the one that they already submitted to the Department of Justice. Some key concessions here include allowing publishers to set different minimum prices for different bidders and increasing the interoperability of Google tools and or third-party ad tech. But look, Brendo, the EU is closely aligned with the Department of Justice on this specific issue. Very rare, but we'll have to see how they do. We saw when they removed the overhang about the divestiture of Chrome and stuff like that, how much the stock rocketed. Yeah. So regulatory scrutiny could, put pressure on that again. That
being said, I think this is also, I mean, I said this yesterday as well, the EU, every time they get into a situation where they maybe need a little bit of funding.
Absolutely.
They look for these types of handouts. So, I mean, they pay a bill and then move on with life. That's typically what happens with these types of things. That said, though, guys, Alphabet looking about the same here, 3 days in a row downside.
It's not like the government tries to get funding from the places that don't have money, right? Like you got to get the money from somewhere, so you go get the money from the people that have the money, and they got all the money. 260. Look, I think we're still headed a little bit lower, like 258 to 260. That's a prior local high, and that is your 50-period moving average. Doesn't seem super likely we get there on Google today. But there is a Mag 7 name that did, and that is Apple. One of the only stocks that is. Like, show me a stock where you get to still trade the range that it's been in the last 2 weeks with Apple, which is effectively long the 267 and short it gets to like 275-ish or so. All that said, I am also willing to play if 15-minute bar holding yesterday's support, that 272.5. If you start holding that, then like some breakouts for like a kind of like a scalp trade into 74, 75 before looking for the top end of the fade. Very few stocks are going to have the structure of just look at a 15-minute for the last 2 weeks and trade off the key levels as Apple does. So that allows me to kind of look at this one off of the open a little bit more than others where I might give it some time. So I prefer that to Google. Just a quick look at the imbalances. NEO's to sell 1.7 million, QBTS 700,000, BBAI 600,000 to sell, Cisco 500,000 to sell, Rigetti 450,000 to sell. You can see a common theme, and that is it is all sells except for SOX L, apparently. All sell imbalances here early on a Friday where the market's been down. It's hard to say, but sometimes that exact lineup leads to a bounce.
Yeah, I think for Tesla, that is going to be interesting for me as well. 277, look at that flat bottom low from yesterday, man. 277 is clean every single time it came into it, and we're breaking below that low today on Tesla. Not only that, we're breaking below this multi-day consolidation that we've been holding from earnings. That's coming in at 275s. So got all those on watch. I guess earnings eve, the day before earnings, we had that strong push into the close, and then on the earnings reaction, we accelerated up to 299.50s there. So that day low I'm watching as well. That's coming in just shy of 267s. I think that's 266s and some change. Let's get specific. 267.05. Okay, 267.05 is that area, and some prior day support there as well. So let's see if we can come back into some prior supports here on the day today on Google. Did I say Tesla? I felt like I might have said Tesla for a second. I'm like, wait.
When you start saying numbers starting with a 200,
yeah,
you make people crap their pants, man.
This is not Tesla's chart. Yeah, exactly, right? Especially for Tesla. I'm like, wait, didn't we just break 400 last night?
You might want to be wearing the brown pants today, though, anyways, just because of how things are looking. Only about 30 seconds to go. Look, understandably, this is one of those days. We say it's a Friday already, a lot of market volatility. This is one where you don't want to get run over. You want to stay alive. We got all the action for you, but the final bell of the week, and I think Mondays will be probably potentially even crazier. Well, we're dropping for the final time this week. Markets looking a little bit red. Let's see how it goes in 3, 2, and 1. And we're off to the races. Although not crazily off to the races anywhere. First things first, you always look at Nvidia, like what are we doing here with Nvidia? Slight bounce, like we're not really screaming off this open. It was all sell imbalances, but you're not seeing any crazy moves. As a matter of fact, I'm seeing Mara bounce, I'm seeing Apple bounce, I'm seeing SNDKs bouncing. Pretty much everything I'm looking at is trying to take that initial bid. Because I wasn't looking long, that means I got to be really, really patient here.
Yeah, I'm watching this Tesla as well. Tesla's coming in with a bit of a bid here, and the market, consolidating so far. Let's take a quick look at these Mag 7s. Tesla's coming in with a bid. Alphabet's kind of just chilling there right now. Amazon some strength coming into the open as well. So those are two that I'm as well. And I kind of pointed this out earlier to my pod as well. Apple and Tesla doing the most volume in the pre-market session right now. Here comes Tesla 390. Can we hold? Can we break? I was looking at these 88s earlier, Neil, and that came in nice. There's the 390 breaking through right 91s. Yeah. Can we see that? Wow, it's just straight through. Some of these opens are very, very directional, so it's like you can't hesitate. If you hesitate for too long, it's gone. There it is, back down through 390s. Let's see if we sustain. That 400 could be interesting. And with that amount of relative volume in the pre-market session, I'm curious to know, what are the ranges we make? What are the opening ranges? Because we know a lot of players like to play off of the opening ranges. And so let's find out what the opening range is, and then maybe we can make some decisions off of there. There comes the market, NASDAQ and ES, back down to their lows, 663. 97 pre-market lows on the spider. Let's see if we can crawl a little bit lower there.
Oh, crawling lower is what everything is seemingly doing right now. I just got in tomorrow. Tried to grab SMCI back through the lows. Is trying to be patient, have that little trend that to the upside break. It just did. Going to see if I can't get swept back up here as burn happening. I just looked over at Apple. Apple just broke the low of the day. That was 272 a couple of seconds ago. And now we're all the way down at 270. You got Nvidia cracking through the volume weighted average price as well. Oh, give me my second short. I did not get filled in SMCI. They just missed me. Just missed me. Pick me up, pick me up. Only in tomorrow as the market's breaking low of the day. 180's coming in on Nvidia. Yeah, the market doesn't look like we're going to be catching too much of a bid, at least not early.
Oh my God, yeah, no. So those sellers came in so aggressively, Neil. So what 390? I couldn't really get there on 390s, but I'm just like, okay, well, if 390s are not going to go,
87 already. Yuck.
Dude, it's at 85s.
Oh,
I got
goodness.
short 87s.
Oh,
I got short 88s on the back through. I was like, okay, well, 90. I'm not going to get 90, but you know, can't be choosing when things are moving that quickly. You just have to be involved. You just got to get involved. Let's see if we can get this pre-market low. As of right now, 382s and some change I'm seeing here. Let's see. That's selling coming in pretty aggressively, both here and the NASDAQ. As we trail a little bit lower, can we see 382s? Okay, you know what? I'm going to stay a little bit patient here. I'm going to stay a little bit patient, wait and see if they come in. But those pre-market lows, they could be a little bit of trouble. Market catching a little bit of a bounce here as well. 384s here on Tesla. So quick scalp. Sellers very, very dominant. Let me know what you guys are trading. There is one stock that is not seller dominant right now. Out of the corner of my eye is IONQ to the upside.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
If I had to pick a name that's actually strong, I don't think it would be in the quantum space this morning. That's for you. But you know what? Good for them. Good for them. So Mara short, SMCI finally picked me up. Low. It actually broke the low of the day, but I want to wait for a more definitive break there. The eyeballs on Apple at that 270. It doesn't look like it's going to hold. Okay, watch out for the bid. Nvidia just caught a pretty hefty bid. That's the other stock. I always have Nvidia up just to see what's going on. But Nvidia just caught a bid at the low of the day. If we lose VWAP, that's a good place to re-enter some shorts potentially. So yeah, the market's at the low. Nvidia fails this move up, then it's time to re-engage some of those shorts. I'm using them as kind of like a leader of the pack to be able to tell where the market is going to be going here. I know you're already on Tesla, the one name on my list that I didn't bring you. It's getting close. I said this one requires the most patience, SNDK. Even at 45 yet. It was 45 to 50 that I was looking for the fade. That's already bounced $10 off the open. And I think it could go 15, 20 before reverting.
Yeah, so like I said, that selling came in pretty aggressively. I got short, what was it, 387.67? What? And then it dropped all the way down. That low, I mean, that is my price. You know, just getting lucky here. And it's all the way back in. Covered a decent chunk of the position as it went lower there, but 380 right back in. So this is what I mean. Things when they get directional in this market, they can get very directional, and they can flip on a dime too there as well. So coming into those pre-market lows, I was like, can we see those 382s? And it rips right back through 384s. I'm just like, all right, well, if that's not going to happen right away, I don't want it anymore, and those buyers are coming in right back through 388, 389. So we're probably going to go through 390s if this market continues to catch a bid. Look at the bottom wick happening here on the NASDAQ, Neil.
Oh, yeah.
So that bid is definitely coming in. Let's see who is the strongest of the bunch. Alphabet at its highs, also strong as well. Apple, not as much. Amazon's just still within its opening range. Softy's just kind of, you know, just a little soft.
Nvidia is the one.
I'm just kind of chilling. Just a little chilling.
Nvidia's almost broken out that high. Almost. It's so close. 183.25. So, and then it's going to absolutely blow. But when that goes, I'm out of SMCI in like 2 cents. I'm out of Mara in like 3 cents. Actually, well, Mara just triggered. Oh, I don't want long Mara. I'll just get out. All right. I just scalped out of Mara. I did not want to be long that stock. Even if it goes, I don't want to be in it. But you just took out the top on Nvidia. That means both Mara. Yeah, it's probably a good long. But I just got stopped right there and was accidentally to the long side. But I'm jumping out. This is my litmus for the early move. You broke out, and if it breaks out, I step away and wait for SNDK. This was the one yesterday that required by far the most patience. It's going parabolic into that 50. The range for me is right into 50 to 55, right in here. When that reverts, I think it can be a good one, but it's going to require a little bit of patience and a little bit more of a wider stop to trade this name. Market bounce in effect. Apple not really doing anything. Apple's actually still near those lows. So it's really more the chip names that are going up here, Obi, and showing that strength. You got Bitcoin at 96,000 in play as well. IBIT looking good, but I don't want to take my eyes off this SNDK as it's absolutely. Also, just a reminder to everybody, because we didn't do this enough yesterday, and I don't know if it's on behind me, is the visualizer. Anything you guys are interested in, it's not behind me. Anything you guys are interested in, be sure $, like Justin in the chat, you're looking at SoFi, just go $SoFi, and then you'll see it drop down, and then we have an idea of what everyone's like hollering about. Meta, MSTR, Tesla, Circle, CDTX. CDTX is like a cash buyout. You're probably not as interested in it as you think you are. That's all I will say. 221 cash, depending on, whatever. I won't get into it too much more.
That's when I took my eyes off of as
CDTX.
well. SanDisk. You have SNDK.
Oh, it's screaming right
pushing
screaming
aggressively. Wow. The market very strong bid. Tesla coming right back in, holding above those 390s now. So I'm waiting, I'm watching, and can we get back to 400? That's well within range. Only about $7.50 away here as of right now as we trade around 392 halves on Tesla. What else do we got going on? CoreWeave, nothing too crazy, man. Nothing too crazy. Let's take a quick look at what you guys are talking about here in the chat as well, so we can have eyes on a lot of other stocks as well. So strength is coming in. Maybe we get a reversion to 25,000 here on the NASDAQ today. I don't know. Last Friday, we came in pretty hot and heavy going into the end of the week as well. Strong sellers all week. And then guess what happened? Do you remember? Middle of the day, around roughly around, I think it was like 12 or 1 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock. We got that beautiful reversion closing off the week last week with a nice bottom wick there as well. Seems like the bid is coming in a little bit earlier this week after a week of selling right off of the open, which is distinctly different from last week. But again, market's not always going to be the same. Sure, sometimes it feels like it's repeating, but you got to remember, maybe it's just rhyming, right? So that consolidation range on Google, I'm watching this. People in the chat talking about CoreWeave. I know I'm looking at CoreWeave as well. Still within its opening range, still kind of underneath its prior day low. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. Shout out to Sharif here. And MSTR, people talking about MSTR. Was it MSTR? Yeah.
Yes, MSTR.
So I'm getting confused with the other one, Metsera, from yesterday there, but 200 just holding as of right now, so nothing too crazy. I was looking at Coinbase when it came to the crypto related stocks today, still holding within its opening range, some of these pre-market highs and lows as well on Coinbase. So nothing too crazy in the crypto space. Let's take a quick look at see if it has any sort of volatile moves off of the open here. Coinbase, so 96,000. Okay, 96,000. We're hopping around here on the Bitcoin. 95K hold. Let's see if that's going to come in interesting. I don't know if I have technicals on this specific chart. Let's take a quick look. I like to look at
here comes VWAP on the NASDAQ.
VWAP on the NASDAQ. All right.
So we're at that point.
Let's see that.
We're filling in a bit of the gap. We're halfway to the big resistance, which is at 25. So if we're saying be patient, like the first shot is here for reversion, and that'll be VWAP. As I said, for the NASDAQ, call it 2483 on the NQ. WDC and SNDK right at the 250 level. So 55 is kind of like the bigger level up here, but I want to be in this one, giving it a little bit early, and then 55. I'll give it a couple bucks here, and then wait for the 255 level in earnest, as this one's going a little bit more than WDC. Well, this chart's jacked on WDC, but WDC 57. So I got 56 in front of 57 there, and then taking the shot at the 250 level on SanDisk. This is the one that I like the most for a reversion trade. So I feel like this is the one I want to give 2 or 3 shots here today. And the reason is simple. There's all kinds of other names in the space that have gone. This one is the most volatile and easily the biggest drawback and the biggest parabolic move. So I think it has the most potential for any kind of reversion. As I said, I will take 3 shots at it, but I'm never letting it stop without jumping out. Said I'm going to short 50 to 52, but if we end up top wicking, I'm jumping right back into this trade, and I'll take long and under 255. But if we blow this market out, which is what's happening, if we through VWAP, that's a pretty big move. It's 150 points until you get to next resistance. So you got to be careful here. Just stay nimble. That's what it's all about. Micron would be another example as well, but you can only look at so many things at one time.
Yeah, so many things at one time. This Tesla getting back involved with this 390. Oh my God, are we going to print 390 once again? Okay, this thing is getting really, really. Like I said before, when it loses the bid, when it gets correctional, when it gets directional. Correctional is what I'm looking for of the price when I feel like the price is mispriced a little bit. This is what I'm looking for. But yeah, no, 390 coming back in, nice little pullback, consolidation near the highs as of right now on Tesla. So going to be a little bit nimble here with this one, again, with the market, with the way it is right now. Don't forget, VIX is at 20s. You got to be a little bit wary. Things can get a little choppy and a little aggressive. So you got to take what she gives you, and you can't ask for more. Mother Market is rarely forgiving, and when you're forgiven on a position, or you're in a good position and it's getting a little choppy, I think it's well worthy to kind of assess what's the range of the stock. Are we going in the direction that I'm looking for, or are we doing a lot of chop within a range as well? Right? You don't want to get stuck no man's land, getting chopped up for no reason. So I'm going to take that off right there. That was a nice little scalp. We pulled back into 390s, holding some of that opening range high structure as well. That 390, I'm going to treat it as a bit of an over-under. Okay, there's a bit of a bid coming in here on the NASDAQ and the ES, maybe closing this 15-minute candle with some strength with only about a minute left here, Neil. And this is the first minutes of the day. And this is absolutely crazy, absolutely wild.
You get that crazy bounce, and we're still heading higher. Just sort of Randy was asking us how things are going. I'm like, the NASDAQ is still 1, but the ES is under 1% to the downside. Nvidia is about to go green on the session. This is that euphoric bounce. 15-minute hasn't even closed yet, so there's plenty of time here. I know we haven't really talked too much about crypto. I'll go there quickly before I get to what is actually the #1 name on our list right now, which is Meta. You haven't even filled in the gap from last night on IBIT. Same thing when I look at Mara. So in the effort of like being patient, like look at Mara. You know, Mara's still good. That's annoying. It's a good thing. Accidental. If you ever find yourself in an accidental position, just punch right out, because that punch out probably saved me. This one's still looking like it's a bit of a short here on Mara. Interesting. When I went over to the chip names, this one's still set up. So be careful, everybody. That 15-minute bar is now finally closing, and you're going to get some more of an idea of where we can head. If we have another one green, then you got to join the party. And the party seems to be in Nvidia right now. As much as I know a lot of people are looking at Meta, somehow that's top of the list. Meta's not doing anything. Like Meta is just consolidating underneath the bottom. I know there's a lot of people interested in having it close above $600, but that's not the one moving. It's the chip name moving the most, so that's where I want to stay focused. It's chips and crypto at this point. Bitcoin, Mara, whichever one you like.
Yeah, I'm watching some of these names here as well, like Apple. Apple caught a bit of a strong sell, and we've been noticing that Apple is acting a little distinctly differently. I think it was yesterday that it was running like crazy here. Let's take a quick look at what I'm looking at. So Apple, distinctly different from the rest of the market. Let's just go down to a 15-minute chart. I'm going to clean up this chart here as well. We do not need all of those indicators today. But yeah, coming into some of the zone here, look at this chop yesterday. Beautiful version came in yesterday as well. But the market sold off of the open pretty aggressively, and Apple the only ones that was distinctly different. So I was asking the question watching this bid. I was like, oh my God, why are you running? Where are you running? I have no idea.
Higher.
But much higher, and then reversion came right back in, joining alongside with the market sell-off once again. So I think I did a little well participating in that, can definitely be doing a little bit better as well. But bigger picture, continuation happening right now on Apple with that 270.
Do you see that super chat?
Yes, sir. Okay, so thank you, Day Trader LA.
My.
QUBT.
You know what? There's my favorite saying in the world. It is okay to be wrong. It is not okay to stay wrong. If you were bearish, you better not be in position right now, is all I got to say. Have a look at QU. Not just up, 9%. 9%. What are we doing? What's Rigetti doing right now?
Remember, I told you that these were doing the most volume in Blue Ocean last night. Rigetti was doing the most, IONQ, and then IREN for some reason, but Rigetti was doing an aggressive amount of volume, unnatural, off in the first hour of Blue Ocean, so that's at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. That's pretty insane. We got another one. This is just DJ. Be careful. Look, I'm staying patient with it. Like at the end of the day, like if you were looking for, I mentioned in IBIT or even like anything in crypto, like IBIT hasn't even been to play that prior high. You know, like I'm looking at ETHA as well. We set off the open. Like that's filling in some of the. Like come on, you're not even. We're at 32. 32.5 is resistance. A ways from that resistance level, so there's still a lot to watch. But what's interesting to me is as those are breaking out, Mara is still kind of chilling and hasn't even gotten to the prior day lows. So the reversion just might have to wait. I think you could have a little bit more upside here, and I'll wait for the turn closely on particularly Mara. Still want to have Sandesk up there as well. Nvidia just got green. Let's see if we can hold it.
For sure. And now for some exciting news out for Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream.
Ooh, nice.
Beta Pro by GlobalX Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for purer performance and exposure. If you are a tactical sophisticated to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. Yeah, that quantum, man, the quantum's catching a bit of a bid aggressively with the rest of the market. I'm watching this Tesla as well. That 390 hold, yeah, what a great reason to buy. I'm glad I'm out of there as aggressively as I did because I was just like, if we're going to bounce off of opening range like that, the short is definitely not on. And we push a little bit higher for some highs towards 396s. Neil, that 25,000, bit of a magnet. Seems like it's well within range now here on the NASDAQ. I don't know if it's going to get there or not. I have no idea. I wish I could, just ask my crystal ball or, the magic. I don't think, I'm pretty sure that's not how things work. That's pretty sure not.
What is Randy doing over there?
Randy, what's up? There he is. How's it going? 396
is just a headline
here on Tesla. So Tesla's coming in with that strength, man. What's the headline?
Headline about it was rare earth metals and some shortages. I think Adair's going to have it in my ear a couple of seconds ago. Ooh, I like that. I've never seen this before. That's a new one. Most viewers on your channel. Oh, when we pull, I had to look over to be able to see, and then you take it away before I can even read it. Oh, it's going to be that's right. Cold-blooded. That's okay. I think we need to go to Adair for that news, maybe. No? Okay. To Adair?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that typo, but we want to talk here about rare earths because I'm seeing some reports suggesting that China's export controls on rare earth titanium causing shortages and raising prices for users in aerospace and chip making. So not like directly policy related, just more kind of the impacts of these on rare earths. If I get more though, as always, you guys will be the first to know. Back to you.
Thank you as always, Adara. See, because like now I just really want to see what that accidental button hit was. No, I was curious. That's all. So waited for.
Let's see. Was it?
What is going on?
Was that
here?
the button?
What are these two doing over there?
These are not the button. You guys are on.
Can you guys just hug it out, maybe? Or do an arm wrestle. Give the people what they want.
Give them some.
Like, do an arm wrestle, do the push-up test. We have so much open space right now.
Oh, yeah.
Do the right thing.
That reminds me, what's Open Door doing?
Flying, just very quickly here, you had a bit of a topping tail of 187 on Nvidia. So if I'm using Nvidia as my future, if you can come to my chart for a second. There we go. There's 187. We had it short early if we broke down and went crazy, but then looked for the short as you get that lower high. So NVIDIA's breaking tops, SMCI isn't. So that now makes me like it. But as I said before, we're approaching that 25,000 level. And when is the next spot would look for shorts? When we get to 25,000. So until we got there, just reason to force the way into anything. So we're at that big time spot. I see people talking about Micron in the chat. Obviously, all the chip names are going higher. Ooh, Apple's finally going. I don't have a breakout order on Apple, do I? I don't. No. Yeah, Apple I like over. It was 272.15 is support level, but there's no closes above. So Apple's actually still looking pretty bearish itself, unfortunately. But the chip's going. The market is close to that 25,000 mark. Everybody, that is the next key point that the Nasdaq get through.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. Like the market continues to catch a little bit of a bid, and Sharif just pointed out to me, Micron, absolutely crazy. So I'm looking at my tech basket here. Sure, TSM is strong, SMH is strong, SMCI is strong, AMD is strong, Intel kind of catching a bit, but Micron is aggressively stronger. When it comes to ATR measurements, this one has done the most percentage of its ATR off of the open on the day. So I definitely am watching this one here, breaking prior day's highs. Prior day's highs came in just shy of 250 at 245s, and we're breaking that with some distinction here with the market tailwind. So this is what I'm saying. 25,000 is looking closer and closer here on the NASDAQ. Aggressive selling kind of started off here in the morning session, all the way down from 25,000 consolidation down to 24,650, where we caught the open there. Now this is only the second 15-minute candle, which with just under 3 minutes left to finish printing. We've gotten aggressive pushes here on a few of these chip names, but Micron's the one that's standing out to me the most, man. It is absolutely super strong. So you guys know what I like to do. I like reversions. I'm going to be honest. I'm being patient. I see something that's hella strong. I start stalking that. I'm starting to wait. I'm starting to be patient. I'm looking for that distinctly different kind of price action. So I did have AMAT here as well, but AMAT maybe not the best candidate for reversions because it's an earnings name and it's close to some key levels as well. So I'm going to be patient with AMAT there, but Micron, I'm going to pull this one up and see if
remember we're
can,
still a little away from the 25.
Oh yeah, we're still a little bit away. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be watching this tape, looking for distinct difference. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what else are you guys watching? I'm waiting. Version may come.
I think
the
it's
bid is
quantum
very
names.
much here.
I think it's the quantum names I'm seeing a lot. To remind everybody, like we're not at 25 yet. We're still screaming into it. It's yesterday's lows. It's where we fell off in the morning on the NASDAQ. So that's kind of the big level. We've seen this, not to this extent percentage-wise, but we've seen this like many days this week. SMCI, I'm out. Always give it to that price. Stop it out. Wait for 36, potentially 36. Wherever 25,000 line up is fine with me. But also got to start thinking about trend breaks. And the 15-minute chart, which has been a little bit better, the 15 still looks pretty strong. So we're not setting up any trend breaks on the 15-minute. Everything seems to be being led by the chip names. Like you said, of course, okay, Apple is going to do that close above, so my bid is going in on Apple, 272s. But NVIDIA is now at that resistance spot. So much crazy uptrend. Like I said, we've seen this and what it can look like before. For AMD the last couple of days, it's like, oh my goodness, that's not a short, that's not a short. And then you finally get that turn. Sometimes it's 10:45, other times it's like 10:15. But it's that 15-minute bar where you get the opening range set that's going to prove otherwise here. So we'll see what happens with the market here. I do still like Apple. Apple back in the top of the range, 72s, above there, which we're going to do, barring something crazy in the next 3 minutes. Look for the long to the next stage up, which would be about 74, 75 on Apple, where I know there's some the short on Apple at 75.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at AMD now as well here, almost pushing to that 250 mark. So Micron's at that 250. I'm going to be a little bit patient, let it top round. Yeah, this could be the top potentially. We could pull right back into 242s. If that's the case, then that's going to be a mistrade for me. I'm looking for a little bit more here, and I'm going to be a little patient for that as well. The tech sector, or specifically the chips, the semiconductors, are very, very strong as of right now. Maybe even some lower highs could do it here. If we get a symmetrical move all the way down and we sell off just as aggressively as we've bid up, then that's a little bit of a miss on my part. But Micron looking very, very strong. Let's take a quick look at some these other names as well that I am watching. Where did my morning list here? Okay, so all right, so I was watching XLV as well. No, this thing has been kind of strong over the past couple of days here with the market selling off. Maybe more than the past couple of days. This has had some aggressive strength here. We'll go straight up to an hourly chart. You guys can see this movement over the past couple of weeks. So we were trading down here in about 144s at the beginning of the month, and then the health sector did catch a bit of an all the way up to 154 halves. So we've been pulling back off of there as well. So nice little reversion that potentially started yesterday and is getting some follow through coming into today as well. Sector, some sector rotation, some money moving around potentially as well. While the market was selling off aggressively, I think it was XLV, which was strong, and then I think XLE was also strong. Energy is coming in kind of
if you look at those charts, look at SLV or GLD in the afternoon yesterday, and what was different when they literally lost the bid technically, and that had to do with the US dollar. And when they start repricing like that rate cut, the chance of the rate cut, it was a really big flush and possibly coming back into those levels. All right, so Nvidia, same level it's turning around at, I'm actually seeing, is that could get up there back into 187. However, Mora is the first thing that's actually on my chart that is setting up a trend break. So not much of the stocks. I'm looking at SMCI, that's not setting up a trend break. I like that on SMCI. Someone asked, why do I like that one? It's just the price action and the patterns. I put that in the chat. But for now, it is Mara that's setting up a clean trend as we go into 20. For sure. And then someone just mentioned to me, it's a weird day or a bullish day when a stock like Beyond Meat is going up. So every single thing pops, I pay for locates. That simple. It's up 12%, but they're probably going bankrupt. I don't know if it gets all the way to 150. 150 is the level on Beyond Meat, but if it just broke a worse than 125. But it's not free for us at Real Trading. I'll probably pay like 1/3 of 1 cent per share. Do that now. You just have to be ready in case it gets up to that level. Looking at the quarter first, I don't believe it. Even if the market continues rallying, I believe this one turns around.
All right. So BYND is kind of. Have you been keeping eyes on it? That's the question.
Which?
BYND, because I feel like when all the eyes have been taken off and it's not kind of the belle of the ball anymore. It was a great trade that through 7, but when people take eyes off of some of this stuff, the backside on it is absolutely beautiful, just straight days of fades, right? So we talk about swing shorts. We'll talk a little bit more about that BYND. We were talking about this morning as well, but right after we get back from Adair.
So what's happening now, as you guys can see, or at least has been happening for the first half hour, is just aggressive buying, and this did gap down. We know there's still been some concerns here about AI-related valuations, but today, market deciding they're going to try to, fade some of that sell-off. I want to in 5 minutes, we get a very interesting Fed speaker, Fed Schmid. Now, we know that Fed's Mybrin has actually been a dissenting vote the last 2 meetings. Fed Schmid was a dissenting vote in the most recent Fed meeting, the October meeting, and he actually voted to hold rates steady. So this is someone from whom we can maybe expect a little bit of hawkishness. If there are any comments of no, I'll let you know. But either way here, Fed Schmid set to take the podium. BTC is struggling a bit here. Here is a Coinbase trying to push back up here off these lows, but as Bitcoin lost that 99,000 level yesterday and actually lost 5 as of earlier this morning, a lot of these crypto names going to sell off in sympathy. Let's talk here about TSLA, Tesla week as well. Generally, it's been selling off less since we had that approval of the pay package last week, but we also had some news yesterday, not likely what because it came out while we were already selling, but either way, Tesla recalling their Powerwall 2 power systems, and AMAT, probably I think definitely the largest market cap earnings play on watch today. They beat on EPS and sales. Guidance was a bit mixed for the next quarter, and Craig Hallam downgrading the stock. Before we send you back to more trading action with Neil and Obi, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Guys, each 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is changing that with their first-in-class designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2020, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to Neil and Obi, and guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, sir. Bit of a rollover market, rollover a little bit. Like I said, wait for the first thing that sets up, and you got to take it when it does. Even if the market's going to continue to go higher, like if you see a trend like this, I'm going to take up pretty much every single time. Only difference, I'm going to leave a third on through the volume weighted average price on the off chance that we just completely flush. I do think with Bitcoin above 96 and room to 95 or at 96.1 that Mara can get through the volume weighted average price by 95,000. So just going to make sure we leave some on there. Apple finally came in at 272. Actually didn't even get to 272. Realized, okay, the market rolling over a bit. Let's scalp some out of this because we didn't get this on the way up. I end up catching it on the way back down. If we lose VWAP, then I jump out. But Apple above 272 was on my list of things that I'd be bullish if it could take. It did, so I'm in the long for that bad boy. We are also getting a trend break in SNDK. I'm just going to leave it on Apple for a second, but SNDK is also finally breaking its 60. Decent chance. This candle closes underneath that 260. I'll probably jump into that short as well. Give the stop to the high, same as we usually do here. And I see the new number one on the visualizer. Okay. Sean might be at a hockey tournament or going to one, but BBAI is on the radar. Well, there's a trend break. BBAI went green and now is pulling back into the volume weighted average price. That's a pretty standard parabolic move up. Maybe look for the volume weighted average price to hold on here. That's also prior close. You got confluence with the close and VWAP, and it's already done it. That's the move. Like that's exactly the move when you get that crazy or a decent move up off the open. You're just waiting for it to establish a clean trend on whatever time frame you're looking at. Hammer and then play it into the volume weighted average price.
Yeah, I'm watching this this MSTR here, sorry, not MSTR, Micron, as it starts to slow down a little bit. At the same time, so we did get that aggressive bid. Market's starting to maybe take a little bit of a pullback here as well. So I started to get involved with this Micron as it chops around this 250. Now 250, a little bit of a key level potentially maybe, but the fact that it's consolidating and chopping around here, it tells me that there may be something interesting, especially after we took a straight beeline all the way up to 250 and we started kind of chopping it. Well, so let's see if we can get any sort of a reversion to the mean. VWAP's coming in at what, 243s here as of right now, and the market's taking a little pullback here. But again, the 15-minute candle, this current 15-minute candle has just started printing. We have 9.5 minutes left still. Ian Rispetto, thank you very much for the super chat asking, can you look at MSFT? Sure, I can take a quick look at MSFT here. Microsoft, very, I guess, beaten down over the past couple of days, along with the rest of the market. You can see earnings. Since earnings, we got that aggressive selling, and then back-to-back days with that continuation. Now, we've found a little bit of on top of this 500 mark, but Neil, when it comes to Microsoft, I'm looking at the weekly chart here. So weekly chart, this thing is looking kind of interesting on a higher time frame, bit of a double top wiki and a consolidation low at 490. So that's the look I have here on Microsoft. If we crack those 490s, that could be interesting, or maybe we revisit some of the supply zone in the 550s on Microsoft. What's going on in there?
As perhaps expected, we do have some hawkish commentary from Fed's Schmidt. That Fed policy is currently modestly restrictive, which is where it should be. He says that inflation is too hot and the labor market is cooling, which is an issue that a lot of his colleagues have referenced, but that it's actually apparently largely on balance. And he also said that his concerns with regards to inflation, not just the tariff issue, because a lot of people are talking specifically about tariff inflation and the legitimacy of that. Fed Schmidt is saying, hey, either way, I have inflation concerns. It is not necessarily. So some hawkishness here from Schmidt. Back to you.
Yeah, never forget when we have a bunch of speakers that they can move the markets. But look, the labor market's going to be a bit of a concern. I think one of the things we don't talk about enough is quantitative tightening, which could be a bit of a problem here for the overall market if they do that. That being said, took the second shot in SNDK. That's not going to work. Apple's bouncing, and I missed my reload. Mara is holding fort. So there's something more right short in Mara than other names. Like it's bouncing off VWAP, but it's already fading that bounce. So this seems like the one to stick with, at least for now. But as I just said, I got to slap the fail on myself for missing the bid here on Apple. Like it came back in. I thought it was up, saw that move down in the market, felt like it was going to actually test into VWAP itself, so was looking for that buy right around the thirds, didn't get it, still haven't blown through like 73s to get to 74s or anything. It's right now about 50 pennies in the money. But let's be real, if we're going to go up all day, then there should be multiple opportunities to get into any kind of a long. And yeah, Cheezer, I see that beyond meat. I'm thinking the other way. It's at the 125. There's two levels to look at for me. There's 125 and there's 150. So I'm just looking for that one to slow itself down. You just one shot. For me, to take one shot in it. Like when it got to 150 the other day, like this is a real move, and it just kind of faded the entire time. And it's done that a few times. Like this 150, you just let it get there. Once it tagged it, it was just clean. There wasn't even a green bar until it hit, through the low of the day. So if that happens, I want to be there for it. That's short than the market. Oh, there's a good Leroy Jenkins. You called 25. I should have said it in the you called 25K as resistance in NQ. Why long Apple near that? Well, one of the only bullish things I liked was how range bound Apple had been in two places, like 67 to 72, 2 to 75. So once it showed me, like independently, like once Apple showed me that it's holding the 72 level, like long Apple, it's like an over/under kind of price. Like once it shows me buyers above 72, I'm bullish on Apple. So it didn't really matter where the futures were in this particular case. I just was focused on Apple solely when it was holding that price level. That's all. I hope that makes sense to you. That said, if we hold under 25,000, I'm probably likely to scalp this out because I only have 73s. At this point, I'm thinking I can get a bit more than that.
Yeah, I'm watching this. This Micron is some serious chop here as it's pulling back a little bit off of that 250 here, 247. A bit of a churn. So we did kind of break a little bit of structure here. Let me show you guys here on this chart. Micron here. So that's the weekly. That's not the chart I'm looking for. Let's just take a look at a 3-minute. So that's. I usually like to use a 3-minute. You guys can see here I use a 3-minute, but I use other time frames as well while I'm trading. 47 is currently trading. 243.30s is VWAP. No idea if we're going to get all the way down there as well. Again, knowing that chips are as strong as are, Micron could be just consolidating within its upper quartile of the move. It has been a pretty aggressive bid, right? So we could just very well just consolidate here. This is an area from yesterday as well. That's me a little bit more in this area because we came into this. This has been an area of supply here on Tuesday as well as Wednesday as well as Thursday, and we're finally kind of coming back up into here. So it should be interesting if we see this as a bit of resistance once more, or does it continue to stay a little bit of a supply zone? I'm just looking for a bit of a pullback, but maybe that's all. Right? We got to a high of 251s. We pull back down to 246s. I don't know. But the thing is, the bid has definitely dissipated. The volume has started to drop well. But let's see if price sustains. That's the next question. Does volume drop off and price sustain? Or does volume drop off and price starts to bleed out as well? So those are two distinctly different kind of scenarios. I'm going to be patient and watch this one as well. Circle kind of just within its opening range. Nothing too crazy there. Rigetti's pulling back now as well. So that's interesting. Okay, there comes a Micron. And I got some more covers there into 246s as it pulls back in. Maybe towards VWAP. So the bid is definitely kind of coming in here, or orders are coming into the bid. Sometimes I'm humbled with the words in my head there. But yeah, orders are definitely hitting the bid there on Micron. Let's see if we can get the reversion back down to VWAP there. Was a little was a little bit of chop. It was kind of difficult to kind of get in and around that 250, but once you started observing it a little bit there, it was a little clearer that it wasn't necessarily getting back through that 250. Even time frame, this retest of that 250, that was a lot of information for me as well, and I did add on after that. And here's the thing, I'm not going to get the best prices most of the time there, so I do have to be wary about kind of just staying with the move. That's what I've been realizing, Neil, especially with a VIX this high in the market, as volatile as it is. When I see the momentum, I just want to get part of it. Sometimes I'm even being very much price, because I'm more like the trade isn't price. My risk is the momentum turning the other way.
One thing to consider for the short, what's weird is, I'm going to point out right now, come back in here. Apple failed 273, so I said if it failed 273 at the moment where we're still pulling back from 25,000, I would jump out, but it might actually break out. But what's interesting to me right now is what the VIX is doing, because like you're actually still here. Let me just pull up let's go to like a 5 minute maybe. Like you're only now catching a bit of a consolidative bid, but if we break down, that's like, to me it means you're bouncing off VWAP if we end up breaking down from here. Like look at the back into the volume weighted average price. So as that happens, you got to start thinking, okay, if that bounces, VIX follows through, then your shorts are kind of kaput. Finally got a trend break in SMCI, so we're in it a couple times, well, actually 3 times already, one on it, and the 4th time we're looking for that VWAP retrace. It's kind of getting halfway, which leads me to believe I should get something out before we get to 35. So waited for this to maybe put a topping tail candle, market got to that 25. And then I see Bearded Warrior is asking, is there news on UNH? Here's the thing, not that I'm aware of. This is the kind of morning where if something has a lot of volatility, don't make the assumption that there's something going on with it. Where like UNH is down in a market that's bound. But then remember, the rotation was when tech was selling, that healthcare was strong. So the last couple of sessions, like this has actually been pretty in the midst of the sell. Then you had yesterday, which was kind of like everything was selling, regardless of what it was doing. So don't make the assumption there has to be news, but if there is any,
so there is maybe something to be aware of. It looks like David Tepper's Appaloosa closed a large portion of their UNH position. I'm seeing roughly 92% decrease. They opened this position last quarter. If I see any more on but from what I'm seeing, it looks like that was a significant decrease. And again, 92 is a lot, but Neil, it's not as much as Warren Buffett decreased a Ulta position last year, gets in, and the next quarter closes 96%.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's a bit of a headline. Although I always find it interesting to find out someone's already sold and the pressure has been mounted or relieved by the fact that they already sold a bunch of shares. Then it goes down even more. People just always following other people. Go Bill saying GEV is very strong. Look, a lot of these were getting beaten up because of the AI quote-unquote bubble. Then you should be strong today. I'd be worried if you were not showing some signs of not really breaking out. Mike is asking what's up with Merck. So this is actually a really easy story for Merck. Merck's making a huge $9.2 billion acquisition. And a lot of times you will see extra volatility in a name when it has a big deal like that. Sometimes it's to the downside. This time it's actually going up. I think they like this deal for Merck. But the like $9 billion acquisition announced this morning for them.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about before. I was debating on, getting the reversion either on Micron or AMAT, right? We talked about this.
Yeah.
Micron, definitely a better candidate, and it happened to work out there pretty decently, so got lucky on that one there. But take a look at AMAT here, right? If I had taken a short on this one, look at that, no follow through. The selling did come in, but that was just the initial selling. The buying didn't necessarily dissipate like we saw here. We didn't see buyers continue to attempt at the ask and get kind of stood in front of and get pushed back down. We did not see that on AMAT as well. Continues to grind up. This is a distinct difference in between in these as well. Now, of course, AMAT also has earnings, so that's important to note as well. Might be catching some unusual participants on earnings one as well. So that all of those factors kind of confluence together. The market's coming back in as well, so that's strong. And AMAT now has even more potential to potentially continue. Nice little consolidation. And this grinding consolidation, I'm finding, Neil, a lot of the time. So I'm trying to isolate stuff that really, you know, stuff that like kicks me down, kind of stuff that's like I have an issue with. And grind consolidations, grinding price action.
What's the grinding?
So like it's kind of like this. So it's like
I just don't know the term.
You're bidding. It's kind of barcoding. Kind of barcode.
Okay.
Like sometimes barcodes range in trend. Barcodes sometimes are flat. Sometimes barcodes are ranging down, trending down as well. So like this barcode action that slowly grinds up, like it'll have aggressive selling. It might get you in, it might get you to the sell, and then buyer step back in, boom, 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 grind it right back up, and then boom, 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 boom. And
well, that's what
kind of like that's big trouble for me.
I was gonna say, like see, now I get what you're saying, because that's exactly what's happening at SMCI. Like it's a patented perfect setup, and then the second you get that, oh, it's starting to flush. That's looking good. The buyers ground back in there. Now, obviously, I tend to keep my stops a little tighter than most, but that sort of is what it is. Like, I don't give this to the high of the day when I'm the grain, because I'd rather take multiple shots at a level than try to go all in and just get one. It's just not my style, to each their own. But it's somehow built differently. I don't understand. It doesn't have to make sense. Like, it's not breaking out. It's just weak. So for the year, Bitcoin is underperforming the market. This morning, Bitcoin is underperforming the market. We just get back to that 25,000. We're actually putting in lower highs here on IBIT. I think that's why Mara is continuing to work. So as I said, like, try to lean into the things that are working more. I don't know if it'll be VWAP for a continued year or maybe some other kind of lower high. But as long as Bitcoin is worse than everything else here, this is the one that has to be a bit short still. Ooh, we have a new leader up here? No, we don't. It's still BBAI. I look up, I see Open Door, people are talking about, but BBAI, still the top of the list, everybody, on our advisor. And if you haven't, make sure you jump in the chat. And to jump into the chat, you got to hit the subscribe button. It's a subs-only chat, everybody. So do that, and then throw some symbols in there. I'm not going to restart it or anything. I want to give the respect to BBAI, Open Door, which we haven't even covered Open Door at all. I haven't even looked at it. Tesla, Micron, we've all mentioned these, SoFi, Beyond Meat, some of the crypto names, MSTR. CDTX, that's another deal. You guys like these? CDTX is the company that Merck is buying. So.
Yeah, it's a biotech.
Yeah, it's like a 90% premium. That's expensive, man. Anyways, doesn't really matter. BBAI is under VWAP and not looking as healthy as before. This feels like it's on the back end. Remember what I was saying about the Mara position, where the market is strong, but it's working its way down? That's what's happening in BBAI as well here, relative to what's happening. Look at the stock off the open. It's still up from the open, but market's near the high. This is underneath VWAP.
Yeah, I think something I'm watching here as well is SanDisk. SanDisk on watch over the past couple of days with the aggressive move that it's had, especially through earnings as well, catching a very strong bid today through that 240 here, almost at prior day's highs. Now, yesterday was some aggressive selling. We broke the bid, the multi-day bid there. We got our first good day of selling after 2, 3, 4 consistent days after earnings of straight bidding. So yeah, a bit of a 50% reversion to the mean. About, I can just eyeball this from this low to that high. That's about a 50% reversion. And somebody in the chat was mentioning Fibonacci's again. So you know what?
Isn't that your favorite indicator?
Now is by far one of my most. No, I'm joking. Definitely not. But we can use it to measure the 50% here, I guess. So 50% mark is right here. So yeah, so it did revert about 50% 50%. Yesterday, maybe a little bit more as well. Now we're catching a bit of a bid here as well. So I'm going to continue to keep eyes on this one. Bigger picture, definitely interest. If you just look at the daily chart, if you look at the weekly, what has been happening here? Straight up multi-month bid on SanDisk, writing itself in history here all the way to the upside. Let's go to the weekly and the monthly. Look how clean some of these bars are. Not even a prior bar low break just yet on the weekly. So it'd be interesting, but seems like it's not in yet. I thought yesterday's selling would bring it in, but I have no idea. Still kind of consolidating, still in that range. What's going on, Adara?
About some small caps. We'll start with one that we talked about earlier this week for sure. Amaze Holdings, MAZE. They just reported earnings. EPS down on a year, but sales actually up heavily on a year-over-year basis. That one's a penny stock, as is UTime. Ticker for this one is WTO for some reason. UTime on Wednesday announced a 1-for-100 reverse stock split. Pretty good day, but again, not a ton of small cappers that I could find. This one could certainly be one to watch. And last but not least, OPE. And again, this one in the billion-dollar market cap, a huge small cap. But as Neil has discussed, it's been really strong basically this whole week. And OPE, and no exception today, pushing back a little bit now. But we knew that earlier this week. Najati, and new CEO of the company, announced that he and his family purchased a $1 million block of shares as of one of these pre-market sessions, I believe Tuesday or Wednesday. Before we send you back to Neil and Obi, we'll take a moment to thank our Trade the Pool. Because guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money. You're never having to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept traders on the sidelines, but that's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. Limited risk trading model traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, efficiency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profit. That means no fear and no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Just visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code now and get 10% off your first evaluation. Back.
Thank you very much, Adara. I say discipline, discipline, and more discipline. That's what it's all about. When the thing about discipline is like it's not about having a stop or having an out. It gets more about the idea of when I get into the trade, like what does it mean to be wrong in the trade? And if that happens, then I'm no longer in the trade. Because it doesn't have to be, okay, well, if this line hits, I'm going to put a stop order in there. Like some people like to, I use stop orders. That's just me. We did get a couple of super chats, and I think we missed one. Mike, I see yours, but I don't know if that's not the one I was thinking of, but there is another one. So we'll get, first of all, Sean Connery, the greatest James Bond of all time. Where's Joe? Not even close. I can't do an impression. Who said, get the hell, get out of here. If I could put a poll up right now, and even if Sean Connery was #1 for the top Bond, Joe, it certainly wouldn't be Pierce Brosnan that you think of. He'd be so far down the list that it wouldn't be about. So we can get that out of here, first of all. We can get back to a stock-related
Okay, yeah, this guy. Yeah, that guy was sick. What do you mean? That guy's the class. He is the guy. He's the guy. Dude, I have a boxed DVD set of all the 007s. I think I haven't watched.
For real?
Yeah. But I've seen some of the older ones. They're absolutely dope. So I'm horrible with like names, but in terms of visual memory, I'm like, yeah, I know that guy. I recognize.
I told people that I'm a huge Bond fan. At my wedding, the entire, like, you know, the soft dinner music that's playing.
Oh yeah, it's Bond music.
It was just all of the Bond themes, like on low.
Nice.
And one of the best parts of the night was when one of my buddies was a big Bond fan. Like he's down, he's just eating food. And then he turns to, and I'm watching, he turns to his wife and he goes, and he does one of those, he says something, and then he goes like that, and he looks at me, he just points. Yeah, you figured it out. That's what it's all about. We had another super chat. It was about Netflix, I believe.
Okay.
Why the massive Netflix?
Okay.
Okay, I'll admit, first of all, I didn't realize Netflix was selling off. I'm not even watching. Okay, my personal opinion is 1140 broke, and that's technical. 1140 was a really big level the other day. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it sucks. Because I know this because this is where it broke out. And we were talking about that 1140 break. I know that sucks. I like Netflix, but you needed to hold that level pretty key to be losing the 200-period moving average. So it feels like it's a technical breakdown. It's also one of those names that has been a little bit stronger at times. Some of these, like, I guess AI names have been weak. So yeah, it could just be that. I wasn't aware of a particular headline there. But you don't want this stock closing underneath the 200-period moving average. Yeah, by the way, also the split is effective, I mean, today, but on Monday it'll be trading. Oh, yeah. Mondays will be trading cheaper.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe there's some sell the news on that, I guess.
Yeah.
That could be it. That sucks. I didn't realize that happened.
It's definitely doing relative Like, remember I said in the morning, I'm like, any Meg 7 or any of the large caps doing anything above, like, even, you know what, I have some alerts that are much lower than 2 times volume, because you can put in relative alert volumes, and sometimes in the pre-market session, sometimes while I'm waking up, or even before I've woken up, I've already have all of these relative volume on the Mag 7s being like, hey, if this is doing relative volume, maybe you want to keep eyes on, especially if it's doing market session. And Netflix in the pre-market session doing over 2 times relative volume, strong selling coming in off of the open, and continuation as well. So 1,107.17 cents is the day low on Netflix. But you can see it's just coming into some of these levels that we saw on Monday. So strong bid for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as well, but we've given it all back this morning session. So the question becomes, is that buying going to step in at all at any time today? We've bit of a low, and we've bid up about $10 roughly off of there. The question becomes, is this poised for a bit of a reversion? The volume is not really falling off. We see these strong spikes in sell volume right here on the 3-minute chart as it gradually kind of bleeds off, but it's all kind of sustained. We're not really seeing that kind of dissipation to say here, as much as I'd like to see. If the volume really falls off and we turn, that's fine as well. Close the market through that 25,000 mark on the NASDAQ. Bit of a magnet.
I was going to say, we're through that. The second that happens, well, I didn't punch out tomorrow. I punched out not SoFi, SMCI. It tried, about the best it got was to 35.4, and then we just broke out the top again. So there's been a couple of red candles that allow you to get a little bit out, then we just blow through. Tomorrow, for the first time, is coming back into the high. So this one, which worked into VWAP, wanted to give it a chance to go. Made sure we held on to this. It was the only thing that was clean working to the downside. So I still want to give it a chance to hold the stop. For now, it is not breaking up, but I feel like that's only a matter of time before it does happen. And thank you very much. We got another super chat. I just wanted to go to this name first. And we will look at BE in a quick little second. Bloom Energy, always a mover. Here just went green. The things that fell the furthest and the fastest, if we hold 25,000, feel like the names that'll be best for a second leg. So Palantir would be in that bucket. Remember, 2 days ago, we were $192 on this stock. Yesterday at the open, we were $182. So this move right now, it looks big, but if we hold 25K, not that big. I want to keep that in mind. And then we can look at Bloom Energy. Thank you for the super chat. Colorado. Sometimes you can just, like, a lot of people will do this, and you just add us, and then I see all of those. There's NQ above that 25,000. Meta's gone green to me, and that makes it really easy. But we can look at Bloom, which has gone Bloom, for lack of a better expression. This stock, if we talk about things that are structurally cool, this is a structurally cool setup. That being said, if you look at any kind of a trend that I were to draw, even if you were to pull back, like even if we bounce here, right? Like if you look at when it did this hefty pullback, that's where I'd start the first trend line. Even with a bounce, it needs to clear 118. These are the things that sometimes, is it still bullish because it held the 50-period moving average? It's in the no man's land after a big turn and went way too parabolic. So I don't, until you break 118, a bounce, like I'd be scalping out of that one instead of holding, because to me, you've still broken the trend. And 1 day of bounce, right before the open, you heard me say I care more about what we do on Monday. Just because the market's trying to go green today, even if it gets green. Heck, yesterday, the market was green at the close. And even I still won short today. I think Monday matters more. I think we'll find more about this market, whether this is an actual bounce that can sustain Monday morning more so than today. But that's just my 2 cents. Usually when we get these kind of moves, Friday is a bit of a chop fest. We'll see if we can even hold on to the gains by the afternoon. And then Monday morning, that's when you know the goods.
Yeah, the BE, I'm just pulling it up as absolute strength on the day today. But yeah, bigger picture, that's a good point out. We've been kind of selling off aggressively for the week. So do we see some reversion? Well, it came in today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all strong red days. Does it make sense that we're straight up green today? Yeah, I think so. Bigger picture, that kind of balance is coming in here. Maybe 2 sold on the weekly and catching a bit of a bounce here on Bloom Energy. So yeah, blooming upside off of the open. Bigger picture, still well within range here as well. So, okay, so random sandals with the super chat here. Who is the best 007? I think Neil can better answer. Should be the first question at a job interview. If the applicant doesn't answer Connery or Craig, then the interview should end right there. They're obviously underqualified.
Yes. I mean, why even comment on a perfect super chat? Thank you so much.
Oh, hey.
What up, Joey? Oh, this is a good one. Hamster. Yeah, that's a good point. Where is it? Hamster. Friday's market makers option plays and not real. Yeah, so well, not they call it not real, but that's not the way that I would frame it. But you have a lot of price action on a Friday, which simply has to do with essentially the options market settling itself, right? So a lot of the money that gets traded, especially at the in this first hour or two, really might not actually reflect like the overall direction of institutions for the next like month or so, or like what we think about the next move in the market. It just has more to do with a lot of options expiring. So let's be, I mean, it's not to say that price action doesn't on a Friday. It's just that I put more weight to it when we start next week. There's something actually happening Monday, news-wise, that's big. Like the big thing happening next week is on Wednesday, I believe. Nvidia earnings are on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
That's what matters. I mean, let's be real. If Nvidia doesn't give us the goods, we're in trouble. Like this report needs to be good for Nvidia. And it's only up 0.3. Yesterday's range. How good does anybody feel that this is automatic? We're holding green here. Like we're still teetering that 25K. So I'm still in the one short that is not breaking the top, and I'm still waiting for a chance for reversion. Like we could still close this 15-minute bar rejecting this. We haven't really formed a good trend on a 15-minute for the NASDAQ. But we're still not that far away from breaking away from 25,000 in the wrong direction. For now, it looks like it's strong.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, man. Like, Nvidia needs to perform well if we want to continue to see what it's like.
Say the least.
Continue doing what it's been doing. But the thing is, I look at the yearly. This is just the yearly. This is a weekly chart on the yearly. I have it measured from the opening week, January, first week of January, to the current price. Right now, we are up roughly about 26% on the year on Nvidia, right? If you're talking from the lows to the highs, yeah, sure, that's almost double. That's more. That's a lot more. But just from the open, say you got in at the open, you're holding it right now. You're up about 26% on your position now. If you ask me, do we have room to the downside? I think of course. Like we're making. If you look at this on a yearly, we've made a bottom wick. We're starting to make a top wick. The question becomes: is this setting up a year with only a couple of months left, right? Let's just take a look at a 12-month chart here and see how we're ending off. Because right there, a little bit of a, top wick, bottom wick. But if you look at the chart here, Neil, on Nvidia, what does this chart tell you? What does this 12-month chart tell you on Nvidia? Line go up? I don't know. Range? Yeah, for sure, well within. But like I was kind of studying charts that kind of make their way to market leader status. Over time, a lot of these companies and a lot of these stocks, they have serious pullbacks. They have, 50, 60% pullbacks sometimes along the way as well. So the question becomes, if Nvidia is really the leader of the future, and that AI is just in its infancy, the question becomes, what is the volatility range on this on the bigger picture? I think we're well within range of pulling back aggressively, continuing aggressively. I'm not bullish or bearish to say the least. I'm just saying the range is definitely, like, if we drop down 10, 15, 20% on earnings, that's well within range. Look at what we've done all year long.
And actually, I'm not sure that we do.
Volatility this year is,
I'm not sure that we do. Like Nvidia has been moving like that off of earnings. Yeah. I think. Whoops. Oh, that's right. The last candle when I zoom out from that pre-split, I think it might be more muted than you expect on the day. But the continuation after the fact might be violent. Like that's where my head's at with Nvidia. Like, it's been a chop fest around this price, so I could see us chopping it up on Wednesday and maybe even to an extent of that on Thursday, and then direction after that. But if you're at the 200-period moving average, like, to me, some powder was dry by selling some AMD for the opportunity to potentially buy the 200-period moving average. Like, that'd be a good one to have. But we'll see. I mean, all roads at the end of the day, long term, tend to lead higher. It's just a matter of most. Some people think these guys will tank on earnings. I don't hope that they will tank, but I will have a stink bid for the days after. That's for sure. So it was probably that whole 25,000 thing, and then Apple failing ended up being wrong, because even when we're underneath 25,000, Apple kept going up. But I did say if we fly and the NASDAQ closed some under the 25,000, I'd jump out of the trade, and now we're continuing to go higher. But this is the name that I liked long. So as long as we hold 25K, I'm going to look to buy dips in Apple for now. Strong rebound in the mornings market. That being said, we have seen this story before. You want to make sure you're still getting in and not just blindly buying into things as bullish as we're looking. Tesla trying to break 400.
400, man. I literally was just calling it 400. And
but that's not even yesterday. That's not even the afternoon high from yesterday.
No.
That's 404. And then you start thinking about the open range high. That's 415. Like, all of these prices, even if you get back to them, how good does it really look to you? Do you care about Tesla just because we get back to here? It's not even bullish unless it's back above 420 or 430. Like, that's what's crazy about this.
Yeah. No, I think it's Tesla's shown us the kind of range, and I've spoken on Tesla on this aspect before as well. It's, if you look at just the price action, kind of have been following along the story of how Tesla got to where it is today. From a price action perspective, I think it's a stair-step squeeze. It's a textbook stair-step squeeze, like stair-stepping price action, squeezing every time we kind of break out. Absolutely beautiful, but we'll talk a little bit more about that right after you get back from Adara.
I want to start with some news. Keep an eye on JP Morgan. A couple minutes ago, U.S. President Donald Trump shared a post on Truth Social, listed a number of people and institutions that he would like the Department of Justice to look into with regards to potential relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. One institutions is JP Morgan. So keep an eye here on JP. I'm not moving too much, but potentially something to be aware of. And if I get details, keep you posted. I want to talk here about the sector map, because finance here, speaking of JPM, is actually weak across the board. And one of the, I think, the most notably weak looking sectors. Health tech also really red, though Eli Lilly really trying to hold up. Merck doing well as well, announcing that acquisition of Sedera Therapeutics this morning. Producer manufacturing, a little bit mixed. GEV strong, but LRCX and earnings day one play AMAT are relatively weak. Consumer services weak, consumer non-durables weak, health services, commercial services, utilities, lots of weakness. Tech, though, really trying to recover here. I mean, you've got like Intel still red, Netflix still very much red, but across these sectors, there's some notable strength in Arista Networks, Micron, Oracle, Palantir, and even Microsoft. So mixed play in a lot of these tech names, but I think some of the most directional sectors here are going to be finance, producer manufacturing, and consumer non-durables. Back to you.
Yes, as always, thank you, Adara. So setup is coming in here. Just got to wait for it. Left a bit on board of Mara for the run back into the high. Bounced all the way to VWAP. Was holding. We break the top, I'm out. If we hold the top, I look for the trend break to jump back into the trade, or reload the trade is the best way to put it, because I haven't really gotten out of all of it as this market continues its higher. What's interesting about this, at least to me, is, you know, it's like Bitcoin. We've been making higher highs for a while in the NASDAQ, and ES2, you know, Bitcoin's just kind of holding the high. That's why it's the one thing that I stayed in. Like, the way I look at it is you should only like constantly be in the thing that is holding the trend or holding true to what you were looking for as a trade. Everything else, if it's not, then you should be jumping out of it for sure. But we did have a good question that I wanted to get to, and that was Rivian Millionaire. Probably don't want to look at Rivian today. Actually, you might want to look at Refrain today. What date or when date are you guys releasing your teaching program? So if you're asking about the academy, then right now there's no firm release date, but we're looking at possibly as soon as December. So that's the idea. So if anyone that's been following, you know that we trade on a prop floor, and that we have software that we were trained on and a training program that everybody follows here at Real Trading, where Sean and I, years and years ago, I won't say how many, started as traders. Well, the Academy is about getting the same, both learning the basics in the market, order entry, your platform, market structure, market rules, trading psychology, the imbalance, literally everything. We talk about imbalances, we talk about halts. Like everything that you would need is the basics for trading, which we always talk about here, but is going to be available. So right now it's loosely looking as early. There isn't a firm date on it. Thank you for asking, Rivian Millionaire. And only because we just mentioned your name, why not look at Rivian? Oh, this kind of sucks. You see the NASDAQ about to go green, and there's here holding. This is very similar to what I see on Bitcoin and Mara, where this is it's hanging on as the one remaining short because it's not breaking out the top. It's still setting up a resistance level. That's exactly what it's doing. Doesn't mean it can't break out. Maybe this is just a late breaker, and you wait for that to happen, and you can hammer that one to the long side. That said, Rivian was so strong recently that I suppose the buyers aren't as enthusiastic to come back in. But if you break that top, there's a bit of a gap fill scalp here. Like if you take out 1588, you get in, grab yourself 15, 20, 30 cents, which is great. Like think about this. On a $16 stock, that to here is almost 2%. Like as a trader, that's how you have to think about it. Like that's a 2% little vacuum if this catches up with the rest of the market. That's not bad at all there on Rivian. Not that you're interested in Rivian Millionaire, but for anybody that might be.
Yeah, something that just caught my attention as of right now is Circle, and that is ripping to the upside. So I was watching it a little bit earlier. The market is relatively strong, 403s on Tesla. So I was like, 400 could be a bit of an interesting level. And we stopped it for a few minutes, and then now blowing right past it as the market continues to push even higher here. So let's take a quick look at Circle because that's what's catching my eye as of right now. About to push through its as well. So it was sold off pretty aggressively. Chop, chop, chop. Barcode between 82s and 8150s for about, 45 minutes. Aggressive bid. I don't even know if this is any sort of a news catalyst or anything like that. It's not, the volume signature isn't really there.
Baird upgraded them this morning.
Okay, so they did get some upgrades this morning, but this bid just now at 10:30, just coming in very aggressively after this consolidative hold. It seems like, Neil, there was a bit of a held offer here at 82s, and when that held offer gets taken out, we are just off to the races all the way back range highs, pre-market highs at 85.85. Currently trading at 84.95s here on Circle, making a full circle of its price action on the day today. But another name that has been selling off pretty aggressively, right? Earnings day is the name today. So day one, sold off, closing near day lows. Day two, sold off, closing near day lows. Today, sellers come in pretty aggressively off open, but we cannot really get distinctly past prior day's closing prices, and a beautiful reversion coming in with alongside the rest of the market here on Circle. Didn't really have any trades on this as of right now, but Apple coming in, the market's coming in. So where are the longs? I was only taking shorts today, Neil, and it seems like I was very wrong on that. Got to find where the next trade is.
Man, you could be, like, I had a long, but I was still wrong on it.
Yeah, no, it's not about being right or being green or red. I'm just saying I was wrong on the dominant idea today. Right? I did take my short scalps. Like, those are fine. I'm not,
Well, Glaze just said Apple 260. That's oddly specific. Glaze in the chat saying 276.81 as a target. Why that price? That's not even yesterday's high. The high is like 276.70 from yesterday. That's a very, very specific price. I'd say possibly, like you're rounding it. There hasn't been a dip. Since we broke that 25,000, there hasn't really been a dip to get into. So I'm not really, at this time of day, I'm not buying any highs. It's just not my cup of tea. If I get along, it'll be this one on a eventual dip. It almost has to. Rigetti is still going ham. Look at that one off the volume weighted average price. Oh, because that's what that. I don't know. Well, then that's also kind of random too. That's entirely possible. Anytime I see a price, well, my first thought is, well, maybe level that I'm not aware of, so I go check it out, right? Well, you always have to be willing to learn. If you're hollering at a price, then I want to know the reason you like that price. Maybe I don't, but I could see something that I'm not seeing before, and I'm always open to that. So there was never a good reload setup. You can make the argument on Mara that you had this topping tail candle to jump into it. You know what, call it a gut feel. Most times I'm in this short, but then I looked at the buying that was coming into Mara on the subsequent candle and decided not to take it. So I end up not reloading that short. I'll wait very, very patiently to either break trend or get to 13 bucks. Otherwise, there's not going to be anything for that short again on Mara. However, and when I'm at something, then I go into something else. And that's that Beyond Meat. So remember Beyond Meat, what do we say, $1.25? It went to $1.23. That's pretty close, and now trying to put in a double top. If it rejects a lower high, then here, I'm going to look short underneath that particular high. Might not even get this Apple. And oh yeah, the other thing I was mentioning was Rivian. If Rivian breaks out, which it is right now, I'm taking that scalp.
Yeah, I'm looking at this breakout here on potentially on Micron Micron as well. Micron came right back to its highs there, Sharif. Yeah, beautiful strength in this market. VWAP couldn't really get all the way down to VWAP, so I liked the short initially, 250 back through. But if you're going to rip all the way back up after looking weak, guess what? Definitely there's going to be participants that are a little bit offside. Now just looking for the price action to follow through and give us that confirmation as well here on market. Super strong as well. Do we get that follow through? Is it going to be clean? I don't know. Probably not. But I'm watching some Micron right now. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, we have a couple news stories that this market seems to be reacting specifically to any of them, but I want to mention them because they all focus on specific tickers. We'll start here with JP Morgan. CNBC reporting that the company fight with some of these fintech firms over paying fees in order to access customer data. Affirm not really moving on this. PayPal, SoFi, those are all the different plays you could check with regards to the ones that actually pushed lower initially. But yeah, again, it looks like that JP Morgan Chase has won its fight with these fintech firms with regards to fees in order to access customer data. Keep an eye on Pinterest as well. This one also not really reacting here, but I'm seeing reports suggesting that Saudi's has dissolved their stake in Pinterest. Back to you.
I don't think that's what it is, but maybe, I don't know. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a drink. Okay.
I don't know what Sharif and Obi are talking about right now.
It's the opposite of what? I don't know. Sharif's cracking up. No, I honestly thought it was something else, and then I thought it was a drink.
Okay, so first of all, no, because the viewers need to know what was going on just now.
Yeah.
Sharif turns to Obi and says, "Are you trying that?
Have you tried that Maui Wowie?"
You tried that Maui Wowie?" To which my brain went to a certain place, which was apparently wrong. I think you all can guess what that was. And I still have no idea what they were talking about, by the way.
No, I mean, I don't know. I was just like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure I've tried a Maui Wowie, but no, it might be a little.
But that's what I guessed. You said green. That's what I thought you.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry. So if that's what you said, you're right.
Of course. You say Maui Wowie. I know what's up.
Listen, man, the only drug I'm getting is this market right now, and the market is definitely getting higher and higher with this bid pushing through that 25,000, man. That's my drug of choice right here, the NASDAQ and ES and constituents thereof. Yeah, 252 on Micron, potentially pushing once again. It is not clean. It's a little choppy, but a little bit of offside is what I'm looking for here. And Tesla, aggressive, 4.5s now, Neil. This thing continues to push up. We tried the short off of the open. Didn't really, well, the short worked, but the price action didn't because it continued to the upside. Tried once more. Didn't try again on the third one, but that finally breaks through that 400. Coming in with absolute market strength, pretty much wiping back what we did in the overnight session here as of right now, but still a lot more ways to go if we're going to recover some of yesterday's price action as well. So about a 50% retracement of yesterday's plus the overnight session selling that we've got here on the NASDAQ. So interesting area that we're coming into, and it might confluence this area with that 25,000 as well. So I got eyes on. I'm closely watching this. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm watching as well. Things are aggressive strong. If you were taking the long, I think the morning session or earlier on in the morning session, even some of the VWAP holds that we got around 10:15, 10:30, those are the places to get involved for this second leg here as well. So we saw that wick action of that 25,000 on the NASDAQ and then pull back into 24.9s and then rip right back in. So a nice consolidation and continuation happening here on the markets. Coming in, I was just like, okay, are we going to see aggressive selling coming into the day today? Really, man. Coming into the day, yes. Off the open, absolutely not, because that bid is still very long and strong as of right now, carrying a lot of this market on its back. So strong week of selling, some reversion coming in at the end of the week, Neil.
And looks like some reversion coming to the one thing that has worked pretty well, and that's going to be Mara, because Bitcoin is still underneath and not really going crazy. A little of a fake out at the highs just there. So a little fake out, broke the highs, jump out, break the trend again, jump back in. I'm just looking up to make sure, well, I know what just happened in Beyond Meat. You know this stock, it doesn't care what it does. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, if it puts in a lower high, I'm going to take it short. The second I tried to hit that bid of support, you can already see it dropping back. I'm going to leave it in there. Maybe they pick me up at 18, but try to hit that bid. No, it's not SSR. Yeah, so it's not why I missed the fill. Anyways, going to see if we can sit there at 118, kind of give it to that high and pull back in there. I think we're getting a little bit of a potential dip and trend break on Apple. I'm treating this as an opportunity to potentially get into a dip, break this trend, look for a support level to come in either 73 or VWAP, and then jump back into that trend. No trade yet on Rivian, but if Tesla keeps on doing what it's doing, I think the sympathy break is almost inevitable. Just watch out, because we're about to go to money talks. Tesla, as strong as it is, it's only now gotten to afternoon resistance. Like, it's it. We're at yesterday afternoon's resistance level, and this just. Let's go to Adara, see how the US dollar is doing, come back and figure out, well, I already know what's for lunch.
US dollar actually having quite a good day. I've discussed this yesterday, I believe. We have these nice runs up, multi-day runs up, XY, then we have these pushes back down, and then it repeats the cycle. So to put it plainly, we're still in an uptrend from the US dollar from when we made this base on September 17th, or other words, the FOMC meeting for September 2025. Now, speaking of the FOMC, we have to talk about the CME Fed Watch tool, because Sean and I were discussing this in the recap. He and I also both discussed it during the day as well. We're about 50-50 split with regards to if we're getting a Fed rate cut on December 10th. That is less than a month away, and the more Fed speak we get, the more that these Feds seem to be A, kind of split, and B, not really sure how they're feeling yet with regards to that rate decision. Fed Schmidt said that he's still considering if he wants to go for that December cut. We also know that he voted against the cut in October, so he's already known as of right now for being a little bit more hawkish than his peers. The overwhelming concern here is going to be data. So if we can get some kind of employment data ahead of the Fed meeting, as I've said yesterday, I believe that's probably the most likely thing to potentially influence. But either way, we're 50-50 right now, and we don't have any data today. We a lot more Fed speak. Stay tuned later in this afternoon as well, because before the end of the day, we're going to get Logan and Fed's Bostic. Back to you.
Rich Buddy says, so much for the accuracy of the prediction markets. Well, we'll find out, because the prediction markets differ from what the Fed rate tool is saying. And I think that's a good thing for traders, ultimately, because it'll create more volatility, potentially. When more uncertainty creates more volatility. But it might not be the best thing here for the markets. Only about 4 minutes to go. We throw you to Mr. Maui Wowie and Joey Options over there. And I have a good feeling about the lunch today. Pretty good feeling. Because the last time we had this, it's not sandwiches, Assassino.
I wish.
That was just Andre in my ear. It's not sandwiches. However, it is a beef fajita. Mexican rice, diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, shredded cheese with a corn salad. You can't really screw that up very much. You really can't. It's hard to screw that up. It's usually pretty good. It should be pretty good. It'll always be about the portions. Am I going to still be hungry? Probably. After I eat we get a salad, we'll usually get that on the side. We're all just happy it's not beef stroganoff or.
No, the beef stroganoff is not bad. I don't know why you guys hate on the beef stroganoff. It's good. Not bad at all.
First of all, no, it is not that good. But no, it's not that good.
You guys are way too picky about your food. Y'all never been hungry before.
Oh, we got a super chat that I wanted to get to from Scuba Scoots. You know what's hilarious? I can't even. Sean and I went to high school together. One of our buddies in our football pool, he actually, his nickname in school, we called him Vicky. He's on the swim team. We used to clown him for being on the swim team. And you know what? I probably shouldn't tell the full. There's more to it, but it's probably not cool. He'd be mad at me. So shout out to Scuba Scoots. MRX, a false 8K. Will the broker unwind? Okay, so first of all, I don't know the story here. So what is the
false 8?
Is this company really called Mangoceuticals?
Mangoceuticals?
Yes. This company is actually called Mangoceuticals. It's regardless of what the story with this stock, I immediately like it because of the name. I love mangoes. That's fantastic, but really, really bad. Do you have a story on this, Adara?
So there is, and it's kind of a weird one. So we know, and I just want to preface this with the fact that we know these weight loss drug companies, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, every single time some kind of talk about, any of these like Hims and Hers, MGRX, being offering our products, then we have Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk coming out and saying, we don't know her. So that happened. I mean, like, it doesn't impact the fact they're offering the products. They always just want to make it very clear affiliated with the company. More or less, they announced that they're offering the products, and then Eli Lilly and Novo said, nah, we don't know you. So it's the same thing that happened with Hims and Hers, but with a much smaller less.
Gotcha. Thanks for that update. Yeah, this looks pretty bearish to me too. Like, look at the rejection candle yesterday, then the flat bottom break, the attempted bounce to get back and fill the gap, the absolute, I shouldn't say the failure, but it did reject filling that gap here and putting a lower high. Could also break trend, but no volume, 1.7 million shares in volume. Like, it's easy to say, well, then why would you like Beyond Meat, which is a similar setup, over that? 85 million shares worth of volume, and that one's done 1.7 million shares of volume. That breaks all ties. One of the things that I always say in day trading is you don't want to practice or develop or strategy that is not scalable. Like, whatever you do as a trader, especially as a day trader, you want it to be a setup or a strategy that you can. So sometimes if it's trading like a penny stock, in this case it's a really cheap stock, then you're going to trade the ones and develop on them that are 80 million shares or 100 million shares over the ones that are 1 or 2 million shares. Which ones do you think you can scale up and which ones can't you? So that'll break the tie for me personally, but I'm not even in Beyond Meat. Re-enter the trade into Mara. Whoops, why was that getting rid of that? That was this trend line that broke. So re-entered the trade into Mara when it broke. Prior bar is the out. Target, I will again take only 2/3 out of it. Want to see if this one can follow through because of the relative weakness that this name has. So with only about, oh shoot, it's already 11 o'clock.
It's already 11. That Micron break, man. I mean, I have it right here. So
where is it?
Right
there
here.
it is.
So right here.
Go to Obi Stretch for a second.
Look at this breakout. So I took the initial push, and then consolidation. I'm like, okay, I'm not necessarily in full size just yet. But trying to make good decisions here as well. Consolidates in the upper quartile after kind of pulling all the way back down to VWAP. Consolidates above this structure here where the strong selling came in for that VWAP push, pushing even higher. So that 250 was it 251.80s I think was that prior high. I was just like, if this breaks, then we could potentially catch people offside here. As well, and it gave you like just over, was it $1, $2? I don't even know. It gave you the move. I'm not even measuring how many dollars. It's just all about the price action here as it continues. If the buyers are still there, I want to stay involved, and if the sellers are not, then I just want to say come again. But I think 11 o'clock right now. So we're gonna pass you guys over to the midday show. It's been an absolutely crazy morning, Neil. Absolutely wild market with some strength.
Yes.
But without any further ado, we'll send you guys over.
Get that Maui Wowie.
Take it easy, guys.
I don't know why we were saying Maui Wowie, but
I don't know. I haven't tried it.
get it, Sharif.
Sharif definitely has.
Maui Wowie. Oh my.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to today's show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. Going back to Honolulu just to get that Maui Wowie, that Maui Wowie. All right, where's everybody at? Good morning to everybody. Shout out to Gorev. All right, where is everybody? Let's go, let's go. Oh, shout out to Gary F and Safe, Bovin, the OG, Go Bills, Yummy Thai Foods in the house. Shout out to Brown Lightning and Donzoli, Mr. Easy Street, Travman, 420, Budmaster, Random Oddities, and Ryan joining us as well as Hizzy, Darth Trader. Who else, man? Sir Pooh, Paper Hands, and Abd Barrow, Christopher Ocean, Jameson, Jag, Dangerous, Sean H, and Drop System. Shout out to Chuck of All Trades and Grant Ratcliffe. We got Neros, Will Ramos, and Britt Brendan. Shout out to Dinkelberg, the OG, Mike P. D. Righto. The lights are out again.
Yes.
Aziz, Feno, Storm Chaser. This is exactly what Joseph wanted because he's hurting. Millionaire, Brandon Townsend. Shout out to Fazil, Trader 6-4. Shout out to Srush and Cody VRs. Sorry, probably butchered that, man. Byron Hall, David Hofield, Zan Chile, BB Crazy, and Joe B. Shout out to Marco Hernandez and Don Mego. I love that one. Mike the Stock Impaler. That one always makes me chuckle a little bit. Shout out to Just Living. Good morning, Joseph.
Joe, you was up early today, says Just Living.
He's hurting,
what
man.
does that mean?
Shout out to
Brother,
Nate.
wait. Yeah, anyways, aside from that, man, I'm going to be a little bit subdued this morning, but that's all right. We'll figure some things out. Let's get right into what we were trading bright and early this morning. And that is going to be MD. We get that short to the downside. I mean, right off the gate, man, you get $3 like that. Boom. Get stopped out, break even. Take another attempt, another couple bucks right there. Stopped out, break even. Attempt number 3 for that move back into V is a no-go. So you go 2 for 3 on that one. Won't complain whatsoever. As soon as I seen that volume step in over here, guys, I'm like, let's get out of here because the market is, Obi was talking about just a steady grind higher, and this is essentially what we're looking at today. All these pullbacks are micro, right? Like you get a and then sure enough, they're just bought back up aggressively. So be cautious before you stand in front of this stuff, guys. If the market is going to fade, I think it'll be a little bit later in the afternoon. I could be totally wrong, and I hope that I am. What's up, Jody? But other than that, guys, let's rock and roll.
Yo, let's rock and roll. Absolutely, Joey. Happy Friday to everybody, guys. I'm in a good mood, man, so we're going to have a good time today. So let's do this. PGEN, top left of your screen. Awfully strong, guys, so strong, it hasn't even glanced at the 10 moving average. It hasn't even looked its way. Looking to reclaim $5, a little above $5, a little bit below. It's got higher highs and higher lows. That to rhyme, but this one certainly is on watch for me, as is CYPH. Look at the strength on this one. Good bull flag to start the morning at around 8 o'clock. We give back about 2/3 of the move, but that was as bad as it was going to get for CYPH on the. It has been steady, higher highs and higher lows for the most part. And I want you to underline that. For the most part, it is holding up at the 10 EMA. It does breach it on a wick basis. So if you're going to place your stops below the 10 EMA, you may find yourself getting stopped out a little early. So be on the lookout. TOI, another very directional, very strong, 32% under its wings right now. Alas, it's trying to deal with that $4 level, a little above 4, working its way into on the 5. This one certainly is of interest to me, as is CMBM. This one, look, remember how we talk about, the different characteristics of the small gap capper. Some are more steady state, higher highs, higher lows. More erratic. When they make area highs, they tend to reverse back into key areas of technical support. I would submit to you, this is one of those ones right here where we make new day's highs, and the second we make a new day high, we are met with aggressive selling back into a key area of technical support. I'm talking about CMBM. This is very interesting to me as well. BYND, everybody knows about BYND. Of course, it's working into the volume weighted average price at around $1.11. This could be a buy in and around here, but there does look like there was and is a buyer at $1. and the shorts haven't been able to breach that level quite yet, so VWAP at 111 may not come in. Continuing on, DFLI sub $1 but very strong. Be careful though, because still below yesterday's high at around 91 pennies or 90 pennies, excuse me, 88 pennies, the high of the day today. So that's a lower high, and that should be, a sign for you to look at. FR, another very directional one, just touching the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day. A bit more expensive though is FIGR, trading around 41.50. You need to account for that price in your risk management. And last but certainly not least, well, maybe this one's losing VWAP, ENGS up 21 1/3. Volume weighted average price was overlapping with 2, and I typically like that. You get support level being the psychological area of support at the whole dollar, and then the volume weighted average price also overlapping with that whole dollar. Alas, it doesn't really matter to this one. It seems to be finding support, at least for the moment, at the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're going to be looking at all 8 of these, and as I always say, if there are others I've neglected to mention or don't have eyes on, please tag myself or Joseph, let us know, and we'll add them to the list and trade them if appropriate. Joey.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. We're going to start that off with the energy sector. Being green, guys, up 1%. Utilities up 0.5%. And then we got the technology, the tech sector up about 0.4%. Now, as for the communications, guys, down 0.6. Materials closer to 0.75, and the financials down roughly 0.9% on today's session. Let's take a look at the over major assets here, guys. So here it is. The Qs, 1.6% on the day, and then IWM, SPY, and the Dow Jones holding on by a thread there, guys. And you can see some of what we got going on in the heat map. As for some of the stocks, biggest volume as well, too. We have, CYPH. Sharif, are you trading that one?
I'm looking right at it, baby.
CYPH putting in a lot of volume apparently today. So some going on over there. And then we have Open Door, Nvidia, Tesla, IREN, and then AVXL.
Get it,
Bobby
Joey.
Axelrod right there. But other than that, guys, this is what I'm talking about earlier in the day, and what Obi was bringing up. You get these downside, immediately bought back up straight away, right away. Exactly, man. So shout out to a grinding session. I think that's going to be the case. So if you can get in around some support level lows, I like your continuing to climb higher. The market will turn around. If it does, it will display its signals, and we'll keep our eyes out on them out for them.
Yes, sir. All right, we're involved. Let's go. CMBM. We took the pullback into the 10 EMA. Where do we get? We got 47s, just wet the beak at 54s, waiting at 59s. Let's post. Let's post ahead of 60s. We're going to wait at 63. Looking there, it goes up into 58. Looking for continuation in 59. It has to cross for me to get printed. It is a 2-penny spread, so it's going to have to cross on both the bid and the ask, of course. Still waiting there at 59. Negligent. Come on, give me the print, bro. All right, so let's post a little bit higher, and then you know where we're going to wait. Of course, we're going to be waiting in that 69-penny area. So keeping an eye on there. PGEN just got involved in this one as well at 7 at highs. Automatically, I'm going to have areas where I'm looking to dip trade if I'm punching in at highs. So let's go ahead and wait at 15s. We're going to wait 14s there. Let's see what we get. There we go, back to CMBM. We just took the breakout for the dip trade, at the 10 EMA, 3 prints so far, waiting at 63 next, then 69. Keep in mind, though, on CMBM, we have lower highs. Okay, so candle high, 1035. That's a 371 print. Lower high at 11. That's a 371 print. So just because we have higher lows doesn't necessarily mean that's going to translate into higher highs. Be on the lookout here as this one does. Look, it feels like it might be flat top breakish through 370, but you never really know. Okay, CYPH, that's the one that Joey Options was calling out there. Coming back in now. I'd like something here off 3 to 2 mid-90s. Let's go ahead and wait. I'm going to wait at 303 for a dip. There we go. We're going to post at 303, and then we're going to post as well in the mid-90s, because that's where the on the 5 is. So we're going to go ahead and front run that and wait to see if we can get something in and around that level. So we're involved in 2 trades right now, trying to get into a third. Let's see if the strength on this one on CYPH allows me to get some print, whether I'm going to have to wait a little bit lower, or sorry, get in a little bit higher. Here comes my order. There we go. We get printed where? At 3s. Good. waiting for a move either back down into the mid-90s or back up to test 320. That is the high of the day. Since we got threes, let's go ahead and post a below 10, and then I'm going to wait a little bit above 10. So that's what we're looking at now, Joey Options. We've got three trades going on. What do you got?
All right, man. I'm just looking across the board at a couple of names here, guys, to see if we can get involved in some. We got Meta bouncing off of that 595 level, now trading up to 608. We like that in there for sure. But other than that, guys, considering if you weren't involved with the longs, I personally don't like chasing all the way up here. So what we got to do is be patient, wait for some key support levels to come into play and or resistance, and look for some trades. So with that being said, let's take a look at some of the top volume names, even though we did go over a couple right there. Shout out to, I'm just going to thinking out loud here, shout out to options call writing as well too. Credit to that. Otherwise, it would be even more disastrous than what we're currently sitting on. But I also wanted to just bring up, man, Sharif and I were talking about this earlier, and I was thinking about it a long time. Listen, I haven't been doing this the longest, but what I have observed come January, my 5th year, is that I get it. We're all panicking. Everybody's like, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. But at the end of the day, look what the NASDAQ has done over time.
Show them the monthly.
Look what the SPY has done over time.
Show them the monthly, bro.
I think these are great buying opportunities. Yeah. I think Brando said it this morning. He's like, oh, here's the dip that everybody was longing for quite some time.
Exactly.
So don't panic. Everybody woo-saw, woo-saw, woo-saw. Calm heads prevail, and then look to get involved. You don't have to go all in at once. We don't advise that whatsoever, but slowly start to allocate just in case you do drop another couple of percentage points. But other than that, guys, we know the market was slightly frothy. You got to price a little bit of that out. There's nothing wrong with that. But just be patient, and sure enough, we will grind to. It's not a matter of if, it's just when. All right? There goes APLD climbing higher. Sharif, I don't know if you got anything cooking up over there. Yeah, AMD is going. What do you got?
CMBM, man, there we go. We get the 69 print. Here's 71. We're now waiting at 77s. What do we got on CMB? We got 47s. 77 now. Look, this is a new high a day, so I was worried about the lower high situation. That has now changed on a wick basis, not a closing basis, mind you, right? We care more about closing prints than wicks, at least I do. So let's see what we get here. We're still steady state, higher highs, higher lows now. The 10 EMA on the 5 is at 350. I've got 47. Means I've got a decision to make. Do I add more into the 10 EMA if it does drop down there, or is that my stop? That's something that with. Do I add or get out on dips? So we'll be making decisions as we watch the price action develop a little bit more. So that's CMBM. Let's go into CYPH. We finally get the print, a first print there on CYPH. We got threes. Eights. We didn't get the dip trade, sadly, into the mid-90s. Now I'm waiting at, is that 14s? I was about to say, am I waiting at 13s? I don't want to wait at 13s. Now we're going to wait at 20s as well. So looking for continuation on that one. How about PGN? It's topping out, man. Somebody's selling here at 508, and the volume is starting to drop off. Where's the volume gone on PGEN? What do we got on PGN? We got 7s, so we're out of the money on. It's showing me 6s with the high day 8. So, you know, I basically punched in right at the high, hence why there's 2 cyan dip trades there, 2 lines. Those are pre-planned dip trades. So continuing to watch that. I'm watching PM though, coming a little bit down here. Here comes that. Oh, that's not a good looking candle at all. That's not a good looking candle at all. That's an inverse hammer candle, and it's coming right into the 10 EMA. Let's watch. This is my decision now. Do I add into the 10 EMA? I've got a dip trade here at 40s, but that's for VWAP, so I don't need to take that off. I'm going to add here, okay? Let's give this a try. Let's add it to the 10 EMA, despite the fact that I don't like that topping tail candle, that inverse hammer candle. But there it goes, right back up. Let's post at 55. Add it at 49, posting at 55, posting at 60. Let's see if we can get that quick price spike up. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. And TOI. It just looks like it made a bottom at 4, double bottom at, in fact, at 4, and then this candle here, if it makes a new, looks like it might. I think it makes a new high at 11s. That could be a continuation, possibly into 4 and a 5th, Joey. So we're going to keep an eye out on TO, despite the fact that we haven't executed anything on it. Quickly back to CYPH. It looks like it is moving up, and it is close to printing me for the second print here. We're waiting at 14s. It's showing me 12s, so looking for continuation. Well, there is a big seller over here at 12 as Assassino. I don't know if I can take him out. There's 13, so we took him out. There's 14. There's 15. Let's go, CYPH. High days 20. We're posted at 20. That means we need to post a little bit higher. So we're live as well. Joe, what's going on?
All right, guys. Trader TV Academy is coming soon. We have been working relentlessly to bring you this much requested platform, and it's soon ready. We'll be covering stuff we can't always fit into the live stream. Mindset, psychology, risk. Whether you're new or experienced, there's something valuable in it for you. Stay tuned for more info. Make sure you are subscribed and follow us on socials so you won't miss it when we launch, guys. So don't miss it when they launch. That's something don't want to. So anyways, guys, aside from that, let's take a look at some of the other names that we're going to scroll through. INTC, what are you up to? Nice, steady grind higher, man. Tesla as well, too. Keep an eye out on that. Bitcoin, not a horrible look, but you can see it's just not participating in the rally to the top side, which is but it is what it is. Adair, what do you got?
Keep an eye here in SBUX. Now, this isn't like breaking news on the stock. We know this one was already weak here, but we had this nice push down just recently as well. You guys know I'm seeing this circulate on social media, though this initial post was shared last night. Mayoral-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, actually calling for a boycott of Starbucks during this strike, saying or echoing the union's call here for no coffee. No coffee, and he said he's not going to buy from the chain during the strike. He urges others to do the same. So again, we had some commentary last night from Mayor-elect of NYC saying don't buy from Starbucks. SBUX has been weak all day, and I'm just seeing this for now, which is why I wanted to mention it now. Back to you.
All right, beautiful stuff. I got one thing here before I send it over to you guys. Look at that grind higher on AMD Advanced Indicator on today's session, guys. We're almost up 1%. But let's go QBTSTM. Wow. He's right, brother. As we get a little bit of a pop, looking for this break of this prior resistance zone. So we're adding into this bull flag here, guys. Let's see if we can get that rocking and rolling.
Rocking and rolling, bop-a-ram, bop-bop. Well, bro, I'm feeling good today. Let's go, baby. Let's go. PGEN, we're going at highs. Let's go. There goes CYPH into 25s. Boom. What do we got on that, Joey? We got threes. We just took out 25. Looking for 33s. Above that third of a dollar. Here is 28s. We're working in the 30s. We're up 85, 86%. Seller at 28. Hidden seller at 28. Be careful here. And they're re-upping their. Look at the churn at 28. That's a thick trade. There it goes in the 30s. We run for your life, bro. They're coming for you. There is the print at threes, Joey. We taking this one up. CYPH, all gas, no brakes. We didn't even get that dude in the mid-90s. That sucks. How's my PGEN trade doing? Still waiting for a print at 14s. Haven't gotten a print quite yet on that bad boy. So definitely need to keep an eye on that. But CYPH, we got to put some more orders over here because we're running out of shareage. So let's go ahead and wait at 39s next. Then we're going to wait at 45s. There's 36. This is breaking out now, guys. CYPH, very strong. Be on the lookout there. CMBM, though, just got me filled at the volume weighted average price. I have to be careful. This is dropping aggressively over here, so we're going to flatten out on that one. CMBM, the bottom dropping off. We got a bunch of prints, but we did add, so we will give back some there. That sucks. We'll look to do a little bit better if it does set up a bit of a better, in a bit of a better way. What I mean by that is it has to get above 340 and then print a new 5-minute candle. So keeping my eye on that one. So CMBM, CYPH, and PGEN here, Joey. Just keeping an eye on all these.
All right, then. All right. So anyways, there it goes. All right. So there it is. BTC creeping lower, my man. 60. All right, Peter. Yeah, every day you message me that, my friend. Just short it. And then we'll be on the same team. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's see if we can get this QBTS trade to start working for us. Looking for that break of that resistance. Right now, we're experiencing a slight pullback, but that's okay. As soon as this trend, we'll zoom in a little bit here so a bit more clearly now. The rain is on. So if it continues to slide here a little bit, maybe we'll just hop out. We got that volume supporting the move that what we're looking for. Genuine move, right? Strong candle, strong volume, so I like our chances on that considering the market can't stop, won't stop. So yeah, other than that, guys, that's all I'm sitting in right now. I wouldn't be surprised now that I'm wrong that it wants to sell a little bit. So patience, get a better entry, and then I'm going to take that continuation to the top side. I'm going to run through one more time to see if we see anything else that we like in particular. HYG, what are you up to? AMD, we know what that's been up to. How has the IWM been acting? Not too bad of a look there. and gentlemen, now we got this finally working. Ooh, this is dangerous. Watch out for this to close like that. You might be able to get a nice little pop into some prior resistance. That's 4 or 5 points right there. We're going to be taking that all day. Well, how are the SPY and the Q's daily prints going? That even more, just steady holding up. This is insane stuff, guys. And this is what I'm talking about, writing those condors. You're just staying within this range, 650 to 690 for a couple of weeks. That's free money right there. You don't even have to be direct. My friend Sharif, you just need to stay within that range. Beauty of that trading system. Now, as for Bitmine immersion, we'll stop right there. So there it is, guys, and then IonQ, a nice little pop in some of these quantum names as well, too.
There goes PGEN up into 19s, guys. We are waiting at 20s. That's not the right move. I don't want to wait at the 1 penny area, so we're going to wet the beak there. Now we're going to wait a little bit higher. Shout out to Jordan at 23, and then we're going to wait in the high 20s. We're going to wait at 28s there, looking for continuation on that one. So PGEN being good to me here. CMBM, no good. No good at all. Stopped out again. This one's too wicky for me, so I'm going to have to let this one set up a little bit differently or be a bit more strategic in my stop placement on that one. We're going to keep my eye on that. But CYPH continuing to hang out near highs at the third of a dollar, looking for continuation into 39. Then I've got some posted at 40. Here comes 34. 34 showing up, 35 showing up now, 37 high a day. So we're very close now to breaching highs. There's 38. That's a new high a day. Saw 39 there momentarily. It flashed on the time and sales. There's 39. And there is the print again, Joey, into the high. YPH. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit more on this one. We want to get something above the $0.50 now. I'm going to be waiting at 55s on CYPH. Great strength on this name. But all good things must come to an end. So there it goes into 46s, all gas, no brakes. CYPH, I'm waiting at 55s, guys, a lofty area above the $0.50, which could present a psychological area of resistance, being that whole dollar and the $0.50. The OG Bovin telling me IVVD is moving up. Shout out to the OG. I tried to put that somewhere else, Bovin, on my side chart, IVVD. Yeah, still lower highs though, Bovin. I'm going to cover that one in a second, but CYPH is at 49s, and there's a seller of note here at 49. We haven't touched. There's 50 prohibitively large sellers, about 5,000 lots on one gateway, or 2 gateways there. That's what we can see. It's what we typically can't see that, gets us in trouble with small caps, as most of these orders are hidden. I said hoarders. I didn't mean that. There's a new high day, 55. Joey, I was waiting at 55. How come? Well, that's because it didn't cross, okay? So that's the cost of doing business. Down into 43s we go as we make another new high of day. CYPH now up 94 1/3%. Very, very strong. So keeping my eye on. Heard that too, eh, Mike? My bad. Yeah. Well, you're talking a lot, man. The words just, they come out a little bit there.
Come out, man.
You
may say a thing or two that you don't necessarily mean to. Let's go.
And what do you got there, Joey?
Let's go, QBTS. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah. Yeah, this is what we want to see, baby. Let's go as it's starting to those resistance zones. We'll wait for a little bit more of a high there. We're up 5% on the session, so that's phenomenal. But I was just talking about the bull flagging with the flow. Still a month to go. Yeah. No, you're not wrong, Rainmaker. But at the end of the day, you just got to make your own decisions, too. I mean, I listened to what he had to say. I did truly think that we were going to see 200K. By the end of the year. I mean, it's not over yet. It's not over until it's over, right? And same with 10K on Ethereum, but that doesn't seem to be the narrative. As of right now, things can flip on a dime. We know this, so we'll stay optimistic 110%. But let's go. We want this quantum name. What is IonQ up to? As some of these tech names are just on a steady grind higher at this point, we might be rocking and rolling all day, and there might not be a fade until later on, 2 o'clock, 2:30, where you start to see a little bit of profit take. But other than that, guys, 5% on QBTS. AMD now positive, up 1 1/5, which is, I was surprised. I was like, ooh, is the blood in the streets continue to flow? But that doesn't seem to be the case. We're wrapping up those wounds. We're going long. There's a little bit more excitement in the overall market. Now we're starting to chef up a little bit.
I love it. Didn't the Jays used to do this back in the day? Where's Nilla? He's gone, and then that wasn't their move for whatever reason.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, they go like that, and then or whatever that may be.
Shares of
Shout out to
liability.
Ernie Clement.
Yeah.
Guy's a hockey player.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Well, he fits the profile.
He
though.
does. Yeah, he used to play.
I like him, bro. Brenda, are we keeping Ernie Clement or is he leaving?
So I mean, you got to think about it. If Bieber's taking that big time discount, you got to stay. Just bring the boys back.
He exercised that 16.
Yeah. I mean, bring the boys back. Get a couple relievers in there, and then I think we can be off to the races. We should have there were so many opportunities for these guys to close it out. So I think they're going to come back absolutely rocking and rolling next year.
I hope so, dude. I hope so. Baseball, you never really know. Tommy McLeod saying he's staying, so hopefully Tommy's right.
Re-signed. All right, bang.
He is staying there. All right, guys, I'm trying to work in BM. I think I'm cruising for a bruising here, man, because, well, it's just got multiple bottoming tail candles through VWAP, which is telling me buyers are picking this up aggressively. So what I'm waiting for is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. I've already script order in there to that effect. Let's see if I can go 2 for 2 on CMBM. Right now, I am 1 for 2. So we'll see if we can figure this out a little bit. Keeping my eye there. Now I want to cover that one that above. Oh, you want to cover something?
Yeah. Let's rock and roll, man. There goes QBTS. We were waiting for that new high to come in. 24.70 is where we take that last little bit off. We'll take it all day, man. Come on. 25s in QBTS. Going with the flow, guys.
You tell me 25s. I'm on your side already. Shout out to 25.
Shout out to 25.
IVVD. This is the one that the OG Bovin was calling out. This one was moving for whatever reason in the day yesterday at around 6:40. When all was said and done, by around 8 o'clock, we were up nice, almost at $2. The last morning at 4 a.m., we opened above $2. And since that time, we've been putting up some good numbers. Now, here's what I'm talking about, Bovin. I don't like this for a number of reasons. One, we have 2 low highs and we have 2 lower lows. So fine, it could be a more prolonged bull flag, and I get all that and I like it. But there's 2 rules here that, it fails. Well, not 2. 1, which is it's below the pre-market high, 311. I'm an exception for that if it can make a new area high. So what am I talking about here? Well, this is the area high, another lower high, and yet another lower high. So if we can get above 282, that 285 area, show that breaking out of that bull flag pattern, I'm all gas on this one. So we're going to keep an eye here on IVVD. Shout out to the OG Bovin pointing this one out. Up on the day. IVVD. It's up 50%, man. Yeah, so this one, it's going to be on a lot of people's scale. So this one will certainly be on mine, and I'm going to take the breakout as I just mentioned there. I'll take the 285 breakout on that. Also, DFLI, I brought this one to you earlier. It's a little on volume, not too bad. It's of $1 name. It's at 88 penny high. So if this one works in to that dollar area, you're going to encounter significant resistance, at least maybe not initially, but you will eventually at that dollar area. So be looking for that breakout of the dollar. Keeping my eye on all these trades. What do you got, Joey?
All right, beautiful stuff, guys. We just continuously piece some out there on QBTS for that break of that previous high. Starting to come in a little bit here, but we're not too worried about that. 27 all the way up to 76. We'll take that. As long as we don't come back to the break even, then we're going to be Gucci. On that front, we have a little bit less than half of our position. So maybe we should have took some off, but other than that, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. I was messaging Goro. I'm like, hey, brother, watch out for what we got going on across. If this closes as an inverted, there might be a potential short in the near term, but we also want to look at it as if it breaks that candle high, there could be some more continuation to the top side. So just keep those risk measures in place. The volatility is most definitely up here, guys, so you want to widen that stop, maybe lessen the shares a little bit as well, too. But to each their own, but just as long as you're keeping those risk measures in place, you're going to be doing just fine. Now, Peter Mosbeck, I'm not shorting BTC because nobody knows. I'm buying at 70K. All right, Rusty Dutches as well, too. So, all right, man, if you're looking for 70K and you get that, I'm going to honestly, I will give you a gifted membership on my dime there. So. 70K on BTC because, listen,
dang,
I am kind. So other than that, guys, yeah, exactly. Oh, man, I might have to watch that weekend.
Hey.
It's one of my favorite. I like this. Sorry, what's that?
What's up, Assassino? That's okay.
Oh, okay.
No problem.
This where they tell the story of Xerxes. I don't know if you've seen it. Probably not. The second.
There's another 300?
Yeah, it's called like Rise of the Empire.
No,
Rise of the Empire or whatever. So anyways, Xerxes, they tell the story of how he became how he was. travels into the desert, falls into like a hermit cave, and then he comes out in like gold, and he's just like Xerxes after that. Yeah, it's so sick. Good stuff over there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, what we got going in on the overall market, I mean, we can run through the mag. Soft been up to on the session. Wow, look at this beauty right here. Just steady to the top side. These are micro pullbacks right there. You definitely don't want to stand in front of this freight train tree.
No. All right, guys. Still continuing to watch over here. Not really a whole lot on any of my trades right now because they're all not at levels at which I can take profits or get into more, except PGEN. It's trying to work back above the high of the day, 17 showing up. High of day is 19. I tried to get some more into 5. It didn't me, so that's my issue, but I don't even have that much taken out from my original position, so I'm okay with that. Looking for continuation into the quarter dollar. It's up 34% and has still yet to touch the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart. So I'm going to continue to watch that. It's CYPH that I'm trying to decide whether I want to get more in, because 355 high. Now we're dropping back down into the third of a dollar. In fact, we just got into the quarter of a. That wasn't my move. My move was at 15s. Why? Because that's where the 10 EMA was. Look at it rocket back up into 34, still a lower high though. So we're going to continue to watch that. Brendo sent me this. Ernie Clement is for arbitration this offseason and won't be a free agent until 2029. So the Blue Jays have Clement for the next 3 seasons on his current contract setup. He's coming off a he recorded more hits in a single playoff run than any player in Major League Baseball history. That is the kind of stuff. That is the kind of talent we need on the Blue Jays, and we need them perennially, baby. He's a hell of a player, man.
I like
Very
Ernie.
Level-headed guy.
Yeah, I like Ernie, man. Especially he's a hockey guy too. You could just tell he's a dog.
The dog.
Dogging. All right, guys. So this is what I was referring to earlier. You just have to be cautious of these inverted hammers with isolated prints. It is still closing as a bullish one. Still some buying pressure within these. So just be cautious. We might get that. You want to be more patient just in case it's prolonged and takes a little bit more time than what we're expecting here. All right. So consolidate, slow curl over, upside down frown, or upside down smiley face, and what I'm going to say. And then sure enough, we're going to turn that upside down and head back towards some more support and resistance zones. But here it is, guys. Like, we filled that gap. I was not thinking that this morning, but right? So I don't know if you've observed this over time, Sharif, or if individuals have. In the pre-market, when I see the market selling aggressively, tend to look. If the market is rallying just in the pre-market, look for it to fade a little bit. And if you document your own data over time, I'm sure you'll find a pattern within that, my friend.
Guys, CYPH just tried to break the $0.50 again. Here's 49s again. I'm waiting at 55s here on CYPH. We don't have much left. So, you know, this print is going to get us out of the trade. 50, huge seller at 50, getting tested again. Did you guys see that orange on my time and sales? That's exuberant buying, but we need to see if this can break 50. Showing up again here on the level 2. Guys, we printed 145 million shares on CYPH. And this isn't no, sub $1 stock. It's a $3.50 stock. So good volume and good liquidity on this name. Whether or not we can breach through the level, we'll have to pack our patience there. People saw I'm involved in CMBM. They're like, Sharif, bro, it's selling off. I realize that, guys, but it's above VWAP. It's putting in higher lows. My out is below area low, which is 24s. So this one, last but not least, PGEN, still dilly-dallying here, south of the fifth of the dollar, Joey. We're looking for that one to take out 20. Waiting at 23s. We're going to the big desk.
Dang.
It's crypto time, and I want to talk here about CRCL, or Circle Internet Group. They had a nice day so far, and it is worth noting here, Baird actually giving them an upgrade today. So Baird setting a $110 price target for the stock and improving its rating from neutral to outperform because of its earnings report for Q3. So a couple different factors, including their growth in USDC stablecoin circulation and their sequential growth here for their on Circle USDC. So that actually allows the company to of reserve income. So of course, any quarter-over-quarter growth with that on Circle USDC is going to be a good look for CRCL. They cited a couple other growth metrics here, but the biggest thing, or I think to know from this report, or error analysis anyway, is that Baird believes that Circle's valuation, which is roughly times earnings for next year is quote unquote reasonable because of its strong growth trajectory. So nice comments here from Baird for CRCL. Let's take a look at Bitcoin on that daily chart. Potentially maybe a little bit of a reverse forming here. It certainly did not look very rosy this morning. We are posed for our fourth straight red day. We're still down 2.5%, but we're recovering nicely off of these intraday lows or intra-session lows here for BTC of 94 halves. Right now, trading around 97,000. We do here, though, at that key support resistance level around 99K. Take a look here at Ethereum USD, if I can spell it. Here we go. ETH looking a little bit stronger than BTC here, actually holding support from last Tuesday, November 4th, around that 3,000 level. So we'll have to wait and see here. But ETH clearly 3,000. Let's see what BTC does with 99K as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Holy schmoly.
Hold on. Guys, I haven't taken any trades on FIGR, but look at the cleanliness on this move, man. Even when it did dip in, Joey, it held the 10 EMA like a glove. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it is a bit more expensive. It's a $43.50 trading at the high, so that has to account into your risk management, which of course is your position sizing as well as your stop loss placement, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I didn't execute on it. That's on me, but it's looking real good here. So if anybody's interested in that, I want to mention FIGR. It looks like a buy program, Joey.
All right, good stuff. We take a little bit more out on QBTS as this has been skyrocketing, and this is it, man. I think just on the same path. We were talking about this the other day, just those steady grinds. You don't want to stand in front of it. You want to start to participate. Don't hate. My poor typing skills ruined my... It's all right, my friend. Here, I'll give you an intro right now because I know this is what you guys want. Oh man, that's so hard, man. That gets me amped up. Playing hockey tonight as well too. So if I just listen to that 30 seconds of the intro, it gets me fired up. So there it is, guys. QBTS continuing to grind. We like this. Now up 6.25. That's absolutely phenomenal. AMD almost up 2% on the session. This is insane. Who never would have guessed that? I can tell you that for free. Now as for NVIDIA as well, 2% there, guys. And what is Goggles been up to? Let's see. Can it beat the other two? I don't know, Sharif. No, it's still slightly negative on the day, my boy.
Who's that?
Goggles.
Goggles.
Down there.
Well, because it's been rocketing up lately, Joey.
It's been holding.
Going to want to take some profit.
Yeah. It's been holding strong. There's one more name that I wanted to take a look at, but it has slipped my mind. Oh, my days. QBTS. Yeah, brother, listen, I'm going to bring you some of those candy treats that I was talking to Adam Toulouse.
English treats?
Yeah, the candy kittens. Yeah. They're vegan, too.
I don't want them.
Why?
I don't want them.
But I don't know. I don't even think it really makes that big of a difference. They're honestly so good. I didn't even know.
Play, bro.
Brother, listen. No, they were vegan until like 3 bags in.
Seriously,
I was like 3 bags in.
Ripping through them. I love it.
You have no idea. I'm like these. But no, in all seriousness, guys, watch out for these pressure within the candles. Yeah, it's irrelevant if it's vegan or not.
3 bags in, bro. The guy's deep.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, these guys. I know what these guys are foul-minded. They're thinking something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know, you can't control the chat.
No,
so
you can't control the chat. It's untamed. Untamed.
What is being said here, guys? Look, I unblock a lot of comments, okay? But you know, keep it a little clean. Let's go.
So someone said in the chat, insect protein. So Electric Passions. Have you ever seen the movie Snowpiercer? That movie's sick. So I'm not even gonna ask you.
Nah,
at
man,
the end of the day,
see me?
Snowpiercer.
Like,
Yeah, that's
little
there. So shout out to who have seen Snowpiercer. Look at AMD go 252.
Shout out.
Yeah.
I still doing the same stuff over here. I'm sorry, I'm not punching into anything new, but I'm quite happy with my positions. I want to get in more, obviously. Let's talk about CYPH down into the 10 EMA. Last time it got bought up, but this is the second time it's coming down here. Now, the 10 EMA kind of a little bit overlapping. 10 EMA showing me 20s, but there's price action, initial resistance, now possibly support at 310. Those are the wicks. So I feel we may find support here at 3. But there's obviously a big difference between 325, where the 10 or 320, where the 10 EMA is now, and 3, where the 20 EMA and the psychological support is. So I don't know if I want to punch in quite yet. Now, what I might do is try to get the money fill in the mid-teens. That's the price between the 10 and the 20. So I think I'm going to do that. Let's throw in a dip trade over here. That this might cause me to miss the ad when I'm kind of alive to that, which is why I'm going to stay in a little bit higher. Let's go 16s. Let's see if we can get in around that area there. I'm just looking at some other names over here, guys. Still keeping an eye on IVV. This is the one that Bovin brought us earlier. It's still very much trending within that range. I see this to be a bull flag, a more prolonged bull flag, of course, with intervening areas. Now, this breach here at 930 me at all, because that's the open, and we know the open is going to be more volatile than the other times of the day. So a breach at the open doesn't end my analysis about the fact that this is what I bull flag. So if we get above, I said 285, 284, I'm going long on IVVD. This one I'm still quite interested in, but haven't executed yet on it. We're going to continue to hold these positions. Here comes CYPH into 20s. I've got a dip trade at 16s, pardon me. It's 18s. There's 18s now, so this one is dropping down, and that's what I kind of want there. We got 3s on, so bother me at all, and we don't have that many shares left either, so we got to get something somewhere, right? Look at that. It's already defending the EMA. So my move here is if I don't get filled on the dip trade, I'm going to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high relative to the prior candle to get more in. If that means getting more in at a higher price, a less advantageous price, so be it. That's cost doing business. So the way that I'm looking at it right now, this current candle high is 333. So if a new candle and prints above 333, and I just got the 16 fill there. I'll add to there. Well, that renders that analysis moot because 16 fill. Let's see if, Joey, we lose $3 because we're coming into $3 pretty quick over here. Cost basis now being 314, having added at that level. So let's post some orders above that level and let's go into these as well for some possible profit takers. Bovin saying TRAW at the high of the day. TRAW, decent, south of 1 million shares though, Bovin. See what you're seeing, and the volume profile is increasing a little bit on TRAW. Casey says, I think I'm in love with TRAW. Damn, Casey, you're seeing the same thing. Okay, let's show everybody TRAW, since so many people are talking about it. Actually, I don't want to zoom in, pardon me here, Assassino, because I got to be able to see the entire screen, lest CYCH upset me over here. All right, 5-minute chart. This is what Casey and Bovin are talking about over here. This is TRAW, quite respectful, again, of the 10 EMA on the 5, but still a little bit low on volume. But as you can see there on the bottom of the chart, the volume profile is increasing, so this might not be a bad look. I'm going to put this on the side chart, guys. We'll keep an eye on that.
Oh, Zan, you make me laugh, brother.
I think I'm in love with guess who? Is he over there? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, she probably over there.
Sure
did you see the her recent?
She's here.
See her recent message in the old.
I did.
Yeah,
she was mentioning your fan.
Yeah, your friend.
That?
Yeah.
What kind of delusion is that, my boy?
My boy.
All right.
No, in all seriousness, look at this. We are on IPT. If we can get that to close as a complete, I like it for a potential bounce, man. We get rolling up into 60s. I was gonna say something there, but it's probably not appropriate. I mean, hey.
What were you gonna say, Joey?
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna say it now, brother. I can't say it. I mean, it's not that bad. There's no profanity. Watch your profanity. There's no profanity in that whatsoever. Man, yes. The thing is, my brain just goes right to memes and songs and stuff like that. I gotta get it checked out. Yeah, we're all above 400 now. What I was looking at there on Gorev is that this was starting to close as an inverted. What happened? I
have to let that one go.
Yeah,
we can give a little bit of wiggle room.
A little bit of wiggle, not too much like a wiggle room, but we give a little bit there. Wiggle. So there it goes. You know it's not. You know that song?
It's too good. Yeah. Just started laughing.
Yeah. So on TSLA, let's get a little bit involved here. Not too much size on this front. Man, it's all laughs this morning. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
We don't want it to end. So we're gonna stay optimistic and see what we got going on. Bang, let's go. If this is either gonna work or it's not, right? That has Captain Obvious, as some of my friends call me. Yeah. Let's see if we can get involved in there. Bang, we're short a little bit of Tesla. If it breaks the high, we're out of that one. Sure.
We're out of this one. CM. It's putting in lower highs. It is clearly using the 10 EMA on the 5 as resistance. Let me make my case to you guys. We're going to go 1 for 3 on this name. It loses the 10 EMA where at that 11:15 candle. Then what does it proceed to do? Well, it gets me back in because it has 2 bottoming tail candles there, which showed were quite aggressive on the dip below VWAP. But then what does it do? It then bamboozles me. Why? Why do I say that? Because you know my methodology is to take the first 5-minute high on a closing basis, which is what the 11:25 candle did. But what I failed to see, and this is an oversight on my part, was the fact that it was using the 10 EMA now as resistance in the exact same way that it was previously using it as support, and it continued to do so in the 11:30 candle, the 11:35 candle, the 11:40 candle, yes, believe it or not, the 11:45 candle as well. So I'm out. This looks like it wants to flat bottom break. I'll have no qualms with flat bottom breaks, baby. There goes TRAW. I like how you're doing that, Bovin. Okay, okay. There goes TRAW. Let's take a look there at what case 526 and the OG Bovin. Great call out by you, Bovin, into the new high of day. 267 one's got 46 percentage points under its wings, and it is flying high. Let's throw in the ticker there so you guys can follow along. We are talking about TRAW, small cap gapper. I don't really care what the headline is. I don't really care what the if the technicals are sound, we're going to trade it based on technicals, and that is it. So we're buzzing. I like that 240 area right now. If this one is to come back down, at least, why do I say that? Consolidation area here at 240 and the 10 EMA as well as the volume weighted average price now overlapping at that 240 area. I could be persuaded to get in at 250. Because, well, I'll front run it and then I'll dollar cost average into those technical levels. So let's go ahead and pull up TRA instead of that hot garbage CMBM, which just made it onto Uncle Sheriff shit list. TRAW, let's go ahead into that one. All right.
What happened? I didn't even.
Yeah, well, you're in your old world, bro. It's all good there. Yeah, it's fine, bro. It's fine. So now we're looking at TRAW. Let's set up a dip trade here into 50s. It's coming into 50s quite hot there, baby. Why is it not on the side chart, TRAW? Where is it? TRAW. There we go. So there we go. All right, just taking a look here at TRAW back down into the $0.50. Let's see if we can get. It's popping back up again, man. I'm just trying to decide if I want to get in here. We're going to try this. It's not all right. We got the print, but we need to defend this though. So I'm going to try to get money fills high 40s in case this one does dip down. Oops. There we go. We're going to go right. We'll go 48s. Somewhere in and around there. And then we also have to have profit takers in case we do get a price spike up. Into 60 we go. And then into 64s we go. So let's see what TRAW has to offer here, Joey, watching on closely. Shout out to Tarek. All right, guys, we're having a good time, guys.
Yeah, exactly, Chris Strader. You know 100% how it goes, brother. All right, so this is the signal that we were looking for. Let's go to a higher time frame here to see if we're running into any resistance zones. So what we want to look for is a failed high right there. So now we're sitting on the I'm not seeing anything that is like eye-popping, right? So this next level that I would look at would be around 47. So shout out to that minus the 7. Anyway, so there it is. 412 rejection of that. This is just middle of yesterday's session here as well too. So if we can get that curl over, as long as we don't breach the high, which see this is what I'm talking about. It's so hard to short some of these names regardless of the run that you've been on here earlier in the morning. Just immediately right away just bid back up, and then sure enough as soon as it closes above 411.24 pop out, and at that point I'll be able to get a better price just in case it does want to turn around. The consolidation might be a little bit longer than what we're thinking. Get that curl over, or it's just a steady move higher. If this signal is breached, then watch out for an additional leg, and I think that's the play. I'm not saying flip long right away. You obviously want to give your thesis some time to work out. If it doesn't, then so be it. We're rocking and rolling here in QBTS. I'll show you guys my entry on TSLL. Small potatoes, but it's starting to grind, man, and this might take a lot more than what we're anticipating. So I like it a little bit. Oh. So yeah. I mean, we like it a little bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be involved in it. But there it is, failed high. We could add up here, consider relatively small, but I don't want to just add just yet, just in case it does make that additional squeeze. Keep an eye on the volume profile to see if we get any of that starting to pick up. But you can see it within the tape as well too, guys. Focus on these asks. You can see that it's continuously flushing. So that's some strong signals of strength. And then if you strong signals of strength. Anyways, let's do it. There you go. Boom. So there it is, guys. You can form your ladder as well, so you want to keep those quote highlights up to date.
All right, guys. We're still watching here. TRAW, I got into this wetters all the way up into 66s. We didn't get the ad, though, into 48s. Now, the what's it called? The volume weighted average price is actually higher. 10 EMA VWAP 45, 10 EMA 41. This candle has a higher low, but also has a lower high. The current high, this candle on TRAW is 64 days high and prior bar high 67. Be on the I'm looking for prints at 69, of course, and we're taking 74s and then possibly 82. Price spike up. That CYPH ad looking real good here off that 10 EMA. Several beak wetters off that ad. We got in at 16s, just took out some there at 33s. Now at 39s and then 45s. Looking for continuation there. PGEN, did we get the ad? Finally getting the ad. Now we're going to have to hold up here. Levels on PGEN are as follows. We have $5 coming in pretty hot. We're at 503 right now. That's first psychological area of support. Sorry, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is 490, with the volume weighted average price just a little below 80. Looks like 77s or 78s. So be on the lookout for possible support on PGEN. Does look like one of those stocks where, you know, the buy program is on in the morning and then, you know, come 11, 11:30, sometimes it gets shut off. That doesn't mean other won't pick up the slack, because that big move will have alerted traders to its, you know, to the price action, because it shows up on the scanner in the exact same way that I found it. So I'm going to keep an eye looking for prints. Now, what's our cost basis on PGN is 4s. So let's go ahead and wait here in the high single digits as well as double digits for a price spike up, back up into 5 we go. Good look there. How's my trade doing? No new prints, but no DCAs either. So packing the patience on this one, Joey, 43% going. I'm just worried about TRAW because I still perceive it to be a little illiquid. At least it was initially. It has one candle on the that did 716,000 shares, but most of the other candles are just, they're not volume heavy, quite frankly. So that does always concern me. Quickly back now to CYPH, right up into the high 30s we go. We're showing a 38 seller right now. I'm actually waiting at 39. We're going to have to cross, of course, to get the print. It's up 91.5%, was up higher, of course, at the day high. Looking for continuation there, Joseph Options into the mid-40s. I just knocked that fly out of the sky,
nice,
bro. Good.
Did it die?
Yeah, I smacked it. What's that? Yeah, man. You just got to do the chopstick, baby.
Yeah, so there it is, guys. We're still sitting. It's a new high on QBTS, up 6.5% on the session. A 5-minute breakout here, and you can see obviously the ideal entry is around the volume weighted average price, but with this momentum you have to just look to participate, especially when you start forming these bull-esque patterns. Really important stuff. And then sure enough, patience, and then you get the volume to step in as you crack through that 2450 level and continue to grind all the way up to $5 there roughly. So I'm gonna add just a smidge here, Sharif, on just a smidge, brother, on TSLL, just in case we do get that continuous breakdown. It looks, but if it rejects 1680 and then climbs back higher, then it may not be so good. So I just add additional 50% of the amount of position that I currently have right now. Nothing substantial. I haven't caught the fill yet. Let's TSLL. Come on, man.
Hey, man.
Oh, man. Oh, okay, this is disastrous right now, Sharif.
Take it easy there, Ram. What's going on over there, Ram?
What was that?
Ram's in a mood today.
No, she's all right.
A little comment there in the chat.
No, what'd she say?
Okay.
Y'all need to chill, be respectful. Okay, it's not that hard. She's right. It's really not that hard, to be honest with you. So there it is. TQ starting to move a little bit lower there, guys. Here, I'll even do this for you, Ram. So there it is. Tesla continuing to look, and here it is. So 1.5% on Tesla itself, 3.5% on TSLL, and we're starting to move a little bit lower. So this can come into play a failed new high push right there, Sharif, as we're coming back in to the entry.
There goes CYPH up back into the 40s. We're still south of 55, but we've got now 16s on that refresh into the 10 EMA on the 5, looking for continuation there. How's my TRAW trade doing? Let's go TRA. Yeah, it's okay. We didn't get the Joey, what's going on over here? How come these orders aren't filling? Joseph Options. 59 showing up now. We're waiting in the lofty area of course. 59. Ozan, Bovin, I'm going to need you guys to buy up the liquidity here, guys. We need to break 3 because Uncle Sheriff's got a whole bunch of orders layered at 69, 74s, 82s. We're looking to fill all of them. So keep your eye here on TRAW, still hanging out, looking very bull flaggish. My analysis is I'm broke. Get it, Ozan, brother. You're no, but my analysis here on TRAW is we're a bit of a compression pattern. We've got lower highs, but also higher low. Prior bar high, I'm talking about the 1150 candle. We just took it out. We just took out prior bar high. So look for continuation now, 65, penny high. No continuation quite yet, but we did take out prior bar high. So now we're waiting at 60 for the print. And we'll have to see if this one, there's 66 is showing up, looking for continuation. W67 is the high of the day. So we just got 1 penny from HOD, but we did break trend. We broke trend because we made another 5-minute candle to breach prior bar high. So let's see if this one's got the juice to take out 70. We got a whole bunch of orders layered there. But shout out to the OG Bovin. One to our attention again, CTKB looking awfully good here, guys. Look at this buy program bull flag to start off the day at 9 o'clock. Range a little bit, then the volume steps in bigly at 11:30, and it's all gas, no brakes. 555 high. We're up about 20%. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Very interested in getting. What do you got, Joey?
All right, man. Good stuff there. So you can see same thing here in TSLL. I have almost left of my QBTS, so that one's still working out for us. Now we just need Tesla to slowly break down. This is when you're going oppo the trend, it's really tough, and it can be mentally taxing at times. So as long as you just stay woosah and cool, then I think you'll be all right. I don't care if I get stopped out on this because of the QBTS trade has been really good for us, and then we were short AMD earlier in the session as well too. So there it is, slowly starting to curl over, and that's what I'm referring to in the overall market. I'm not going to say that the quantum names are going to have any effect on it because it typically don't. They're not heavily weighted enough. Oh, Sharif, so
yes,
you know the quantum ETF?
What?
The quantum ETF? Yeah, it's like QTNM or something, whatever the ticker is. Yeah, the quantum ETF. So Jose and I were looking at it last night after the close, and it's essentially just a NASDAQ ETF with a little bit of quantum names in it. Yeah, that's what it is. They stack it with other stuff. Yeah, right? it's pretty much the NASDAQ, but then they put like the top 5 quantum names up there that are just like they're weighted at like 1% and stuff like that.
Joey, you can do it yourself, bro.
Yeah,
you can do it yourself. You can just say, I want to allot like this percentage of my portfolio to quantum, and then break it up.
And then break it up. Exactly. There's like 100 holdings in it, and everything's like 0.5%, 1%,
I hate
and all
when
those
they do
things.
that.
And those things.
Don't call it a quantum ETF.
Yeah, but it's just like
ETF,
it's like you go through. It's like Google, obviously, Play, but then there's Microsoft in there, Zscaler, there's some cybersecurities, and Apple, and everything along those lines. Yeah, QBTS looking pretty good. And the longer we stall up around the highs, I do like our chances of coming in a little bit. 406.11. Be a support level that was acting as prior resistance for a primary target. Anything south of that, I think, is a bonus.
All right, guys. How we doing over here? We're still waiting for PGEN, nothing doing there. TRAW didn't quite make it up into 69s, but it printed 66s, which, look, I still like this. Pardon me. The volume is not exactly great on this, but I do like the chart pattern. But we have to load up now CTKB because I don't see a red candle for a while over here, and it is a 1 penny spread, which automatically makes me like it a lot better. 555 high. We're showing 52s now, on the way to 53s. But then how are you working into this, brother? What's your methodology here? You like punching in at highs? Do you have any qualms about doing that? Do you then put, dip trades like I do at key technical levels in case? Tag me so that I can see your methodology, because this thing is like a few pennies off highs. And since 11:05, since 10:05, there has been 1 red candle on the 5-minute chart. This current candle is yellow, meaning that it is break even. The open and the close price are the same. So I don't know how to work my way into this one. I think I always struggle with when something's trading at highs, how to get in. I try to use micro pullbacks, but that's not always the most successful strategy. TRAW, we just got filled here. So there's the 10 EMA on the 5 coming in there. It's going to have to hold up above 37s. That's a consolidation area low. I'm talking about the candle from 1120 to the breakout candle of 11. Area low there is 35s. Anything below 35s ends the trade for me. We have 52s on now, so let's go ahead and post some profit takers to the in case this one does catch a price spike up. So we're going to see what we get here on TRAW, and we won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who will be on momentarily. But first, we're going to have to go to the big desk with
talk about this market, guys, because this is a beautiful recovery on this 15-minute chart here for the NASDAQ. We're now well yesterday's low. And I mean, yesterday's high here around 617, 618, currently trading around 612, so not too far off. Again, really impressive comeback for the market. Now, economic data today. We're hopefully going to get some of that economic data starting again next week as the U.S. government reopens. But I need to talk about Fed speak, because I think that's certainly going to be key. Comments from Fed Schmidt, who's right in the middle here. There he is. He spoke around 10:05 a.m. and he was kind of hawkish, which should not be super surprising because he actually is the Fed member who voted against that 25 basis point cut in October because he thought they should have held rate steady and not cut at all. He still thinks inflation is too high. He said that labor market's actually still in balance. I mean, it's a little weaker, but he's not viewing it as negatively as a lot of his Fed peers. And yeah, he says that a lot of the inflation too is not necessarily tied to tariff risk, and that if they could actually risk making inflation worse. So again, pretty negative, pretty doom and gloom here, I'll say, from Fed Schmidt, but he's not the only Fed speaker on the docket. At 2:30 p.m. we get Fed's Logan, just under an hour. At 3:20 we get another pretty hawkish Fed member as of late. That'll be Fed's Bostic. So Fed speak on watch, and also on watch is crypto. Specifically, I want to talk here about CRCL. Circle had their earnings. They got an upgrade yesterday from JP Morgan, but they got another one today, basically saying they like this earnings report and they actually don't think that the company is overvalued, even at 50 times forward earnings for 26. We're going to take a moment now to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Without further ado, Neil, give the people their lesson. Back to you.
We shall. And we like indicators. We like any reason to get in a trade, find confluence, whatever it might be. But sometimes those things will shift. Mentioned the other day is when volatility goes up, suddenly I care what the VIX is doing in real sense. And if you watched in the morning show, so I was talking about if you're trying to like revert short, which is something that, works a lot of every single day this week, more or less, if you're patient enough with it. But the reason to get in was sort of shifting. And if you're trying to limit your damage or try to find the best places to get in, sometimes you can go a step past like your normal regular setups. I'm just going to show you like the VIX on a 5-minute. You guys can obviously see here, volatility is dropping, market's going up. You get version bounce here at about 9:55, just before 10 o'clock for about 15, 20 minutes or so. Another one just before we left you, before the midday guys came on, and you're kind of getting one now, although that's not really breaking out. These 3 points at which it looks like there's a chance for a reversal or confluence for a reversal if you're already looking at something. And the way that you can work off that, well, I wanted to be on, I only traded one time. Well, this is another good point. If you get to a level that you like and you want to take a shot at something and the market's going the other way, you get what you get and you can't get upset. And then it breaks out and you walk away. That's part of it. If you want to go back over to something over and over again, then I think, well, it's not Rivian, I wanted to go to Mara. That's the one. Then each of those time frames, there was an opportunity where one stock, at least for myself, and the only one that I was constantly in, Mara, every single time that I had both it making a high and the VIX making a bit of a curl, then there was an opportunity to jump into it. And now, obviously, the best one was like the open when it was actually flushing through the lows. But eventually, you just had to wait. It would wick the high. The VIX would turn, take a shot again. Eventually, it doesn't follow through. Wicks the high. VIX takes a turn, which is the one happening right now. Then I jump in it again. And the thing about it is if you're going to be doing some kind of a repetitive strategy stock, make sure that it still makes sense. It's one thing It's one thing to take a shot at like WDC, which I did. Like, okay, well, if this stock gets to here, I want to in there. Took the shot, done. That's it. Like that goes another $4 or $5 up in here, and you can just be blowing yourself out trying to figure out how to get that turn. That's not going to be me. It either sets up at the looking for the way that I'm liking it, or you don't trade it. The other thing to consider on a day like today is, what's your time frame? Are you an all-the-day type trader, or are you a trader? Because it's so easy, and I'm going to speak to the swing traders now. It'd be so easy after we get a move like this to get really, really bullish, like this is the bounce, right? Now, obviously, every other time that we've had, I'm talking about the NASDAQ, that we've had a touch of the 50-period moving average, they have been really, really good bounces. Sharif just yells out tempted to touch. That's song, by the way. I'm probably going to listen to that after I do this now. It is a trend-following song. You can't, now I'm playing it in my head, man. I'm trying to talk to the people here. It's all good, brother. It's all good. But the last time we thought we bounced the 50-period moving average on the daily, it elicited an upward trend. Here's the only point of caution I would say for that. The manner in which it happened vastly. You did so the last time we made this dip, or even the previous ones, in a different market with lower volatility. What I mean by that is you weren't having these crazy, how many 2% days have we had recently? A lot. It feels like we're doing 2% every single day. So that little touch wasn't really done with any sense of panic, with any sense of liquidity or anything along those lines. And so when I've been saying wait to see what happens on, that's my feeling. Like we're going to close back above the 50 period on the Qs. Like a DCA'er in the markets that just blindly puts, whether it's a Q or SPY, whatever you like, you put dip at levels like that and you just buy them every time it gets there. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people that want to look maybe swing long in here. I'm very cautious about this to next week. A, because you have Nvidia earnings. B, because we're in a higher volatility market where it's entirely possible that shorts at the top, options expiration has more to do with this rally than anything technical off the 50-period moving average. That's a little bit different from this one here. I'm not convinced. Like if we go back into like September lows and buys, yeah, sure. Like who wouldn't want to swing the dip buy long and make it obvious? But there's a lot of different things happening. In the Fed, maybe not even giving us our rate cut in December, the lack of economic data, the sell the news when it came to the reopening of the government. There's just a lot, it's just a different dynamic coming in here. So again, I think I wanted to just speak to like that other side of the trade because it's something I mentioned this morning. But certainly when we have this extra volatility, whether you could be looking at the Dixie dollar index, you could be looking at the VIX, whatever other indicator you might use, I just find that extra confluence, right or wrong, can help you in a trade. Because when you have extreme volatility like here, it's easy to overtrade, like we saw this morning. But if I'm also waiting for a signal on the NASDAQ and on the VIX, and then my stock's at the high, at least that's going to limit the amount of shots you take or the setup. A few of them out, which can help you if you're trying to go against the grain. So that's a couple of lessons of the day right there. Hope you guys have good luck the rest of your session. And Tempted to Touch is an absolute banger. I got to throw it out to you, Sharif. I'm going to probably listen to that a couple of times after my lunch. By the way, we didn't actually end up getting fajitas with our lunch. Like we got with a salad lunch. Like ingredients to the fajita. Like we got like the beef and everything, and we had the corn salad. But it just left me a little bit hungry. So maybe I'll steal an actual fajita as well. We'll see. Only if there's leftovers. But good luck, everybody.
Don't worry about it, Joey.
Yeah,
Little woman, man, I need you so much. Bro, this is a banger. Yes, Neil Juju, bro. Here we go. CYPH, Joey, look, we got sevens. CYPH rocketed. $3. Everyone starts messaging me in the chat. What's going on with CYPH? What's going on? Well, it's at a key technical area of support, and here comes that 50 penny area again, guys. Wowzers. This is a great move here on CYPH. We're going to take it out all That put me positive on the day substantially, for me anyway. So we're doing well here on CYPH. Really happy with this trade. I added aggressively into this $3 area. Once I came back down and I saw it held strictly, I'm like, okay, we're on the 4th bar on the of the hold at $3. So I'm like, okay, we're going to get in double the size that we typically do. We did that, and we took it out all the way up for a nice little 53 penny winner on the top there. So I'm happy with how I executed. End of the trade here. What's the next trade? As the OP is the one Knob always says. Well, I'm looking for a decided move, pardon me, above 50 pennies. And the reason I'm looking for that 50 penny move is because there's clearly a sell at the $0.5. There's only a couple of candles, first and foremost, that breach the $0.5. How are you? You look fantastic there, eh? You got to zoom a bit, though, to get the background. Are you able to zoom? He doesn't want to do anything there. He's happy with how it is. Get it, Neil? All right, so we're doing it live right now on CYPH. Down it goes off that 50 penny level, so I'm happy with this. Be my eye there. Also, want to mention, TRAW did well on this one as well. Shout out to Bovin, man. Thanks for pointing this one out. We're in at 48, Joey, the best print we've got so far. 77s, that one at 79 still hasn't printed. That one at 72 hasn't printed. And Case chirped me in the chat. She's like, yo, you need to start listening to Bovin a little bit about TRAW. I told position board. Damn. What are you talking about over there, Case? How's it going over there, Neil? Looking solid.
Looking sharp.
Yeah,
let me know. Let me know if you get a couple fajitas, brother. If you get a fajita, see if you can grab your boy one over there. Yeah. Looking spiffy.
Grab head right there, bro. Look at that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, I don't think Neil heard me, but that's all right, man. We'll get it sorted out. That's what we. Everything's fine. That's fine.
Shout out to Mimi.
Ooh.
Took it to 3-2 CYPH. Great trade, Mimi. Great trade. Yeah, that double bottom at 3 is kind of attention on CYPH. Let's talk. So we're talking about all the good ones, right, Joey?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean all the trades that we got on are good. So let's cut the crap and get down to PGEN.
Get it to him.
Look, we're a penny out of the money on this, and I'm thinking about flattening out here, Joey, because what I'm seeing now is incrementally lower highs. So I think if I get a pop up at the 4 where I'm long, I'm flattening out.
All right.
I don't like this one, and you know, I built the position into it. It's above 5, I get that, but the chart pattern displeases me greatly. It is not making any new area highs. In fact, it is making lower lows and lower highs generally now, you know, after rejecting that 519 area. I think if this one pops off, I'm going to take my trade break even on it and run. What do you got?
All right, good stuff, brother. There's QBTS, guys. You take some out almost right there at 25. This one's been cooking up for us all session long. Artemis, I see what you had to say about that Tesla short. Yeah, man, I mean, I'm not going to too many times. I'm just going to take the signals and the prints and what we've seen. That gives us a little bit of edge, right? So if I don't, then you don't want to be too hesitation nation. So if it's again, it's simplistic stuff, right? It's either it's going to work or it's not. And if it doesn't, then I don't mind. I took a little bit off here. Coming back to our average price, if it cracks that high, then I'm gone Zeno. I'm out of that one. We'll find something else to trade, and then we won't continuously try to short Tesla or AMD. Like, this thing is up. This is insane, Sharif. AMD is up $20-something on the day, which is crazy. Like, Heliante.
What the Heliante, Joey?
Going on, man, for sure. I mean, but it is what it is. This name's still completely in play, and you can't deny it at all, right? Like, so this bull flag is crazy stuff. I did think that we were going to sell off a little bit, considering where we opened up on the daily. Right? So just using that kind of to correlate some of our intraday price action as well. So where are you opening up in a day? You're in a breakout zone or you're in a breakdown zone. And if you eliminate this half of the candle, hold on, let me pull up my trusty tool that we haven't touched in quite some time here, Sharif, and see what's going on. So what we'll do here is we're just picture this is all eliminated, right? And then you open up at the lower end of these ranges. Sure enough, you get that flush earlier in the bit, but then you just bid right back up. So good work for the there, obviously being highly sarcastic. It's not even funny. I did essentially nothing with it there, Sharif. But hey, it is what it is. So AMD continuing to climb higher, and then watch out for Monday morning and Sunday evening when Blue Ocean opens up. Where is AMD going to play? And I think that this thing is most definitely start trading higher, but I could be totally wrong. But there it comes, Tesla heading right back in, failed to break that 75 level on TSLA and heading back in towards the lower end of the range. Are things starting to cool down? Maybe, possibly. Let's be patient and wait and see, my friend.
That's fair. That's fair. I had something to ask you there, man. It just slipped my mind. Do you know Jeff Nippard? Nippard?
No.
Okay, so he's like this science-based lifter.
Yeah.
From Burlington.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know that big like bodybuilding gym, muscle something?
The new one, right? Yeah.
In the West
Isn't
End?
those guys? Aren't those guys who were in behind?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that guy, so there was a white guy and a black guy. The black guy used to come to my gym. That's quitting. I forget his name.
Rampage Jackson?
No. he was like a lot smaller when he was at my gym. But then like he started getting into the IFBB pros and stuff.
Oh,
like
really?
That. So,
Those guys are huge.
He's serious.
Man.
He's very serious.
These guys are so huge.
So that guy goes to that gym. That guy.
Okay.
Science-based lifter. So this guy built his own gym from scratch. And it's like he's got two sides. One is like he's got like posing lighting.
Yeah.
Like all top-down lighting so he can pose. But that's not what I want to tell you about. So this guy's got a science room, man.
Oh, really?
And he spent almost $1 million of his own money on all this science equipment. And so he was like doing like this promotion at that bodybuilding gym. And he did like 10 people. And my buddy got selected.
Oh, really?
Who goes there, to do the testing there.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, I know. So I'm going to go with him probably next week. Because like I'm just going to accompany him. I'm not doing it. I didn't get selected, right? So see this guy's gym.
Yeah, that's it.
I just got a text from my buddy now, which is kind of why I jogged my
That's
memory.
It's like Ilya Taporia.
Does anybody know? Jeff is the GOAT.
It's like Ilya. It's like Ilya Taporia. He built like $1 million UFC guy. He built his own house, which is just insane. Like
I love that.
Spent like $1 million on it. It has like all the rehabilitation, like chambers in it and everything like that.
That's how you become like the master at your.
But again, like, isn't LeBron said that in the offseason he spends $1 million on his body?
So Wilson was doing the same thing
was he doing the same thing? He's a little bit. I mean, hey man, when you got that type of money, I have to listen. I get it. Some people don't like LeBron. Some people love LeBron. In his earlier, I thought he was extremely annoying. But you have to give the man credit for playing at the level he's been playing for that long.
And not just and that's because he puts in the work.
The work,
and
exactly.
He's
just different.
Having hundreds of millions of dollars.
Different breed of human, man.
Let's see what everyone's saying, man. Yeah, people are saying great things about Jeff, which is kind of like my take of him. Other Vlad, Jeff has great lats. That's how I found dude. All right, sounds good. Jeff is quality, says 40-year-old D-Gen. I love it. Corey Reed says Jeff is awesome. He's from my town, Grand Falls, Windsor. I know that. I didn't know he's a noof. That's cool, man. Ban this spamming guy, says Drew. Who's spamming, Drew? You're not telling me who's spamming, brother. DVLT is creeping up. I know who he is, says Laura Boomer. I just thought of, science. Well, that's what he called science-based lifter. Tech2 says Jeff is the GOAT. That's kind of why I got the feeling. Oh, it's Tech9090 who's spamming. Uh-oh. They're gone. Ram is in a bad mood today. And if you bother her, she's absolutely going to block you immediately. You know, sometimes you'll catch her in a good mood. Sometimes she's going to be in a bad mood. And it really just depends on your luck that day.
Look what Brankle just said. You know what this is, right?
No.
To Ethereum.
Okay. The broken glass. That's brutal, bro. That's brutal. Bro. That's actually really good. I like that. I like that a lot.
Oh, I'm not as, but we'll get it figured out. I got it.
All right, guys. Beta Pro?
Yeah.
There we go. And now, for some exciting news out of Canada. Sophisticated traders on the stream. It's Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, and they're offering you guys 3 times Bolt as well as 3 times exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points all New Year's Eve. Yes, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. Sorry, I was just looking at the screen. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/daily to learn more. I'm stopping out here of TRAW as it came in to the 10 EMA. It lost VWAP. It lost the 10 EMA. So we're taking the last little amount for a 2-penny winner as this one continues to bleed down. Going to keep my eye out on this one for an area of support. I like that 240 area, as I spoke about before, because it was a consolidative area, essentially from 11 o'clock all the way until we took that level out at 11:45. So if I hold up at 240, I don't know if I'm going to get in because that's below VWAP, and I don't want to get in the habit of breaking my rules. So it's already losing 240. It looks 39. Let's see if it holds up. Holding up momentarily here, Joey, up to the 41, 42. This is a breach of rules, though, right? And so I don't want to be in the habit of, making exceptions, but I do like this area. So I'm going to have to steer clear of it, though, Joey. One trade only got GEN. I'm not liking this trade. It is at $5. It is putting in lower highs. I'm 4 pennies out of the money, and I'm going to flatten out this trade sooner rather than later. In fact, I'm going to cancel this dip trade here because that's how much I don't like it. If it pops back in anywhere near my entry at 2s or 3s, I'm flattening out. This ain't the move on PGEN, not I see. CYCU moving up. Bovin, I told you, that one is on my crap list. We're not going to be getting into that one. I'm not good with it. It's too bamboozling for me, so I'm going to steer. You might print on it because I know that typically happens. You tell me something, I say, Bovin, I don't like it, and then you message me half an hour later, like, I'm printing on it, and I can be happy for you, brother, but, like it. CYCU, this is what the OG Bovin is talking about here. This is why I got out of it, because it was umpteen amount of chop, a little up, a little bit below, VWAP looking like a line of best fit rather than support or resistance. But as Bovin mentions here in the chat, we are now breaking out, looking to take out 495, still south of 5. It's not for me, though, Bovin.
All right, not for you, not for you.
For me.
Guys, TSLL right here, guys, starting to cool down a little bit. You can see that we have that 1705 level as potential resistance. Once that breaches, then we're out of there. Otherwise, we're going to aim for our target that we mentioned earlier in the session, right? So this is going to be that next support level. Bounced off it relatively quick, and then now starting to come back in. So we like that. Still sitting in QBTS. You can see that we got 2 positions. QBTS has been an absolute monster for us on the day. And then the shorts, actually, let's head over to AMD and take the short positions in which we took. We went over them earlier, but this is why we got out, right? Just steady grinding higher, grinding. Hey. Imagine I was holding on to this, right? So I was stubborn and I don't get out $2 out of the money. I'd be, again, that's something that you're not supposed to do. $7, you're having a bad day. That's not how you want to end your Friday. So anyways, risk management is obviously always key. So there it is, nice short, eventually bounces back, comes to the break even. And then the momentum out of the opening drive is what really caught. Grabbed a little bit more shares, but that was $3 in the span of a minute and a half, which is relatively quick. And as a moment trader, that's exactly what I want to see. So yeah, Ethereum has broken trend, but again, it looks like Bitcoin in the space steady grind higher. This looks a little bit stronger, and I think from a percentage metric, Ethereum is slightly stronger than what BTC is. So just take that into consideration. We'll head over to the daily on. And if we're getting identical prints in some of these crypto spaces, I like our chances for, I'm not going to say sustained rebound, but maybe a little bit less of it, or a deeper of a pullback, I should say. You're down 33% off of those highs. That's not a good time. You're not having a good time whatsoever with that. Ready to rock and roll.
For too long, Joey, risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing as well. That's what so many traders on the sidelines, but that is all changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access, yes, the markets, of course. It's limited risk trading model. Traders can actually fund capital, use funded capital rather, while Trade the Pool absorbs all the downside. This allows traders to focus on what really matters, the discipline, the consistency, and of course the growth. So when you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no fear, there's just real opportunities. This is the revolution, guys. Yeah, the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's all powered by, yes, Trade the Pool. So visit them, tradethepool.com, or scan that QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Joey Options.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mitch Hoke.
Shout out to everybody at Trade the Pool there. They came over, we went out for some breakfast and everything.
Get it, Mitch.
Good time, good time.
Sorry for stealing your headphones.
I was gonna say, man, the guy, bro, he's around the office, and he's like, where is it? Where is it? I'm like, man, these things have legs. Dave's just obviously doing his morning walk, living his life.
No, it took like several days, bro. Several days for me to even realize I had it. I thought it was a real.
Like when he's looking for them, you're outside enjoying life and having no idea that
Can
they
I
were.
tell you, I was like zoned out. That was the day I was sick, right?
Yeah,
I didn't do the afternoon rundown.
Oh yeah.
For me that
I did.
I couldn't. I just couldn't hang.
You couldn't hang, brother. That was almost me. Man, I didn't drink some salt water, but what I did is, apparently last time when I got my head checked, my blood sugar was a little low. So what I did is I pour a little of the cranberry juice into the water to dilute it, because this is insane. 28 grams of sugar and 300 milliliters.
What's your problem, Ram?
Milliliters of liquid. We don't want that, man. You got to dilute that a little bit because we don't want too much sugar. You drink that salt water. No, I just read that. No, in all seriousness, guys, I got out of the QBTS trade as it's coming back in towards the break even. We don't want to hold any of that against us, so we'll lock in our last 10% there, and then slow grind in TSLL. We're looking for that break of that 1680 level, and if it does, we could be heading back towards the volume weighted average price. We'll try to hold some size right to that specific level.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Have you ever bought boots off Shein?
No, I've never bought anything. I never got anything. No, I never got anything.
Ram, have you bought any boots or shoes, any clothes? For real, eh? No, seriously, you know.
I thought Ramin said that everything's like kind of like a Dollarama-esque style.
Which is kind of what I'm asking. Like my observation that, you know, it's going to be not good quality, but I was checking the reviews on the app and people are saying good stuff.
It's all
They
right.
have pictures of them wearing it and stuff. I was going to try, find out.
Man, there's a couple things that I wanted to.
For what it's worth, I actually have purchased both shoes and clothes off Shein. I found the clothing quality to be decent. The shoes, though, the sizing is a bit, is what I'll say to that.
Thank you.
All right.
What is your problem?
Leave
her alone.
Applied volatility, Chicago.
What happened?
Chicago 1807 IV. He's like, hey, Joe, what do I think about meta calls? I think he said, did you say 670 strike or 570 there, Chicago? Let's pull up meta here. You just want to keep on the implied volatility. Gorev, I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier. Obviously, we break that candle wick low, but all this buying pressure within these prints is good. Oh, Ramin's coming on now.
Oh, no.
She's taking a break.
Now she's going to watch this, bro.
She's nice, man. She
put bad angles of all of us. Look what she's doing already. Look what she's doing.
This is crazy. I have a headache, man.
That's what she's doing,
have a headache. No, but in all seriousness, guys, MET. You can start to see the buying pressure step in. Let's pull up our options chain and see what you're looking at. Chicago, what did you say? What strike price were you looking at again, my friend? Joseph, what do I think about 640? We're going to pull up the 640s. All right, let's see what we got going on, man. I'm amped, man. A big fight weekend. A good fight weekend. I'm thinking about getting myself some candy. We're playing hockey tonight. So there's a lot going on, really. Like, I have busy.
Yo, I don't get it. What's the candy got to do with it?
I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that in there. You know what I mean? The English candies.
You want that vegan candy, I know for a fact.
Bro, you would never have guessed. I was multiple. I ate a lot of this stuff before I figured it out, right?
I have nothing against veganism
yeah,
at all.
Me neither.
Bro,
I mean, to be honest, I'm going to be honest. It's probably like with all the additives and everything, it's probably not that healthy for you. But aside from that, we're not going to get into that because we don't want to get anybody upset or offended over. What we're going to look at is the 640 strike prices on META at the money IV 47.7%. Drastically out the money, you have to take that into consideration. So just know your game plan before you buy those options. Those are only extrinsically valuable. You would want to buy significantly more on them just for them to allow them to get to 650, the underlying to get to 640, and then north of that, Sharif.
All right, guys, there's nothing going on, sadly, in small cap gapper world. I mean, I'm looking at the ones that I already got on. I'm checking the scanner. So what I'm going to do is just take the opportunity to tell you about some of the settings for my scanners and what I use and stuff like that, because it's something that I seldomly get to go through because we're always trading. Okay, so this is my scanner. This is what I'm looking at when I'm looking at my top screen. Obviously, it's a very basic scanner, but what I wanted to point out. A lot of these platforms, they come with pre-programmed scanners. Doesn't matter if you're trade ideas, you're getting e-signal, you're on IB like Joseph and I, it really doesn't matter. A lot of them come pre-programmed. And the one that the most is this bad boy right here, top percentage gainers. So that basically is from 4 a.m. onwards. What is up the most in the market 4 a.m. onwards, right? And so that's the default one that I use. And then I make some, additions to it. Very simple, very rudimentary additions. I filter by price. So I say price greater than, and I put 85 pennies. And the reason I pennies is because Neil gave me the idea that, look, if you want to trade dollar stocks only, at least you should know about the ones approaching the dollar. So I put 85 pennies to give myself, that advantage of knowing what's on the way to the dollar. Then I put a volume filter, but this volume filter here is really not my standard for trading. It's my standard for filtering. I put 250,000 shares. And the only reason I put 250,000 shares and not a million, which is typically what I look for, is because I want to see, again, with likewise with the price, I want to see the on the way to making to printing a million shares. So if I filter by a million, then that'll kind of be a little bit too. So sometimes I'm looking at them in the pre-market, and they haven't done too much volume in the pre-market yet. That's why I keep my volume a little bit low, lower than I would require for the actual trade. So super simple. It's the top gappers, top percentage gainers, or top percentage movers, whatever it's called on your platform. Then I filter by price, 85 pennies, and I filter by volume, 2,000. That's the filters. Now let's talk about what we actually see here on the screen. So this might be different for you depending on, but I like to have these columns in. Very basic as well. So the price goes without saying, the change percentage, that means what it's up from 4 a.m. But then I also include a column that says change percentage from open. So that starts generating what it's up from 9:30 on. Sometimes I can juxtapose whether or not it's up or down on the day based. Ram, shut up, girl. All right, that's why I can juxtapose what it's 4 a.m. and what it's up from 9:30. And if I see that 9:30 print is negative, that means it's down from the open. But like this one here, as you see, it's up 80% from 4 a.m., but it's also up another 53 from 9:30. So this one is moving quite good. Something like that would make my list. Also, I go on to the next column there, gappers. That's a little bit different. So the change percentage is from 4 a.m. to current. Gap is from yesterday's closing price to current. So that's something also to keep in mind. Then volume goes without saying. I need to see how much volume it's doing. But then I also include two volume columns there. Average volume, Ram, and then 5-minute volume. Why do I include average volume? Because I want to see on a daily average, what is this one doing above what it typically does? Are we like 10 times the daily average, 5? What are we doing? And then, last but not least, the 5-minute volume. Why do I include 5-minute volume? Because I want to know if this one was doing volume earlier, when the stock was good, or the volume is still coming in relatively recently. Because I have a recency bias, obviously. I'm not trading in the past, I'm trading in the future. So S volume, or not in the future, but the present, sorry. So 5-minute volume as well. And then last but not least, I misspoke, shortable. This tells me whether it's easy to borrow for shorts on my platform, which gives me an idea of be a thick trade. If it's easy to borrow, then nobody has to find it and do locates, pay for locates, and then get short. But if it's easy, then going to be punching in short. It's easier for them to do that, so then I can perceive that it might be a bit of a thicker trade. And by this shortable column is by no means exhaustive. It's only my platform, so it could be easy to locate on a different platform, but at least it gives me an idea. So that's basically what I'm looking at. And then I have my news blotter right there, Ram, so that I can kind of click the name, and then it brings up the news. I have my fundamentals explorer here, and every platform is going to have a different one, where you can have all the different, information about it, the flow, financials, ratings, profile, ratios, et cetera, news, ownership. A chart that I can kind of, change at will. And this, when I say to you guys, I'm looking at the 5-second chart, it's typically this chart here, which I'll maximize. And then I'll try to discern, areas of resistance on the 5-second to kind of pick up micro pullback. So I kind of want just to go over that a little bit, because we never really get the chance to look at that.
No, that's good. No, that's good, man. I think people want to see those formats for sure, to see whether, regardless of what platform you're using.
Right.
An idea, right? It's like, okay, I want this here, there, and there. It's key because you're going to be looking at it every day. Mine's I have is a little bit different than what I have here. So you guys were all curious. me, I got options chain on there, then the overview, then this is Sharif's small cap scanner as well too, stock scanner. We don't on P&L, it's not looking good, that's for sure, so we're not going to be going over there. And this is my alerts as well too, guys. So when I'm setting up swing trades, I'll just come over here, I'll transfer the tickers in which I'm particularly looking, set the alerts, and then sure enough, I'll wait till they activate, and that just lets me know when they're starting to be triggered and whether if I want to take the trade or not. But hold on, let's do this here quick, guys. Hold on. There it is. Let's have
algo, man.
Yeah, let's go.
We're serious.
Let's go. You know what I like what Michael Noss said this morning? Because he's like, dude, if you get too complex in your algorithm, then you don't know what you're doing. So you want to keep it relatively simplistic. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't know how to pick certain things up. And I think we had the ability to. But mind you, guys, like I'm not gonna sit here and like be like, oh, this, that. And no, that's not the case. But what I was happy to do was translate something that I've learned over my years, put it into code, and then that worked. Because full disclosure, sometimes I should be executing on trades in which I don't, and this allows you to pick up those missed opportunities, all right? So I think that's just really important. You eliminate the discretionary aspect from things, and then you get into more of that quantitative approach, which I think is really, really key. And over time, it works relatively well as well, too, guys. So what is November 6th? We went over this earlier. It picked it up. It triggered for us. Nice. We went over the performance on it. Still slightly negative, shooting at 33%, but that's from September to this current date. That's on Disney. Get that garbage out of here, man. We need to go over to something that is significantly better, and that's going to be Nvidia of trades. The last day was on the 10th, I believe that, which was Monday, and then sure enough, we pick one up that was the trades analysis. Once again, 66% with a profit factor of 2.55, and then the performance is doing half decent as well. Let's take a look at Advanced Money Destroyer. This is duplicator on this one for sure, so you can see that's working relatively well. $3.62. So for every $1 you're risking, you're essentially making $3, which is absolutely beautiful. And then November 12th, 11th to 12th is the last time that it triggered, picked up the signals. Now, if I'm looking at this, me personally, from a discretionary standpoint, I wouldn't touch this, but the algo allows you to do so, and you just eliminate all of that bias of effect. Go over one more nine. We'll check that super chat in one more.
Joey, I'm going to interrupt.
Go ahead, man.
CYCU's breaking out to OG Bovin. There is the move above 5, guys. Watch out for the rejection of buy, but I want to shout out Bovin again. Called it again, Bovin. Good look. CYCU emerging here into local highs. 505. It's looking more. Just keep an eye out on that. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, there it goes, guys. So nothing picking up since the November 13th, and it took a little bit of a loss. That was the last one I was going to go over. We'll take a look at the super chat. Which platform for algo trading? I personally couldn't give you that. I just use TradingViews and Pine Editor. That's it. And I got my code through something that I'm not going to disclose either.
Oh, that's what I like there. Yeah, you keep them hanging there, man.
Keep them hanging.
Can't let them know. Can't let them know. Guys, TRA also breaking out. Here we go. Well, I don't want to say it's breaking out, but it's definitely popping back off into above the volume weighted average price. It is still putting in lower highs. So if you're looking at local area highs and lows, we're still in a bit of a downtrend. Let me make my case. Area high in at 278, that is the high of the day. Current area high, 265. Then how's the low situation doing? Well, that's the area low that we got into there at 47, but take a gander at this. That's the breach of 40, so it's a 39 area low. So it's lower high, lower low, lower low. Let that break trend, and then maybe maneuver back in. So that's what I'm looking at right now, but I definitely keeping an eye here on TRAW. It definitely feels like there is a seller at 70, despite the fact, of course, that the high of the day is 78. I won't be persuaded, I think, punching in just on the break of 70. Here comes 68. 69 now showing up momentarily here on TRAW. I'd like a closing print above, I think, that 75 penny area. And the reason I say closing print is because we saw 3 attempts, all of which failed to hold above 70 on a closing basis. They were able to wick into that level, but not close. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Separately, I've gotten in back to PGEN. We got 6s on. It's showing me 8s. This one is curling back up. So it looks like it made an area low. It's back above the 10 EMA on the 5, and it could be, looking to take 519. So we're going to give this one the old college try. I think anything below $5 ends the trade for me. So that won't be anything that I like there. Yeah, Bovin, look, brother, I mean, you clearly know what you're doing with these small cap gappers. You got a good call there. CY making more area highs into 514. Shout out to the OG Bovin there. Also, I want to bring your attention to TOI, one that I gave you guys earlier. This one was doing nothing for a long time. It has now dropped into a key area, what I perceive to be a key area of technical support as a volume-weighted average price at around 390, finding momentarily support at that level. I'm not going to be punching. It's got to defend that area, and then we can get in on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. It is up 27.5%. Good look here for TOI. Definitely keeping my eye on that one. I'm going to put CYCU on chart. I think I'm going to take off FIGR because I'm unlikely to trade it because it's expensive. So we're going to put CYCU back. It's back from being on my crap list, Joey. Ooh, that's a look there. Okay. CYCU. I'm going to throw Assassino. I haven't asked Assassino lately, you know, what he likes about the chart. Sometimes I ask him, and then he's like, he's so polite. I don't know, man. But Assassino, you've been looking at a lot of charts. I know for a fact you're looking at a lot of charts because you're. Is there anything that you're starting to pick up on, brother? You know, you're looking, you see here that you like, maybe levels that you like. Anything, you know? Are you starting to pick up on stuff like that, or what's going on? You can't complain. I like that. I like that. That's fantastic. Hey, man. You know, because he's watching passively all the time. He's absorbing.
Yeah, we gotta take a look at what holdings Assassino's got over there as well.
Oh, well, I asked him. He hasn't punched into anything yet. I asked him the other day. He's still waiting. I was talking to Fabian about what he got into lately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's in some good stuff.
I mean,
there.
just waiting. She's like.
We already know what she's in because she gets excited when they're up, right? She kind of tips her hand a little bit there.
And we're up and we're stuck.
Oh, what's going on, Fabian? What the hell?
These guys are going, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Joey, it's about almost 1:45. Look at this pinky. What's going on there, bro? What's going on? IVD apparently is breaking out, says Casey. Yeah, it's okay. It's not bad. Oh, good look. But it's CYCU that's breaking out. Oh, there it goes. Into the high of the day, 535. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Great look here for CYCU. There's the break of the earlier high. There is the break of yesterday's high at 37s. It's all gas, no breaks now on CYCU. But look at the insanity, 47s to 27s. Yeah, that's a spread work there, but it is up 30%, and it's a multiple day runner now. Ran very, very nicely yesterday. Had a flat day the day prior. Keep your eye out on CYCU. Bad boy, though, so you can find yourself in some trouble if you catch it the wrong way. Joey.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Peter, I mean, I try a couple of things, but I usually have to get the majority of it corrected for me, which I'm totally fine. It just spits out what I want, and is bit more clear. So we're going to zoom down on a couple of things, guys. I haven't even looked at Tesla. I've been distracted. Oh, good thing that I monitoring this overly close, because I would have been like, what the hell? As you get a big time engulfing print on the 5-minute candle, this could just be an additional liquidity grab if it does want to make a move lower. But again, we're standing in front of a freight train essentially, so you come those support levels in which we were referring to earlier in the day, and then now you get that big time rebound, fail to establish a new high. So we'll probably have to wait until maybe 1 o'clock, even closer to 2 o'clock, to see if we get any form of a breakdown. Any concerns about today's gains becoming a short play when the Fed start talking? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is just my opinion and market observation. I could be totally wrong. I hope that I am for the majority of the cases, and if I'm not, this is just me speaking, giving you guys my thoughts. Let's pull up my thing here. I think that this is just a cover rally, to be honest with you. I don't know how much this is going to be sustained. We can take a look at some of the structure in some of the overall market and some of these stocks, but I do like to continue as now. This does look strong, but also just be cautious of a potential bull trap. But you have a lot of leveraged individuals participating from those April lows who are looking for these stocks to continue to climb a little bit higher. I mentioned yesterday that I believe that the Condor style is the way to go. To find your bases and then just allow that to kind of just trade within this range, and I think that's where we're going to be sitting for time. Once again, I wouldn't be surprised if this market decided to take an additional rally higher. Tomley says buy the dip. Is you're necessarily looking for. I mean, let's pull up the actual Qs and see from a percentage metric in which we are down. And is that dip worthy? You get 6%. For me, I don't know. I would like to see something a little bit more. Stuck for a lot of accounts, but 10. What's that? What happened? What I miss? Oh, yeah. I mean, we could block whoever you want, man. We could block anybody if we have to.
Why is she like that?
Add 10%, so we can get 10 and a quarter right there. I'll be glad. Things, but then you head over to some of the bigger names, Sharif, like Meta, who's down substantially. I think this is a good opportunity to just getting involved. Once again, I say don't buy everything at once. Slowly allocate your positions, and then next thing you know, you're continuing to climb higher.
All right, Joey, let's get to the news. It's a quarter two, and I've got 14 pages today on
it's a quarter after one.
Yeah.
And I'm a little knocking.
I need you now. Oh, bad.
It's all right.
All right, here we go. Let's get right down to business, baby, because there's a whole lot to talk about. So here we go. The Nvidia issue here, depreciation versus, the depreciation risk that is being spoken about, but to be fair, it was brought to the fore by Michael Burry. So let's get right down to it. So what he's talking about is depreciation here assumes, depreciation assumptions as a critical risk factor. And the point of depreciation, what we're talking about here, is it determines how long companies assume expensive assets like Nvidia's GPUs, AMD's GPUs, remain useful for their useful lifespan. Shorter lifespan for these chips, meaning, how long they're actually usable for, advanced tasks, could inflate costs and hurt earnings, of course, while a longer estimate, so if you can use these things for 5, 6, 7 years, as opposed to 2 or 3, certainly helps improve your reported profitability. So let's just make this a little bit clearer. So companies currently estimate server GPU lifespans anywhere from between 2 to 6 years. NVIDIA's AI GPUs have only existed since 2018, so we don't have a historical track record for their durability or their obsolescence cycles, but we do have examples, mainly CoreWeave. What do I mean by that? So CoreWeave, which is obviously a major NVIDIA client, their older chips still hold strong value, and they make the case using the A100 by NVIDIA back in 2020. They say all their A100s are fully booked, despite the fact that they're 5, almost now 6 years. In addition, the H100s, remember that initial H100 that was banned from going to China? That was back in 2022. And they're actually charging 95% of what they were charging back in 2022 for the use of the H100s, meaning that they've only had to discount it about 5%. Despite the fact that these chips are now almost 4 years old. So CoreWeave, based upon their model here, is using a 6-year depreciation cycle, and they say all data points suggest infrastructure retains value due to continued demand for workloads. So what's the pushback here? Well, your boy, Michael Burry, he argues companies are overstating GPU lifespans and understating the that would come with that, and of course, that leads to the artificial boosting of earnings. He claims the real use life is about 2 to 3 years max, not 6 years, which is what CoreWeave is claiming. And then as a result, he cites rapid obsolescence and intense refresh cycles driven by AMD and Nvidia, who are doing like an Apple release cycle, dropping new GPUs every year. So he also points to the fact that Amazon cut its lifespan assumptions from 6 years to 5. Google, Oracle, and Microsoft are all still using 6 years. And Nadella says Microsoft is spacing out its purchases to avoid being stuck with multi-year depreciation to obsolete chips. So Joey, something you and I have talked about a lot. We said, look, these GPUs are going to continue to be bought because there's going to be every year in the same way that they're dropping iPhone every year. And there's going to be hyperscalers buying these in bulk every year. Does that mean, though, that there won't be demand for the older chips? CoreWeave says there is.
I think there will, because you got to think, like, everything's more expensive. Obviously, the sales of the older chips are going to dwindle as the newer to pick up.
Right.
But at the end of the day, look, I don't know if it's a good comparison, but look at vehicles. People still buy older used vehicles.
Right.
Whether it be, you don't have to always have the newest thing. As for the lifespan, I think that's really important, but time will tell. We have to wait until, say, we start really using the GPUs more of this AI build out. And if these hyperscalers are like, hey, we need to continuously upgrade our chips, otherwise it's going to work. So be patient and wait to see what they're going to do. And I think we're going to be able to reflect that through the capital expenditure.
All right. What's your take on this?
Honestly, I think here with regards to Nvidia, I don't know. I want to say just in general here to zoom out a bit with regards to the market. We've talked a lot about how these valuations are being cited as a reason that this market is selling off. And I've read a lot of really good insight as well saying that maybe a little bit, I don't want to say dangerous, but maybe ill-informed this, attribute one cause or one reason to this recent sell-off, right? Like there's been a lot of excitement in the market. We had these earnings off a big earnings season. We're heading into the biggest earnings report of the season, Nvidia, and we also had that shutdown ending, right? So because regardless with these chips, I think it's really important to not get too focused on the headlines. It's like, oh, this is the reason, that's the reason we're selling off. That's really all I have to say on this. It's a bit more of a general point.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go on to iPhone and Apple. Apparently, there's iPhone strength in China. Finally, let's find out what we're talking about here. So apparently, latest iPhone lineup is showing a strong rebound in China with iPhone sales jumping 22% year over year just in the first month. The iPhone 17 Pro and the Pro Max are leading the cycle. Counterpoint says that the iPhone lineup accounted for 80% of Apple's China unit sales in the month of September. But if you're looking at the quarter in general, not just the month, iPhone 16 remains the best-selling phone globally for Q2 2025. And the iPhone 16e, which is a bit of a cheaper version, also climbed into the global top 10 with strength in Japan and the US. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about upgrade cycles, right? Joey was talking about a possible super cycle for Apple. So JP Morgan's Samik Chatterjee says robust replacement cycle demand exists as consumers shift back into premium devices heading into next year. His surveys, or JP Morgan surveys, show consumers are increasingly ready to upgrade to new iPhones, driven by the camera and design improvements. He's also saying the high end remains strong. So basically, premium iPhones represent 72% of the purchase intent, up from 64% a year ago, where they were looking more at, lower end devices. And he says the iPhone 17 Pro Max, which is the one that I have, remains the top purchaser intent driver, reflecting demand for that premium high-end smartphone. Apple's global sales share rose 1%, driven by emerging markets such as India, Brazil, and stable, not great, but stable performance, Joey, in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I see. We were talking about the super cycle and everything along those lines in Apple. But the one thing to note is that their AI spend hasn't been crazy whatsoever, but some strength in China is obviously good. And that's going to add a lot too. So as long as we remain relatively robust within the sales, I like our continuation within Apple. I'm extremely bullish this name for the long term. I told you, I mentioned this a long time ago, and Dan and I have said the exact same thing. There was almost zero chance of Apple getting thing right internally, so they're going to have to spend a little bit of money. But with the iPhone sales increase, some strength within China, I think there's a solid outlook in this name, and I wouldn't be surprised if we continuously grind higher and higher. Why? Because that's the nature of the beast. That's what Apple's always continued to do, and I'm not going to bet against names in the stock market.
Okay, Dara, what do you make of this latest numbers, or saying is leading away? What's your take?
Yeah, I find the whole concept of like the super cycle as a catalyst to be pretty interesting, because definition, it's super, right? We're not going to get them every time. So in my opinion, this is like a fun short-term distraction for Apple. And I think you certainly see that in the stock performance. It's often been performing the opposite way of its Mag 7 peers. And also AAPL, the other thing I need to emphasize here is the fact that it's not an AI play. And that has actually hurt the stock in the past, but now that we have this iPhone, it's again a fun thing to distract people from the fact that their AI is kind of weak. We're in a market that's really selling AI, so that's been a good look for Apple. But yeah, long story short, I don't know how I feel about this as a catalyst in the long term. I think by definition, it's going to be a fun thing to spice up the stock's life briefly, and then eventually we're going to have some kind of AI update. So nice look for now, but eventually I think the emperor will lose his clothes.
Thank you for that. And thank you for KC526 dropping Membies. 10 free Trader TV Live memberships. Thanks to your friend there, Casey. and you guys have all now been able to get the morning note. So I just want to let you know that if you're now a premium member because Casey has that, make sure to get the morning note every day, and I'm just going to show you exactly where to get it. You go to the Trader TV over here, you click posts, and there she is right there. You'll see Sharif's morning note, Trader TV. Just hit read more and click that bad boy. Generates every day. It's what we're using right now to do the news. It'll be out just a little bit after at Dara's watch list of the morning. So thank you very much, Casey, for that, kind of you, and make sure you guys get in the morning note every day. Let's go on to the next topic over here. Applied Materials beats, but their guidance sensitivity is now in focus. So let's talk about AMAT, because AMAT had a decent year, guys. AMAT is up 37% despite still being down on the day. They posted EPS of $2.17. That been expected by analysts on revenue of $6.8 billion. That was interesting. That topped expectations, but it was down year over year. They took home $7.05 billion last year, so a bit of a drop. However, when it comes to EPS, talking about profitability is now 4 straight quarters where they've exceeded EPS estimates and been profitable, so not a bad look there. The stock reaction, the stock sold off sharply. It could be market conditions, of course, as investors refocused on guidance rate, sustainability of equipment demand, which is what we talked about at the beginning of the story with Nvidia. AMAT was 41% year to date, but as I mentioned, up almost 38% here. Joey, basically they're saying that they're looking for now $2.19 EPS on $6.9 of revenue for the next quarter, and then $9.31 EPS on almost $29 billion of revenue for the fiscal year. What's your take on AMAT?
Yeah, I'm just reading some of the performance, Sharif. So we got Semiconductor Systems revenue was $4.7 billion, down 8.1% year over year. The Applied Global Services was down 0.1% roughly, or sorry, 0.9%. The display segment surged 68%, which was good, but graphic revenue highlights in which I'm looking at right now, China revenue declined 8.1% year over year, which I think can be slightly alarming. But I guess with everything that's going on over there, we can't complain whatsoever. Let's take a look at some of the technicals here on AMAT. What a day it's been putting in. Did you see? Yeah, it's going bonzos, so not too bad of a look. But guys, off September low, you go on this monster run, 56%, you can't complain about that whatsoever. You do break through some of the supports, but a big time rebound, you get the gap down after the close, off, boom, and then you start to recover a little bit. So still an inside day, but not a horrible look in AMAT.
No, not too bad, Joey, but it's not the best performing semi-microchip, but it's still from the year.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're not, I mean, like, it's, as you just mentioned, it's not that clean, but from the April lows.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Like from where we're currently, you still got 87%, right? Yeah. It's not meta or anything like that where it's down 30.
Good point.
Off the highs.
Guys, Google pushing back on an EU breakup demands its ad tech case. Yes, yet another European regulator investigation into an American company. I'm going to keep harping on this until they stop, which they won't. Google is heavy scrutiny as the EU regulators push for structural remedies, including, guys, a potential breakup. It's ad tech business. Specifically what we're talking about, Randy, is AdX. Going on, my man. How are you? The European Commission fined Google, as we know, just a little bit less than 3 billion euros back in December for using its dominant ad tech tools to reinforce AdX's central role in the ad supply. Regulators are making the following case. They say Google's behavior has harmed competitors. It's harmed publishers, advertisers, and they've created deep conflicts of interest across the advertising stack from top to bottom. So instead of selling part of the business, Google all right, to make it easier for publishers and advertisers to use non-Google ad tech tools. The proposal they submitted to the EU mirrors the exact same one they proposed to the Department of Justice. Here's what they're conceding in the submission. They're going to allow publishers different minimum prices for different bidders in Google's ad manager, and they're going to increase the interoperability, I should say, between Google tools as well as third-party ad tech systems. They argue, Google that is, that a breakup would be disruptive and technically unworkable. The EU, basically, for a change, the EU regulators actually aligned with the U.S. Department of Justice for Google to sell their AdX. EU officials could still issue further break up orders if Google changes, or if Google's changes, I should say, fail to resolve competitive concerns. Regulatory overhang here, Joey, remains one of the most serious structural threats to Google's ad business in years. And I want to say something to you. You and I were watching Google for a long time flounder, like at that 200 level, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. And then all of a sudden, that regulatory overhang about the divestiture of Chrome gets removed when Judge Mehta ruled in their favor. Stock rocketed up. So Joey, if this gets resolved as well, do we see a big boom in the same way that we saw with the Google Chrome thing?
I don't know how much heavier weighted this is, right? I think some weight needs to be taken into consideration because it was the wrath of Lina Khan, essentially, who started that with Google, right? So again, I don't know how heavily weighted or weighing on Google this is going to be. But what I wanted to ask you was this.
Sir.
So obviously Google is slapped with a digital ad tax in the EU. So if they have to go with this, if I'm Google, you're not going to get as much revenue and tax from me personally as if you break this up. So why would you want to do that? That's less tax income for you. And then it may disrupt, as they mentioned, the ecosystem of all of this stuff.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? And like, let's be honest about it. Google's going to know how they're a lot better than everybody else.
Absolutely.
But they also have the vested interest in keeping everything the same and not, to...
I mean, to get back to your initial question, Sharif, I wouldn't be surprised if it does work out. See this stock take an additional leg up, right? It's just a little bit more fuel to the fire at the end of the day.
The feeling I get, to be honest with you, dude. We'll have to wait and see, but we saw what happened last time when that regulatory overhang with respect to Chrome, I mean, it rocketed up after that. So I'm not saying it's going to rocket up if this gets resolved, but, we can just try to pick up on patterns. Let's talk about Tesla. Hit by a Powerwall recall. The energy segment here, one of their fastest growing, if not the fastest, is under scrutiny. So we reported this to you guys late yesterday about this, but Tesla is recalling 10,500 Powerwall 2 units after the U.S. Consumer Safety Commission flagged a defect for causing overheating. It caused smoke and or flames, risk of serious injury or death. Issues tied to a third-party battery cell defect. Tesla did not disclose which that was. There are 22 overheating reports, 5 fires, but this does not affect the newer Powerwall 3 units, which are not impacted. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adair with breaking news.
Yeah, Financial Times reporting here that Alibaba, again, this story has to do with Alibaba. White House reportedly saying in a memo that Alibaba is helping Chinese military target the U.S. So again, Financial Times reporting this memo from the White House is making some allegations suggesting that Alibaba is helping the Chinese military target the United States. Back to you.
No, down into 155 goes Baba. It is now down 2.25 on the day. What happened, Ram? Bye. Bye. She's giving advice. Look at the blood in the street now. There goes Baba. That one 5-minute candle, guys. 162 area high. Now we have a low of 155. Be on the lookout here for Alibaba being accused by the White House of the Chinese military. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, let's go on with the Tesla story. Powerwall is a core product, as we know, in Tesla's energy division, and that is Tesla's fastest growing segment in Q3 of this year. Their energy revenue surged 44% up to $3.42 billion, making about 25% of Tesla's total revenue, which is a record mix. So good look for that area, but not, of course, as it has to deal with the old Powerwall 2 units that are issues there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's go on, though, to the next. Pardon me a second here. Actually, Adara, give us your take on the Tesla Powerwall recall.
I think it's kind of a nothing burger. So for one, I initially saw this reported around 10:20 a.m. yesterday. The stock was already well down after that, and actually kind of chilling when we got this report. It didn't really react, right? So I don't necessarily know if that's going to be impacting the stock. Furthermore, roughly 10K Powerwalls number in the U.S., but as of September 2025, I looked into this. They said they've done over 1 million. So, percentage-wise, kind of small. I think this is more of an interesting story just due to Tesla's burgeoning energy sector, but I think the story in and of itself for the company as a whole, kind of a shoulder shrug.
What do you make of Tesla Powerwall recall, man. They're recalling a whole bunch of them. It's the Powerwall 2, the Powerwall 3, not involved. But Joe, their fastest growing segment, the energy segment,
the energy storage. The energy storage. I think that's something that they have in the pipeline. The recall, I think, again, at the end of the day, probably just a little blip in the radar, nothing too serious. 10,500 Powerwall 2 units. I think they'll get past it at the end of the day. I think the segment is still going to grow within the company. So.
All right, let's keep going over here. On to the next story, guys. Next, we got Bitcoin. Oh, no. Where's it at, Joey? Where's the coin at?
Too good. It sold off sold aggressively right there.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the TQs. Just to hop into the market here, quick, Sharif.
Yeah,
look at the Qs roll over. This is what I was talking about. We had that resistance zone now starting to sell a little aggressively. Bitcoin going to be the weaker underlying there as well too. So PY starting to break down, and we're still short this Tesla, looking like it's going to break through this support level. So maybe we'll post up just ahead of 16.7 on TSLA. So I forget who said it, but you remember you said I wanted to flip that short to a long? Forget.
People don't forget. Let's talk about crypto, guys. So the spot Bitcoin ETFs, you know, we're talking about your IBITs, et cetera. They saw the second largest outflow day ever, with $869.9 million pulled out just on Thursday. Ethereum also saw the blood, $259.7 million in net redemptions. And listen to this, Joey. This is something you and I talk about a lot. Roughly $1.11 billion in leveraged positions dated within 24 hours, sweeping out about almost 250,000 traders and igniting intraday volatility. As Joseph and I have talked about, there are a lot of leveraged products. I didn't know that there was 100 times leveraged product on Coinbase. I knew about the 20, right? I didn't know about the 100. Somebody in the chat told me about the 100. That's crazy because you get a tiny move in the price and then you're forced to sell. These really leveraged, heavily leveraged products, I think, are creating artificial instability in the crypto market. We'll have to wait and see how this gets dealt with by the regulator. Is the cycle breaking, though? Analyst Ted Pillow says all prior BTC bear markets bottomed with a death cross. And he warns that is forming now, which is kind of like completely counterintuitive to me. So when we typically get a death cross, you're not thinking something is going to here and start bouncing back up. You're thinking the blood is about to start. But what he's saying is the 3 prior bear markets were actually ended by. So we'll have to see if that ends up being accurate or not. Also, crypto chain data shows accumulating behavior shifting. What do I mean by that? So about 2.53 million ETH was added at around $3,150. So a lot that's a key technical area of support for ETH. Solana apparently has a very similar look at $144, even deeper area of support at $124. Joey, what do you make of all this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, man. So right now, I get it. Things don't look too good. You can tell by this candle here from a daily. Nothing is looking overly optimistic at this point. But I think at this point, we got the is getting more involved. We have the greatest ETF launch of all time with the BlackRock IBIT ETF and everything along those lines. I'm sure it will bounce back. You just have to be really, really patient. This is a vendor. As for the liquidations, 100x is ridiculous. The regulators absolutely do need to get involved. Forget the CEO of some crypto exchange was like, yeah, this is getting too out of hand, and you don't necessarily want that. We're starting to get more clarity within the space. We don't want to dilute that by adding these ridiculously. Would you have a 20x? Ask yourself, would the SEC allow a 20x of Meta or of NVDA? Probably not. So why do we have it in these crypto names? As for Ethereum, it's unfortunate that it's been horrible, considering a lot of individuals have been pumping it, but you're right back into some early summer levels right there, around 3,100. Back to Bitcoin, just be patient. I'm not going to compare it to some of these Mag 7 names, but when there's really blood in the streets and everybody's losing and the sky is falling, I think it gives you good opportunities to get involved in some of these spaces.
Look at this, man. Green Saber 005, you know what he just tagged me and said?
What?
Jupiter has 250x.
What does that mean?
Like, Jupiter, I'm assuming, is like a Coinbase or something like that.
Oh, really, eh? Wow.
I don't know. I asked him to message me the deets on that, but that's what he's saying. I'm not verifying it or wrong. Obviously, I'm not trying to call him a liar, but I haven't seen it for myself.
What do you do?
Crazy.
How does that work? Like, it goes down literally like 0.7%, 0.75%. It's done. You're at zero.
I think he means Jupiter, he means Jupiter, the actual cryptocurrency, which has 250 times leverage for that, not BTC. I'm not sure. Tag me again, brother. I messaged you there. Shout out to Green Saber Double. Send me the deets on what you mean there, brother, because I'd like to be able to give people a bit of a better look on that. And if tag Joseph as well, sometimes I'm and I don't see the tag, so tag Joseph, he'll see it as well.
Yeah, hold on one thing. Tennessee Hunters, I have an expiration right along those lines as you as well too. So mine is May 15th of 2026. But in the meantime, in order to, like, that's the thing about these 2X, you have no ability to hedge your position. Listen, the situation in my account is like literally pretty much code red. But I'm allowed to, I allow myself to mitigate that by options route and then selling calls against the position to just reduce a little bit of that downside. If it's 15%, if it's 20%, at least I'm not taking the full brunt of this sell-off head on. And that's what happens with the most amount of people, the majority of people. That's why you get those mass liquidations, because you're not keeping risk really in check.
So it is. Okay, first I want to read Mike's argument. Yeah. Mike, 200x leverage is on most exchanges. You have to use cross margin, meaning your whole account is at risk rather than an isolated trade. And I just asked Perplexity now, Joey.
Yeah.
Listen to the following. I said, does Jupiter's exchange have a 250 times BTC leverage product? And then he said, yes, the Jupiter exchange offers BTC leverage trading products with up to 250x leverage. This is Jupiter Perps product line where BTC, Ethereum, Solana can now be traded with leverage as high as 250 times increase from the prior limits of 100 times for BTC, 50 for Ethereum and Solana. This upgrade supports trading larger positions with less capital, although it comes with increased risk liquidation due to higher leverage. When are they going to get this thing under control, bro? 250 times is crazy.
Shut it down right away. I'm serious. It's ruining.
But I'm just telling you what's real.
Yeah, exactly. That shouldn't, like, why would anybody even want to think about that? I mean, you have to be so precise to the penny to even stand a chance. I get it. It's a lottery ticket. I understand
that, man.
It's a lottery ticket at the end of the day, but you got a better chance of getting struck by lightning than that probably
clearly
for you.
Oh my God, Nathan, you're killing me, guy. You guys are overthinking all this. Jupiter is a planet that requires 250 times telescope to see it.
That's what I was thinking.
Nathan, you gotta stop drinking, bro. Shut up.
Said he's not drinking
my
today.
Man.
Said he's not drinking.
Yeah, there's Tom Train saying there's 1,000 times leverage products for other. Tom? No, man, this is. I don't like this at all, man. Joey. I don't like that at all, man.
How does that work? Like, it goes down literally 0.1% and you're done.
Guys, quickly before we go on to the next story. CYCU is all gas, no brakes, guys. Rocketing up above $6, 610 high right now. Shout out to the OG Bovin, Casey. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. Shout out to everybody trading this. Shout out to Leanna. I know you were looking at this too, Leanna. CYCU, all gas, no brakes into the highs. I hope you guys are printing up multiple.
I'll say one more thing. Guys, this is the session where the shorts aren't going to work. In my opinion, right? There's a lot of time. Just be cautious of what's going on because every dip is getting bought back up. So don't fight what's going on. I'm sitting in this position. I don't have very many shares here regarding, so I don't care if I get stopped out. But just to continue key support levels, don't get frustrated and don't fight what we're experiencing right now because I think the market is just going to continue bought back up. The sell programs, the sell triggers aren't going to get triggered until 3:30 probably in the afternoon, if they do even. It's just one of the days, man. We've experienced them before where it's just a steady grind higher and they're essentially micro pullbacks. So
let's talk about Merck buying Cidara for $9.2 billion. It's a bet on the universal flu prevention. I want to hear nothing about this, okay? No, let's talk serious now. So Merck will acquire Cidara Therapeutics, trade under ticker CDTX in a $9.2 billion cash deal securing access to Cidara's antiviral flu candidate. They're going to pay $221.50 a share. That's almost 109% premium to the prior close. Wow, that's a deal. CDTX shares doubled in the pre-market up to $216. The deal values Cidara at a little bit less than $7 billion in equity. That's per Reuters calculation, not mine. And it involves Merck acquiring all outstanding shares of the subsidiary. The transaction is expected to close in Q1 of next year. And here's the strategic pivot that Merck's trying to get through. They're diversifying as Keytruda patients start to expire later this year. This decade, I'll get it right. So we know that, pharmaceutical patents expire, I think 10, 15 years, depends on the jurisdiction. That's a major revenue risk for the company, so they're trying to secure another name they have exclusivity to. Since 2021, Merck's aggressively expanded its late-stage pipeline via an $11.5 billion Acceleron acquisition and the $10 billion Verona Pharma buyout. The deal can that this pattern, buying late-stage de-risked assets targeting large markets like flu, respiratory conditions. So we're not going to go through too much about the drug and how it works, and that's not the point, Joey. But what do you make of this? They're paying, Joey, 109% premium. Is that a wise move, or are they overpaying here?
Overpay 109%. You never really want to do that. As for both of these names, I'm not too familiar with them whatsoever. We can take a look at some of the technicals quick, but this is just your typical biotech name here, Sharif. This is not looking good whatsoever. $100, you're now trading at that, 46% off of that one there. As for Cidara, CDTX, let's see percentage metric. I mean, that was the inverse of that. This is what it is, man. These things are lottery tickets, 405%. These lows to this high right there, so you can't complain.
And man, it's trading at 221.50.
Yeah, man.
But why is it
whoa.
Why is it
we got to go. We got to think of that gap
look at
up
that
there.
Gap. There you go.
There you
How
go. 1,300%.
From
just
what?
like that, as quick as you'd like.
From what?
From $16. Oh, from April. Brother.
That's infuriating.
From the April lows, brother. That's our gauge, the April lows.
Oh, my God. All right, let's go on to the next story, guys. Alibaba. Now, we got another Alibaba headline. This one is a bit different. It's about tokenized payments. But Alibaba, you were gone, Joey, when this happened. So here is the story. Let's bring it to you guys a little bit more detailed now. See if I have the detailed story or if it's just all. Okay, here it is. Let me load this up. Assassino, sorry, I'll zoom in. There we go. So the White House National Security Memo is alleging that Alibaba has provided the Chinese military with technology support targeting U.S. interests, including access to customer data and AI-related services. This is being reported by the Financial. The memo claims employees shared knowledge of zero-day software vulnerabilities with the People's Liberation, raising broader U.S. concerns about Chinese cloud and AI capabilities. Alibaba said that the claims based on U.S. intelligence that was leaked by your source are complete nonsense. This is plainly an attempt to public opinion and malign Alibaba. So Baba coming out, and they're saying this is absolutely bogus. But, we're not going to make any comments. At least I'm not, because I have no idea who's right and wrong. But that's the allegation that's being made. Baba dropped off a cliff, Joey, when you were in the bathroom right at 1 o'clock, as that was reported by the Financial Times. So that is the latest headline on Baba. But this is the headline in the morning.
Yeah.
It's a cross-border business-to-business arm of Alibaba, which launched a new subscription product called AI Mode, and it's aiming to boost revenue with premium AI tools. So AI Mode here is going to enhance search capabilities, let users deeply compare global suppliers across pricing, logistics, production, etc. They charge about $20 a month or $100 a year, though pricing is not final. They're creating also a new recurring revenue stream for their business division, B2B. It reflects, of course, their broader push to integrate their in-house LLM called across all its ecosystems. Let's talk about the tokenized payments and agentic contracts. So they're also going to launch Agentic Pay in December. It's going to use AI to automatically generate contracts from a buyer-supplier chat logs and previously a manual process. The company plans to adopt tokenized deposits as well, which is a digital fiat backed by the bank balance sheets in US dollars as well as euros to speed up the cross-border settlement. So I kind of like that because that kind of, forego the Forex tailwind or headwind.
Yeah,
that's
that's the whole, I think, aspect of these these stable coins, I guess,
Exactly.
there at the end of the day. No, but I think it's just the way that they're monetizing AI, Sharif, at the end of the day. Charge this subscription, and more revenue there. So not too bad whatsoever, $100 a year. They'll most likely pay for that. It's not overly expensive whatsoever. But as for guys, the April lows, this is January, July, let's find them. It's not the same as some of the ADRs. Wednesday, April 9th, you are currently sitting up 60%. And at those peaks, guys, you were up at 96% from those April lows. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm pretty sure Masayoshi Son had an early stint in Alibaba that didn't go too well from a shareholder standpoint. It's still a ways away off of that previous all-time high of 318, like the dramatic pause, 51% off of those levels. Do you think it ever gets back to there?
Man, that's hard, bro. That's hard. Those COVID highs. I remember that Berkshire and, may he rest in peace, Charlie Munger they were buying at those levels, man.
Up here?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they liked Baba.
They liked it, eh?
They liked it.
Damn.
Oh, Howard dropping 5 in the chat. My man Howard, invest in Chinese ADRs that aren't even ownership. Baba at your own peril. Yes, of course, we understand
Absolutely.
the concept of American depository receipts. You are absolutely right in saying that. You can own it, though, brother, on the Hang Seng. I think they're dual listed as well on a composite. I could be wrong. You'll have to double check that. But you can own the shares directly. Like if you have a platform like Joey and I's, you can own anything at any essentially on any market for the most part. Joey, let's go on to the next story. So Under Armour and it is over after the lucky number 13 years. Let's talk about the story. Under Armour and Stephen Curry are abruptly ending their 13-year partnership effective immediately. Curry becomes fully independent with retaining 100% ownership, though, and he's free to seek a new retail or footwear partner. Under Armour will still release one final sneaker, the Curry 13, in February, marking the end of their collaboration. Pardon me. Both sides frame the split as the right for independence and internal focus, though the timing raises question given, of course, Under Armour's current challenges. So what are those challenges? Well, they've been under a lot of pressure and they're looking to restructure. So Under Armour expanded its restructuring plan to $250 million that they want to cut up from 95, including costs, of course, tied to Stephen Curry, contract terminations as well as severance. Basketball divisions, including the Curry brand, is expected to generate about 100 to 120 million full year revenue, but Under Armour says the split won't materially impact the financials. They've seen 8 straight quarters, Under Armour that is, 8 straight quarters of declining sales, and they continue dealing with the leadership instability at the company, with the CEO, the current one anyway, Kevin Plank, saying he's trying to reposition as a premium brand, kind of taking that Nike twist a little bit amid weaker consumer apparel demand, Joey, and rising competition from On, Hoka, and others. But why does this split raise eyebrows? Well, Curry's been at UA. Curry has been Under Armour's most important asset for like nearly a decade, mentioned consistently in earnings calls since the company's been talking about it since 2020. But in last week's call, there was no mention at all of Curry, despite Under Armour lighting opportunities in football and a renewed push in basketball without him. The breakup eliminates a key pillar, and the Curry brand launched in 2020, and he signed a long-term extension in 2023. And so that's kind of look there. What do you take of this, Joey?
I think it's interesting. So essentially, it's going to be a blank check with whatever apparel he goes to. But this is what we were talking about, just some of these athleisure names. I remember Under Armour guys, they were getting into a lot of things, the drinks now as well, too. So the beverages, I'm pretty sure health as well, too, like body wash and everything along those lines. But that's the issue with this. This stock price is down 90% since inception, and it's never, ever gained any form of a bid. So, I mean, obviously Steph Curry and his deal, shares were involved. I shouldn't say obviously, I'm assuming so. And that's not a good look because at no point throughout this stock's life has it gained any ground outside of that IPO. So yeah, it's not too good of a look. I think it's a great idea from Steph Curry, a great move, a great business move, just due to the fact that he can go anywhere he wants to, and it's a blank check for that guy. Going to rake in more cash than what he already does in the NBA. So watch out for who he signs with next. Is it going to be Reebok? Is it going to be New Balance? I think it's whoever has the biggest numbers, and he's going to be like, hey, if I want, individuals are most definitely going to offer him what they want. And who can is the real question. I think the of Nike is definitely going to be one of the front runners. So exactly. Tend to see hunters. But no, as for everything else, guys, TSLL, there it goes. We finally get the breakdown in the overall market here as we're slowly starting to slide. And we got that upside down frown that I was talking about, right? So you get things starting to slowly curl over here. Let's see if buyers step right back in. I know I was talking about, hey, this is going to be a really, really tough market. But you still have some names like AMAT that aren't just giving up any form of the move whatsoever. And then if you go and take a look at Nvidia and AMD and see what those lads are up to. Slow curl over. I mean, this can definitely be bought back. You'd have to wait until until all this buying started to cool off, and then you can there. So bang, there goes Tesla, putting in an additional low, guys. So we'll take a little bit more off as we're continuing to come back in. Oh, there we go. We caught that one, so not too bad whatsoever. If there's anything in particular that you guys are looking for, please let me know. So Amazon at VWAP, says Gorev. Yeah, let's take a look at AMZN. Okay, so pretty good look on Amazon. Oh, yeah, so yeah, there it is. So that curl over. Wow, look at this. Did you short up here? This is the print that you want. And then sure enough, you have enough buying pressure in a key zone as well, too. Look where that's rejecting yesterday's post-market highs. That's absolutely beautiful. Two indecision prints. Like, I'm going to call this the double fang right here. So nice buying pressure, and then sure enough, once that support level is broken, and that's what I'm talking about in a lot of these names, when you have that upside down smile, the frown, and then those levels are being broken, sure enough, you get to continue a little bit lower. So Amazon, not too bad whatsoever, and then Tesla also on the move down as well too. So not too. I think Steph Curry essentially signs with Sharif. I said it's a blank check for him. Oh, essentially, it's a.
You know what, Joey? I don't want to say.
Yeah, but you want to say it.
I want to say one of those newer ones,
like New Balance,
something like that. Like I don't know, man. I don't know, like on Hoka, one of those. I don't know if that's down there.
But do you think they got that type of money to be throwing?
They're
at Steph
blowing up. Blowing up.
But you know his deal is going to be absolutely through the roof, right? Like
sure.
if Nike signs with Steph Curry, those shoes are going to go insane.
Yeah.
They're going to be
like Nike seems to me like the first and most obvious,
runner, right?
Yeah. Which is kind of why I'm saying maybe not. Mm-hmm. But don't forget, man, Roger Federer is front and center at On, right?
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty drink. New Balance, exactly. I said New Balance.
Match.
I mean, hey.
Yeah, look, who knows, man?
Yeah.
But he's a free agent.
Adidas is another one. Yeah.
He's a free shoe agent now.
Exactly.
So we'll see where he lands.
It's a blank check for me. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna change my mind about that whatsoever.
Yeah, they can start, says Fat Figure. I agree completely. Nike says Ichiro. Yeah, man. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, New Balance has Otani, Kawhi Leonard. I don't know if Kawhi's still signed with them.
Is Kawhi still with New Balance, Neil?
Yeah, I think he's.
Yeah. Probably.
That was probably the worst decision ever.
The New Balance deal?
No, Kawhi going to LA.
Well, you heard about what Bomber did, right? It's accusations, of course.
What did he do?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
Oh, let me tell you.
What?
Okay, these are accusations.
Yeah.
We're not saying that they're true or false.
Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clips, right?
Okay. The former CEO of Microsoft, of course. Yeah. It's alleged that to get Kawhi to leave Toronto and go to the Clippers, what they did was they created a non-profit or a charitable. I forget. It's either non-profit or charitable. They're not the same. And it was supposed to be to build houses or something. Mm-hmm. But they put a clause in the articles of incorporation of that non-profit or charity that said if that company or whatever went bankrupt, then Kwai would be paid by the company at tune of like 26 or 30 million dollars, something like that. I'm not remembering the numbers.
Yeah.
Lo and behold,
It goes bankrupt.
it didn't do anything, and then it
Yeah.
went bankrupt, and he got his money. Those are the allegations. Whether they're true or not is a different story. So, and let me tell you something else, that this form of method to get players to come is not unknown.
Yeah.
Roman Abramovich, he's the former owner of Chelsea, is accused of doing this over and over and over again. That's why the owners, when they bought Chelsea, they like willingly submitted to an investigation by the Prem. They're like,
Do whatever
investigate,
you have to do.
because
Clean
we're
it
not
up, clean it.
responsible.
Yeah.
That's how much we owe, what the fine is, we'll pay it, and we'll move on, and we'll put it behind us. So apparently this is being done a lot.
Yeah, wow. I mean, sure enough, and then they also made some ridiculous moves from a general manager's standpoint, just giving away everything for Paul George, essentially, which was horrible. So, I mean, karma came and bit him in the butt because he's done nothing ever since. Leave a championship team is ridiculous.
All right, let's go on to the next story, Joey. StubHub's first IPO, post-IPO earnings, the stock very hard. Let's talk about this. Let's see where it is right now. Stub, where are we at, Stub? 24 1/3, so I don't mean to laugh. StubHub shares collapsed more than 20% after hours, 24 1/3. In its first significant move since the September IPO, it reported a loss per share of an eye-watering minus $4.20. The company is saying, though, it was heavily impacted by a one-time $1.4 billion stock-based compensation that was directly tied to the IPO. Revenue came in at about $468.1 million, beating the $452 expected and increasing 8% year over year. But the net loss, that's what everyone wants to talk about. It ballooned to $1.33 billion compared to the almost $46 million, that's it, that they lost a year ago. The company is saying it is almost entirely due to the IPO-related accounting hit. So we'll have to see if it's a one-off item or whether it repeats again next earnings report. CEO Baker said StubHub will not provide guidance in Q4. Another reason the stock sold off, citing what he says is ticket sale timing and unpredictable release cycles. Management is taking what he calls the long-term approach, with the first forward outlook set to be delivered in 2026 for the Q4 results. He also emphasized that live event demand remains extremely strong, with gross merchandise sales rising 11% year over year to $2.43 billion. But listen to this, Joey.
Yeah.
If they did Taylor Swift's Era Tours, which inflated the comps last year, the gross merchandise sales up 24% year over year.
That's crazy.
Shout out to Taylor.
Yeah, shout
what do you
out
got,
to Taylor,
Joey?
man. She's just booming the economy in every single way possibly. I think it's interesting to know because obviously with the games, a lot of the sporting events, it's reliant on the consumer. If that's starting to weaken, then watch out what we got going on. I mean, it's a disaster to get tickets here in Toronto, but what about the smaller markets? As many games. I understand the fact that, like, hey, in the MLB, there's still so many, but if you look at some of the regular season games, not everything is a complete sellout like it is here in the city. So I think that has to be taken into consideration. Obviously, all the events as well, too. But we'll take a look at some of the technicals here in StubHub. Oh, my days. Yeah. Whatsoever.
See that bull flag, that bear flag breakdown?
Yeah, exactly.
That broke down.
You're down 50% at that level. Will this name down? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. What can you do for the pipeline? Like, I think it's just so one-dimensional. Pardon me?
It's not.
Exactly.
Either concerts or not,
concerts
right?
or not, right? Like gaming events as well too. So
and
like
buying power, the consumers tapping
well, that's
out
what I'm
now,
saying. Like the consumer's getting weaker. What's going on? You're going to have and think about it in weaker markets as well too. So you have the small where that many people aren't engaged. What happens when those start to cool off? The bigger markets like Toronto, New York, the LAs probably typically tend to stay hot. Sure. But you have to think about everything else around there.
Fair enough. Let's go on, Joey. Jeffrey turns bullish on Gap. I'm going to skip this one. This one I feel is because Micron is up 6% today with no news. And there is a reason we're up bigly on Micron. It's because Samsung is hiking memory prices as AI data center demand explodes. And wait till you hear how much they're hiking it by. Samsung raised prices on key DDR5 memory modules by up to 60% versus their September prices, according, of course, to industry sources. Contract pricing for the 32 gigabyte DDR5 jumped from $149 to $239, a steep increase driven by extreme demand from AI data center builds. The price for 16 gigabytes and 128 gigabyte DDR5 rose about 50%, while the 64 and the 96 jumped about 30%. So they're not all equally jumping as much. Samsung delayed October pricing announcements, a sign that they were preparing for an aggressive hike amid, of course, tightening supply. But this is something we've seen before, guys. We see a glut of inventory with memory, with HBM, and then we see not enough of it. There seems to be extremes both ways here when it comes to high bandwidth memory. Let's continue to give you more context here. The global hyperscalers, as we know, your Amazons, your Metas, your Googles, and builders as well, like your SMCIs and your Dells are accepting they won't get anywhere near the memory volume they need, triggering panic buying. What does panic buying do, Joey? Rockets the price. Fusion Worldwide notes that premiums are being paid at extreme levels as firms rush to secure supply for AI training clusters. The shortage is spilling into the broader tech. We're talking about smartphones, PCs, consumer electronics, all facing rising component costs as DDR5 supply is diverted to server-grade needs. Obviously, prioritizing the data center clients because they pay more money than B2C. B2B, obviously, higher of revenue, Joey. So I'll just give you the chart on MU, my man.
Yeah. Look
at the chart on MU. And by the way, MU up 200% on the year.
Yeah, MU has been absolutely phenomenal. Sorry, headache just rocking right now. So MU, guys.
Pac-Man.
Shout out Pac-Man. Oh yeah, Pac-Man LV. We'll get over to that super chat. I mean, I don't even want to give you guys the percentage metric from those April lows because you might get FOMO or something along those lines, because I know I definitely have it. Guess, Sharif.
Yes,
from
sir.
the April lows. Oh, you seen it?
No, I didn't see it. I swear to God, I didn't see it.
Okay, from the April lows.
Man, I don't know, man. Okay, so we're up 200% on the year, Joey,
Yeah.
right? They dropped 50%. I'm going to say 250.
325.
325.
What
Crazy.
the hell?
That's
Get
crazy.
out of here, man. Crazy, man.
Flex my guns, brother. The Baba news, we brought it to you earlier. The U.S. government is accusing Alibaba of basically giving the Chinese military and American customers, as well as helping them in other ways. That is the allegations being made by the Financial Times. Already responded to the report by the Times. They've denied it. They're calling it nonsensical. Alibaba is the one that's being accused by the Financial Times, and they're saying they got a hold of a memo by a U.S. government official there. So that is the headline there. Who was that again? Flex my guns. Shout out to Flex my guns.
Did you have more on that?
No, go ahead, Joey.
Pac-Man super chat.
In there, yeah.
I'm from Tozia and David from Poland. Okay, all right. I don't quite understand what
they're
that
saying.
means. Oh, okay.
Greetings. They're saying hello.
Greetings. All right. Greetings from I'm Tozia and David from Poland. Okay. All right. There we go.
Okay.
No, it's not you. That's all right.
Greetings, my brother.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us. You know, Joseph and I on every day, 11 to 2. I don't know if you're a newer viewer or not, but thank you for joining us nonetheless.
Yeah, very much.
I love to see people from other countries, bro.
Pac-Man, yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Pac-Man.
LV, Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. All right.
Yeah,
go ahead, Joey.
Tesla. Go, guys. Continuously breaking down, guys. We had to sit in this one. Definitely a slow burner, but we ran into some key resistance zones. We'll take a little bit more off there as we're piecing through those key support levels in which we were.
The heat is pumping again. That's not good.
All right, we got to fix the heat over there. We got that fill. So there it goes, guys. TSLA. I thought it was a little warm in here. I thought it was just me because I have a smoking head, and I'm like, man, might have to take this vest off. But street feeling it as well too. So there it is. TSLL. Another piece out there, guys. And then as for the QBTS. Oh, my eyes, man.
It's insane. 33. Do you have a thermometer on that thing?
No, it's a server rack.
That's insane.
This way. But there goes QBTS, guys. That's why we got out of it when we were supposed to. Nice little trade there, and then we were on AMD as well too, guys.
Joey.
Yes, sir.
Ozan, you ready? New traders, listen up. First month is absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not smarter, all by upgrading to that elite experience, which will help you analyze, strategize, and then will capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data, instant trading, and lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. You can predict better, guys, with their backtesting tool. It's reliable. It's real-time data, and it's a global market at the tip of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out on your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to Ignal. Let's go on to the Amazon story here. It's backing legislation limiting Nvidia's China chip sales. So Amazon is now joining Microsoft in supporting the GAIN AI Act, which is a proposed U.S. law that would force AI chip makers to prioritize domestic orders over foreign customers. Very interesting. Directly restricting Nvidia's ability to ship high-end AI chips to China, not like they're able to anyway. The bill is designed to ensure the U.S. AI capacity stays onshore, reflecting, of course, that intensifying concern by Washington about China's access to advanced compute, especially for military modernization, which they're doing plenty of. More on that in a second. There are robot dogs with rifles that are accompanying foot soldiers. I saw it on TikTok.
In China, right?
Bro.
Yeah. We're going to get into that.
We're going to get into it. The act is part of a broader National Defense Authorization Act, which gives it stronger political tailwinds, of course. Anthropic, they're throwing their hat into that ring as well. AI startup Anthropic is also backing the act, signaling rising industry pressure to lock down scarce compute strictly for U.S. companies. And supporters of the bill argue domestic AI firms are facing long GPU lead times, so exports to help ensure U.S. cloud providers get the priority Nvidia supply is, the right move. Nvidia, though, they're pushing back. Of course they are. They want some of that China revenue. Why wouldn't they? They previously warned that the GAIN Act would limit global competitiveness, slow innovation abroad, and reduce available compute for non-U.S. markets. Importantly, though, Nvidia is already adapting to U.S. export rules with China-specific chips, as we've seen with the H20, the L20, and the much-delayed B30A that's supposed to be based on the Blackwell architecture, which we still haven't seen. But additional legislation, Joey, would further tighten the supply bottleneck. What is your look on this, man? This is restricting. These are American companies backing American legislation against another American company.
Do you think it's Amazon just like trying to catch up to an NVDA and like market capitalization?
Very good point, bro.
What I mean?
I
Just
like that.
Let's slow these guys down a little bit so we can gain some ground. I think that's probably the case in what's going on. That's absurd. I can't believe that it would ever happen. I understand the competitive nature, but then when you get internationally, you want to the opponent. So I'm surprised that Amazon.
There you go. I like that. And I should mention as well, Meta and Alphabet have not taken public positions on the act, as opposed to Amazon, of course. So President Trump has also not indicated support or opposition for the act, so we don't really know where he stands on this. Adara, give me your take on this. This is a pretty wide-ranging act here. It could restrict NVIDIA substantially.
Well, yeah, I was reading as well here. Microsoft has made a public stance on the act, but Amazon is more reported that they have a stance. I just want to clarify that as well. That's at least as far as I've seen this morning. Yeah, I think that this, as you've kind of said here, Sharif, A, it's almost a moot point right now because they can't sell to China in the first. B, as CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA has repeatedly said, this is, if anything, just going to hurt American companies. And now we're even having American companies, as you guys said, saying, hey, no, American companies can't sell to other places because we want those sales, even though, again, you can't really sell to these places anyway. Like, it just seems like such a moot point, like almost, kind of unnecessary posturing, in my opinion. We'll have to see if anything comes of this because, as you said, nothing really has even come of this as of yet, right? We don't really know where a lot of people stand on it. We only have one company's publicly taking a stance, the other one reportedly. So I think we'll need a lot more details. But either way, I think this just continues that between the U.S. and China on trade. And that Alibaba story we got as well. Again, Financial Times reporting that the White House put out a memo saying, hey, Alibaba is helping the Chinese military target the U.S. I don't think that's going to help. I don't think we get any kind of, even if we get a trade deal, whatever, I don't think we get any kind of true resolution between these two countries anytime soon. And I think this is more fuel for the fire.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. And that concludes the news segment, guys. Thank you for hanging out with us as we went over that. I'm just going to get to my side chart here in a second. Guys, there's some stuff going on, man. There are still small cap gappers making moves. CYPH, my best trade is looking like it's breaking trend over here as it was putting a plethora of lower highs and lower lows with the channel that was basically unbroken for a hot minute, and now it's been broken as we start making higher highs and higher lows. See if we can close above 340. I think I might work back into this trade with substantial highs just, you know, to keep things interesting and to get the reps, Joey, especially if I see something break. CYPH, guys, it is up substantially on the day to the tune of 92%. It was up a little bit higher at the highs. Let's load up the CYPH. There it is. There's this bad boy right there. So I'm going to be looking at working into this. As you can see, that's what I was mentioning here. $40, $3.40 seems to be an area high, but most notably, it is preceded by higher lows. That means accumulation into that 340 area could lead to a break, a flat top break of sorts. So we'll see whether that happens or not. Uh-oh.
It's a big one, man. It's a big one, man.
You want to read it, Joey?
I'd love to. I'd love to do the honor trader, JT. Once again, we're going to hit this here just for this one here, all right? Because that's a big time one. We'll hit this for you, the best. Actually, it's the best one we got going. Oh. All right, guys, $100. Thank you, Canadian dollars. Not sure if you guys remember me, but I've sent a few super chats to thank you guys for everything I've learned here, especially account managing. I have a different view as you guys regarding the high level trading. I learned that it's just the same at the end of day.
I'd love more input, but you don't have to super chat though. But give us your input though. Why do you feel that way? Just tag Joey.
Another super chat here.
Oh boy.
There's another one here. Hold on. Wait, no, we're not going to hit it again. I'm not going to hit it again. We'll do this one there.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, he said.
That's why he's explaining it. I love it. Yeah.
I learned a lot from high level trading and high leverage trading, and I found, okay, I thought it was level, maybe a type of high leverage trading, and I found out that as long as you can manage your account properly, it can be as rewarding as trading stocks and options.
I love it. Concern is though, like these are prohibitively large leverage, like 300%, 250%. You know, just a move like of $1 or $2, $10 on Bitcoin. I don't know how much. Depending on your size, of course, gets you liquidated. That's what kind of concerns me. And me as an observer, you know, I don't. Instability, obviously. I want this thing to be a little bit more, a little less correlated than the
absolutely, man.
We got to go to Adair, though. She's got breaking news.
Talk more, but I want to get in the drone.
SRPT getting its two largest volume candles of the day by far on this 15-minute chart. As we get reports suggesting that the FDA or the Federal Drug Administration here, or the FDA here, Food and Drug Administration in the U.S., they've approved new safety warnings and revised indication that limits the use of Alavitus following reports of fatal liver injury. Now, what is Alavitus? This drug that SRPT had made here for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. There have been some reports that it's caused death, and they've had a lot of issues with those trials. Either way here, SRPT on watch, FDA approving a safety warning and revised indication limiting the use of that drug from the company. Back to you.
LJS with a vest over a hoodie. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Hopefully, Selena buys him one of those Snuggie blankets for Christmas. And we know, you told us, Selena's very, very pro-Christmas because, tell him why.
Because all the gear's already up, man.
I love it.
I like it. I like it, man. It's festive, you know what I mean? It's festive.
Shout out, man.
Listen.
Shout out, man.
Listen, big smile, my friend.
Thank you for this.
The other day, my brother, and I know what you were doing, curled up in a ball at home.
Oh, Joey's coming back.
Letting your wife nurture you while you. Oh, I want to see what Sharif and Joe are up to. I don't feel good, so let me be nice to them. So they're nice to me. Get out of here with that stuff.
Oh, no.
But no, in all seriousness, we want to talk about the robot arm. Oh, we got Mike Peter Ryder. He gave us a little Twitter TV. Number one.
Oh, we love you, Mike. Oh, no, it's Nathan Pena from Houston.
Shit, this is crazy.
Here you go, guys. This is like 300 Canadian dollars. Just crapping on the snow peso, eh?
The disrespect, Nate.
For our Canadian money, man.
No, man.
Where are we at right now, Joey?
Where
are we at right now?
Where? Oh,
USD.
At the
you want to know, Joey? You don't want to know.
Yeah, I want to know the snow peso. That's all right. Snow peso, baby.
No.
Hey, man, we love the snow. We love the good old snow peso. Hopefully, it will start to grind back eventually. Triple hands with the slap back.
Ram. What does that 40 mean, Ram? What's an answer, bro?
40. I mean, she's saying I think. 40. 140 there. So in all seriousness, okay, so we were, to go back to your robot army and what you're talking about, the dogs and everything.
You want to see the video?
Yeah, so Wainers and I were talking last night. Whoa, we got another one.
Oh.
That's crazy.
What is going on here, man? This guy's dropping cash. That's 200 or 200, whatever it was, $220.
Man, we rich now. All right, you want to do the honors of this one?
Yeah, I'm going to read this one
brother.
if you don't mind, yeah. I want to thank you guys for what I learned. This is not to promote high leverage trading, just saying if you understand it and can manage your account well enough, it can be rewarding. I've made over $40,000 just this past month alone using these high leverage trading. Brother, I respect what you're saying. You're clearly not trying to sell us anything. So, you know, I definitely, I believe in the veracity of what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. All I'm saying is not everybody is going to be as good as you and as, you know, as well-timed as you, and as a result, you know, some people go gung-ho, and that affects Joseph and I because then they get leveraged, liquidated positions. And it drops it bigly. What's going on, Randy? How are you, brother?
But to give him credit, like if he hit it right on the head, right? If you manage the account correctly, if you're a proper risk manager, then again, I'm not going to compare it to options or anything. Even though you did, there's limited downside in options buying, right? You have to take consideration opposed to the high leverage, which it seems that you've made a substantial amount of money over the past. Know how to mitigate your risk. Some individuals aren't as well versed as you, and thank you for pointing that out because I'm sure that you're going to give the ability to help multiple people in the chat who are looking to do those. Fantastic work. And then Mike P. DeRider, did you give us another one there?
He did.
Weekends are boring.
I love this guy, bro.
Yeah, weekends are boring.
What a kind guy, bro. Always there, man. Always looking, you know, help the
This guy had me cracking up yesterday.
What did he say?
Oh, you have no idea. And I was laughing about it. It made me chuckle this morning.
Okay.
So I'm in the chat after, right? It's like 3 o'clock, 3:30. The guy sends a message. And then instantly after, it's like another 3-sentence message. And I'm like, bro, how are you typing so fast?
How does he type?
He's like, brother, I'm preloading the messages and then sending them. So I'm like, bro, this guy's in chats and then sending them. He's strategic, man. The man knows what he's doing, but he had me. I'm like, dude, the preloads are crazy. Like, I never even thought of preloading a message. And then that's why he has the ability to rapid fire some of them. So he's the only individual in the chat who we will allow to send 15 consecutive messages.
Because he's not trying to sell anything either. He's not trying to push a stock on us. That's not what he does. He's just a lethal guy, man.
The preloads are crazy, man.
He's a time traveler. All right, my man.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I've weaseled into CYPH here as we got 8 minutes left on the show. I got in at, well, initially I got in at 28s, added at 23, wet the beak up into 33. At 35s, 38. The reason I'm liking CYPH right now is that for the exact same reason before, I saw a downward channel that was broken eventually by around, what time was that? At around 120, 125. We kind of break through this downward channel now. The 10 EMA on the 5 as support from the top side. Eventually, though, I'm looking for a break above 340, so I'm trying to build the position for that 340 break with the ultimate high, of course, being that 355. So there we go, right back up into 34s now. I'm waiting at 35. It's at 35 right now, but not crossing. So we'll have to pack the patience there. CYPH, the ticker I'm talking about, guys. Good small cap gapper up 90% on the day. Let's see if we can get that price spike up, Joey, into 340s. Probably more orders above 40 as well in case it does price spike up there. These ones are around for a time, and they don't typically spend too much time at any one price level. So make sure to catch it while it's there. Joseph Options, using your resting orders.
Great stuff there, brother. All right, let's go over a trade review. 3 names on the day. AMD. Oh, whoa, I got my voice message on here, and I'm sending it to the chat there. How do I stop this thing? It's chaotic.
No, Joey.
All right, now I'm there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, let's take a look at advanced micro devices and go over on what we traded today. Again, here it goes. That pullback getting bought back up immediately right away. So there it goes. A nice flush in AMD right out of the gate. I see us head towards some of those pre-market lows. To the downside, we want to participate on that front, 283 all the way down to 235. or did I say 83? 238 to 235. And then we take another trade from 246 all the way to a low of around 245. We take one more attempt. That doesn't work out, but we shoot 66% on AMD. Now, as for TSLA, because we're on the NASDAQ, that's what we're currently sitting on. I have like a fraction of a percent here, just leaving it for a runner and for the dream. But you had to sit in this trade for quite. I mean, we're in this at 11:47, and we didn't get our outs until around 2 hours later. All right, so take that into consideration. And our last but not least, QBTS. That is going to be D-Wave, and then we continuation on the bull flag long to the top side, and then sure enough, right at the high of the day, as soon as we fail to establish a new one or just slightly constructed one and reject it aggressively via telling through the tape, we get all out of that trade, Sharif.
All right, Joey, still holding on to here. CYPH zagging to 29. It goes. Looking at taking out some profits here, guys. I like the way that this is looking, but it's 3 lower highs in a row, preceded by a topping tail candle. That doesn't look very good, despite the fact that it defended the 10 EMA on the 5, didn't close below, didn't even wick below. But that's why I'm involved in this. I'm not just involved with it because it's holding above the 10 EMA. I need this to break above 40. It goes. Okay, so it takes a whole bunch of my orders now showing 31s. Let's see if we get that continuation price spike into next 33s, then 38s, then 42s, and then 45. Keeping an eye on that. Trader JT, Sharif, I totally agree. It's more risky and volatile. Please do not use leverage trading unless you learned about it and can manage account well enough. Spoken like a true professional. I really like how you said everything there, man. From the first message to the second message to the last message, it was all well said. You're clearly not trying to sell us anything, and you're clearly not trying to force your opinion on anybody, and I do appreciate that about you. Thank you very much, Trader GJT, for the input there. And yeah, I think, like you see me sometimes trading inverse leverage ETFs are they're 2 times 200%.
Yep.
Right, but we're still managing risk on them like we would any other trade, Joey. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. It doesn't change, man. No. It doesn't change. You always want to. You don't have a trade if you don't have an out.
No.
So at the yeah. So if you don't know where you're officially wrong, then you don't have a trade, man.
No, man.
Yeah, so
CYCU guys is rocketing up into the high side. Where's my CYCU chart, man? We don't have one, Joey. So that's going to be a bit of a problem there. We're going to have to load one up. CKTB looking real good here too, guy. But
Bitcoin is just getting rocked,
eh? Right back up into $6, guys, is CYCU. In fact, this 5-minute candle has a high of 6 mid-teens. Be on the lookout here. We got a bit of a bull flag happening on the 5-minute on CYCU. Shout out to Ozan. Shout out to what's his name? Buvin. Sorry, Buvin. Shout out to Casey. Shout out to everybody who's been trading this one. You guys have been printing up multiple storms, and thank you for push our what's it called? Paying it forward for the 10 premium memberships. Thank you very much. Always super classy. KC526. We do you there. Look at her. Yeah, there she is on the chat with the money. I like it.
Got the cash.
So that's what I'm keeping on, guys. CYPH, we're still holding this one for higher lows and a 340 break, but I'm also keeping my eye on CYCU as I perceive this one to be bull flagging as well. I also want to mention CTKB up 23.5%, and it's at the day high right now, up to 564, Joe.
Mike P, you don't 4 a.m. Monday morning, brother. 8 p.m. Sunday night is when you can get rocking and rolling on Blue Ocean, my friend. So we got to read this one out here, Sharif. I've seen Derek in the chat a lot here. OK State, Derek Blakely, Sharif and Joseph. I love the show, guys. I've been listening every day for over a year. Tuesday around 1 o'clock, thought I was having a heart attack and called 911. Still in the hospital, listening on the app.
You're kidding? Are you okay,
brother?
What's happening?
We're gonna be here every day of the week. Make sure you take your health serious, and your dedication to watching Trader TV.
Thank you
is
for watching.
Again at this point it's second to none. Because obviously we hope nothing but the best for you at the end of the day. Hope everything is good.
I hope it's just like something real minor there. Hopefully some gas or something like that. Not real heart issues. We hope you get better and definitely keep us apprised of what's going on.
Yeah, man.
Love to hear from you again. Just tag Joseph or I. Obviously, you'll always see the tag there.
Guy, Adam
is it?
James.
Adam
brother.
James?
Buenas tardes, amigos. ¿Qué tal? I'm good, brother. How about you? ¿Cómo estás usted?
Hey.
I hope you are doing well. These super chats are too positive, down 80K on one. Sorry, it's not funny. Like, listen, no, but I think there's some more dual individuals being sarcastic. I hope I caught your sarcasm. Because listen, Katina Man and I were talking not too long ago, like off of these highs, guys, you're down 80K. I mean, I'm down a quarter of that, a little bit more. So 25K out of the account. See you later.
See ya.
Yeah, see you later. That's never coming back. So, I mean, it will gain back, but you never get that which you lost unless you sold at those highs. So 80K, that sucks, man. But there's a lot of individuals in the same boat. Keep on pushing. This is what I said to 2NY yesterday, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Fear. Face everything and rise.
Bang.
And that's it.
Absolutely.
Shut it off. Go over there. I'm just leaving it at that. It's 2 o'clock.
Oh, hold on. No, we got more.
We got one more.
Evan, okay, first of all, I'm going to read Evan's chat, but here the breakout is on now, guys, on CYPH. There goes 40. It's a 45 high. What do we have on? We have 24s on. We still have print that didn't print because it didn't cross. Watch out, though, for the topping tails. We've been preceded by 2 topping tail candles, despite the fact that this candle did break highs. Look at it manifest now, almost as an inverse hammer candle, despite the fact that it's still green. So CYPH is a bit of a bamboozler. Good trend, but expect volatility on the way up. Separately, Evan Ballin. Got to flatten out that. Evan Ballin. Love the show and you guys' energy. You two are very entertaining. I want to get into trading, but don't know where to start. Any tips or tools that I can use? Absolutely. Okay, so there's plenty of stuff we can do. First things first. We got to tell you, Assassino, we got to tell them about Trader TV Academy. It is coming up very, very soon, and we're super excited about it. It is exactly that sort of content that you're asking about, and it's all going to be made in-house here. It's not out yet. Stay tuned for that, though. Trader TV Academy coming very soon. Secondly, watch Joseph and I. We're constantly talking, and Katina Man, and Neil, of course, when Ob is on, no question about it. Watch them. They're constantly doing why they're getting into trades, why they're getting out. They're explaining the methodology, and along the way, you'll learn about trading as well. So we hope you can join us, stick with us. We're focused for everybody. Newer traders, experienced, intermediate, everybody. We try to do the gauntlet.
I mean, like Neil and Sean have like a combined years of experience almost over there. So which is a phenomenal.
That's saying
also, just like do as much reading, right? Like when you first start out, you want to read as much as you possibly can, and then also the beauty of YouTube University, starting right here at Trader TV Live. So read, and then study outside of that, all right?
Send them off, Joey.
See ya. All right, Charlie. Love you, brother. I love you too, man. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. I'm gonna probably have 2 bags of candy kittens this weekend, and I'm cutting it off at that. I promise.
They're vegan candy canes too. I'll see you guys.
It doesn't matter the day. I had 2 bags of candy kittens. That's nothing crazy.
Get him, Neil.
No, kittens.
Candy kittens. That's what I thought. I didn't hear candy canes. I heard candy kittens. Candy kittens. I don't know what those are. Those sound nice. I love.
No, I canes. Yeah. Everybody.
And point number 2. Yeah, definitely. With Joe on the reading, you definitely have to, get all the reading in. But another type of reading you definitely should be getting in is that tape. Is that seat time?
Yeah, read that.
There's nothing better than that seat time. No, you just got to sit there and watch, bro.
First of all, why would anyone want these candy kittens? They don't even look
Candy kittens, what are these?
I'm just looking it up.
You know what? I've actually seen those before.
Is this what we're talking about? Is this what you're talking about, Joe? He doesn't even pay attention. It doesn't even look that good. And I'll eat anything, everybody. But no, I'm just saying. Now let's get back into it for a quick little second here. Oh, these guys. Okay, it's fine. I won't eat everything. Now we're getting chirped from the left of us here because now they're saying all the things that I won't eat. And you're right, Mike Peter Ryder. I tend to always be a little bit peckish.
That's why you always keep that Vegemite nearby.
You keep the Vegemite nearby.
I
got a banana at the desk.
Eat mine.
I have my water. We got the Vegemite here. No one's eating the Vegemite except for Obi, because Obi's crazy like that. Oh, shout out and thank you very much to It's Matt, duh, for 10 Trader TV Live gift membership. Shout out to you, Matt. Appreciate you for it has been a wild and crazy day. BTC is breaking the lows, says Sebastian. I don't want it to. Look, I don't want it to, but we just broke 95, and I just shorted VWAP on ETHA, and I'm short Mara, so I'm not mad that that's happening. We don't want it to happen. Anyways, I can't see any way that Bitcoin's breaking this low in this consolidation. Sharif was just talking about, well, I sat back down after a meeting, was in a couple of things only. I was already in Mara and Beyond Meat, but then saw the Bitcoin. I'm like, you really? Like ETHA, whoops, I hit enter too fast. That's gonna sit here and not break down as well. So that's essentially right here. Like if we break out like 24, just above VWAP in here, then I'll jump out of that, but I'm looking for a little bit of a catch-up trade for Ethereum. It says that Coinbase is straight back to being trash. Is it that bad? The NASDAQ got green, the ES got green, we're struggling to hold it. I don't know that you can call this trash. Is this trash? Bitcoin's at the lows and it's making a higher low and it's still green. It is. Some things are rolling over here, Obi, as we get into the afternoon. And Candy Kittens, I'm looking at these things. I'm like, why is that even a thing? They don't even look that good.
I mean, you know what? I saw the packaging. I'm like, I've seen those before.
Have you?
Definitely, they're not too bad. They're not too bad. I'm
sure.
always I like my candies. I like sour patches. Sour patches are absolutely goated for sure. Thank you for the super chat. CSIQ, why 1 month parabolic rise, even 1 year?
Canadian Solar.
Okay, all right. You know what's funny? That I actually recently got involved with. Remember, I said I took a swing position. It's not CSIQ. Definitely not CSIQ.
That's a nice looking chart. Why 1 month parabolic rise, even the 1 year? All right, well, the month.
Okay, so.
Pretty spicy. Didn't they just report? I think they just reported. I feel like they reported, literally yesterday. They literally reported yesterday. So if you're wondering why it did that move, look, what do we have? Okay, Q4 sales wasn't even that, it's not even that good on the guide. They missed on the top. They beat, they missed on, they beat on revenue, sorry, and they missed on EPS. And then the guidance didn't even look that good when I'm reading it. So squeeze? I don't know. Maybe there's something else that got said during a call, or maybe dig a little deeper as to why it's breaking out. Because yesterday the earnings didn't look that good. That's just from a cursory glance there. For the super chat there, Hinsey. We appreciate you. And I thought we had another one, but we don't. It must be squeezed. Like it's just a guess. Like anytime I look at something parabolic like this and fundamentally it doesn't make sense, it's in a solar space, which is typically anywhere from like 15 to 20% short floats in a lot of those names. So I would maybe guess that. Arun is saying short MSTR. It's cooked. Ooh. Oh, this is not a. See, I don't know, man. Like I wasn't feeling that good and was wrong about a lot of it on the way up. I wasn't feeling that good about the bounce and what in the market, crypto in general, what it meant this morning and what it might mean this weekend and for Monday. Because a lot of things have bounced and held. Exhibit 1, like the NASDAQ, that's a V-shaped recovery to the morning lows. And then see how you're holding, at least for now, knock on wood, like holding above this consolidative area for the NASDAQ. That's potentially still holding bullish if we can do that. But then you have what's going on with Bitcoin and MSTR and probably BMNR. Absolutely getting smoked and already at the low. So yeah, you're getting a bit of a juxtaposition here. I do favor the crypto names short this afternoon, but it doesn't wants to do much but go sideways.
Yeah, ETH and crypto, they're kind of they're pulling back, and I think that we always find that ETH always has that like lagging response to Bitcoin, especially on the way up, but sometimes a lot of the time in step on the way down. funnily enough. But that CSIQ chart, man, that thing looks absolutely solid. Even on the daily, look at the spike in volume, the increase in since about the end of October here as well, breaking that 35. So yeah, aggressive volume, increasing volume as well, breaking a multi-year downtrend on this name. Yeah, Canadian solar stock for sure. But regardless, the price action is kind of is showing immense. Nobody can really deny that as well. And yeah, today, just on today's day's price action. Today's intraday price action. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Today's intraday price action. You can see we've wiped 4 days worth of action and very aggressively strong going into the end of the week. So yeah, good strength on this name. I have no idea what's going on, but I think the price action and the volume kind of speak for themselves here on CSIQ. Something I've been watching here is Baba. They had some news over the midday session. I was out on a walk, but bit of to the downside, and I heard the news later on, but just looking at this, look at this beautiful retest of VWAP here, lower highs, lower lows on Baba, currently making a low at 123. So definitely have eyes on this one. Increased volume initially, but you can see the volume as we kind of tread along time. Let's see how long this was, about 2 hours, roughly, about 6 minutes. So yeah, Baba definitely on one.
Oh, no questions asked. Once we're ready, we'll get into a rundown, the names that, well, I think we might be ready, the names that you guys are interested in watching. The next opportunity, before we get there, because I don't want, just in case we're on Sharif, like I'm tracking a trend down in Apple and looking for a potential trend break. That would be like a break back to the upside on the 3-minute chart. So, I mean, Apple's been, a lot of things bounce back. Apple, a decent amount of strength as well, but looking for that to break the trend. Let's see what it is that everybody was typing at and wants us to go over in the rundown.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show, what we talk about every afternoon. OBE in for Sean today, but the big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers outside by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to it by that $sign, throwing that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all 4 major averages. Are at a markedly different look than where we're at to start the morning when I was sitting right here. The NQ now positive, believe it or not, up 0.1%, followed by the ES marginally positive, up 0.1%. The Dow, after making all-time highs a couple of days ago, the only negative major average on the day, down 0.5%. In the Russell 2000, now below 2,400. We were talking about that 2,500 point area not long ago, but still up 0.33% on the day. Good recovery from the lows this morning for all 4 major averages. Tesla, ticker as decided by you, but the blood was in the street today for the Cybertruck maker as this one dipped below 400 all the way down into 380, barely holding on, but it's recovered since. It's back above 400 off because of this battery issue that they had with their second generation battery packs causing fire, smoke, and possible death. So they had to basically issue a warning there. It is not, though, for, the case for their newer Model 3, not the Model 3, the car, but the version 3 of the battery pack, guys. Tesla recovering a little bit here, up 1.4.
Yeah, good recovery for Tesla, but I feel like the same way, what I was saying this morning, as let me just quickly show you guys, because I want to keep you guys apprised of the position. I might only be in 2 of these 3, because we're very close to, I don't like to stop exactly at VWAP, but I'm adjacent to VWAP here, just above on ETHA. It doesn't look like it wants to follow Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's back up 95, another big point. But Tesla, as much as this is a good-looking rebound, and on a 15-minute chart, on the intraday chart, it looks great, you've got to remember how big of a deal it is to break a channel like this, like that 420 to 460. Look at what happened when we sat here for a while in the mid 300s. When you finally broke away from this, it was just parabolic for a couple of days. And then you finally settled down. This bounce, without closing, it back above like 412, 413, like the upper end of this range. If we don't end up holding something in here, then it's just not as bullish as I want to give it credit for. opposed to like, I just need to see what happens on Monday. If we don't start recovering those prices by Monday, I think I'd be at least a little bit concerned with Tesla. That we just had a bit of a relief rally and the shorts can regain control. 420 still big resistance and we're underneath moving averages. Like that kind of a thing I think is a problem. From the trading aspect this afternoon, I was pretty convinced that this was going to be, there's your breakdown, there's a consolidation, going to short this into the volume weighted average price. Just as it was starting to work and give you a couple bucks, it broke back out. So while I might not be as super bullish on it when looking at the daily chart or the 15-minute, this afternoon, I don't know that it's one I want to be short. Well, like probably not going to try to fight this one because like it was breaking down and the structure was good. The buyers came back in, but they can't seem to break the hump of the more important level that I think we got to close back above. On that daily chart, still looks like we're giving it up. So I'm not ringing the all clear for this stock whatsoever.
Yeah, I think this consolidation that definitely standing out here, and important for me because end of day consolidation from yesterday. After a strong day of selling, we go sideways for about 3 hours, and the high of that consolidation is what we're holding up on right now. The current consolidation that's been happening for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. I was involved with it right off of the open. Tesla was very, very choppy. I was a little short off of the open. Chop didn't really come in. Chop didn't really come in. Higher highs and higher lows, and we've been stepping up since then. So back through 400. I did talk about that 400 level being a little bit interesting, both yesterday session and I guess now as well in the intraday session as we kind of chopped along that 400. Really spend too much time there, but now stepping up above. So very interesting close to the week. Let's see if we can sustain any of these levels. 405s is the low of that consolidation that we're holding right now on Tesla. That's what I'm watching.
AI today, guys. No news catalyst on this today, but did report earnings after the bell on Monday, and it rocketed up at that time. It was trading at about 571 on that day, but all was said and in the pre-market, the next day we're up above $7. They did report revenue of $33.14 million, surpassing expectations, but decreasing year over year on the quarter, guys. The stock, allow me a second here, is up year to date. Tune of, oh, can't find it here. 1 second, BBAI. It is up. No, I don't have it. I'm sorry. Anticlimactic.
It's up $1 million. No, it's not. No, it's not. Absolutely not. But if you look, the funny thing about that one from the beginning of the year is that it's like almost perfect timing because at the beginning of the year it was right in here, like about 430. So you are still up. I'll ballpark that at 40%. Let's just say 38.75%, and then someone can fact check me. And if I happen to be really close, then I'll be like, wow, Neil's amazing. No idea. But what I don't like about this, here's what you don't. On a day where the market had a bounce like this, and where a lot of the names that have been really beaten up the last couple of days got great and fantastic bounces, you don't want your chart to resemble Beyond Meat's chart today, which BBAI's does, where you had that big rally in the morning with the relief of everything else, and then when it rolled over, it's just been steady Eddie to the downside ever since. That's not that good, because what it means is the buyers, while it was able to recover, the buyers lost control quick when the market didn't, and the market stayed in control with the buyers. They lost quick, and they have been losing the battle ever since. It's really just sort of hanging on to yesterday's lows at this point above. So I would say with this one in particular, it lost a period, a retest of the 200 period, which will be way too fast, could be in play here. And I would run away from this for a bit if it lost the 200 period moving average, and then wait back for some kind of a real test down to 253. That's the thing about stocks like this, is when you get these moves up and then it comes out of favor, sometimes the wait can be long for the next big move up. And if we lose that 200 period moving average, I think that's a distinct possibility. Like you don't want to, it's not something you dollar cost average in, well, I wouldn't anyways, if it loses that moving average. So I think we're at least heading to test next week. For now, if I wasn't short Beyond Meat, I'd consider shorting this into any pops, but similar move. We're talking about this morning. It wouldn't get to 150, so I looked for 125, missed that, shorted view lost. Then it put in this higher low. The second I saw this, 1, 2, there's that top. Just fill me in the offer. I just sat on the offer. That's the trend line. I shorted 115 with my stop literally 1 cent above because that was the trend line. And it just, look at it hold the trend. I might just sit here at 10s and grab a fill, and then I can move my stop from break even to on the trend line, or well, it'd be not break even, it'd be a little bit higher. I think it's at 13 now. I move my stop to like 11 and then reload this at 10s. But right now you can't get 10s. I don't like that chart at all, and that's another one that I think is not out of the woods in this market.
Yeah, I think just looking at it, what's interesting to me, Neil, is that reversion that came in off of the open here. So yeah, strong push right off of the open, but in the open session right here, before the first half hour is even done, the bid just collapses, 650s, failure to follow through that high there, and then it comes in aggressively. It comes in maybe a little too fast, I would say, because you can see the nice slow grind there, but when we step down, it's just a straight line down. So you know the say you take the escalator up and the elevator down. This is very much that here on Big Bear AI, back to the downside. So sellers from the prior 2 days, we saw a similar kind of action on Wednesday where you had that strong bid, grinding, selling for the rest of the day, but sellers, and then yesterday as well, sellers very, very dominant. Buyers, again, attempt a bit of a bid off of the open, met with sellers, aggressive sellers, to say the least, there on Big Bear AI through that 650. So that's the stuff on Big Bear AI right now. Doesn't really look like much because sideways consolidation for the past couple of hours.
Guys, Meta, no news today on Meta, but we saw it lose $600 momentarily all the way down to $595. There is this headline, Tiger making some moves in their holdings. They dissolved their entire position in Eli as well as CrowdStrike, and they cut their position in Meta by 62.6% down now, only 2.8 million shares. So Meta getting some institutional sell-off.
Institutional sell-offs, but there was also a bit of a double bottom. I say a bit of a double bottom because it did lose 600 today and then regain. A lot of things did, but another bottoming tail candle. This time it's still lower. Look, you're still lower lows here. You're still lower highs, lower lows on this daily chart since we flushed, but you do regain 600, will close back above it. Starting a little bit better for the rounded bottom, but as I say that, you guys can kind of see this. It's still trending down. I'm not going to leave these in here, but you get the idea. You're still making slightly lower lows, and you're definitely making lower highs as well. But you get a little bottom with the potential that if we break out on Monday above 680, 618, which is an outside chance today, to be honest with you, if you break that out, then you get like this little rounded bottom the last 3 days. Somewhat of a move into 630, and then the real good stuff I think happens above 640 where it gets bullish again. But for now, remember what's going on with Meta to a certain extent where I think everybody, if you look at it, I mean, everything pulled back the last couple of days, but specifically Meta was already weak compared to the other hyperscalers and Mag 7 because their big time spend is necessarily seen in the same light as in terms of generating growth in the future with the rest of the AI names. So it was a bit seen in Google's approach, maybe even at this point. Still like it from a valuation standpoint. Like the second it got into that mid-20s, okay, that's a DCA. And then if it gets into the low 20s, that's for sure. The PE gets down there, I'd buy some more of it again. You know, take some time with it. Clearly, this one is built differently from the others. I only have to show you what an Apple chart looks like, Google chart looks like, and I think we all get it. But that's been true many times. Google looked weak relative, and when it was the best valuation, it got snatched up big time. I think that's what's happening for Meta in the short run.
Yeah, I like this look here on Meta, and right away I'm seeing a little more of the same, Neil. A lot of selling here off of earnings, and we've been getting that continuation. Last Friday, though, we caught a bit of a bid. Not only was it Meta, it was alongside the rest of the market as well, but a bid nonetheless. We're more of the same here, a bid coming in all day today off of the same level. Sure, it's not the same magnitude as last Friday, but still coming in and around that same level. But I do want to point your attention to maybe a little higher time frame here. So I just want to go up to the monthly because I'm looking at Meta a little bit on the higher time frame side as well. Look at where we've come from. I was looking at this, Neil, in about 2024, 23 here, where it was coming back up into this 400 level. This was a textbook reversion here, 100% reversion, and we've only accelerated since that acceleration. You can see this range is also expanding as well, so well within range, even though we've been getting aggressive selling for the past couple of weeks here on Meta. So bigger picture, still very well within trend, but shorter term, I think, yeah, bit of a pullback.
Open door is 67.5 and 2/3% since the Friday low, and there's a reason for this. So Bill Pult, who is the director of U.S. Housing, says they're actually looking to investigate these portable mortgages and change the rules. So portable mortgages allow you to basically to take the existing mortgage that you have now at the lower rate and with the favorable and transfer them over to an existing or to a new property that you want to purchase. Currently, Fannie and Freddie Mac prohibit the use of these portable mortgages, which is why Bill Pulte, the White House director of U.S. Housing, says that he's looking at investigating that and a marked drop in Freddie Mac, and at the same time, we've seen a move up here in Open Door. So something to keep an eye out for on that, but no specific headline with respect to Open Door today.
Oh, they filed recently. We were just talking about filings. They did a filing. Literally a week ago today.
Yeah, like a week ago, right?
Yeah, a week ago
it's
today.
Just like, it was absorbed, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they filed an offering a week ago today for 180 million shares. The other story since that was also that Kaz said he was going to buy 1 million. That's the CEO. But what's happening now, which actually was mentioned in the chat, it's weird because there was an exact comment in the chat: open long, stop to 8, and you've been watching the show long enough. On the 15-minute, that is a break. It's a trend break on the 15-minute, with the prior bar low being $8. Like, that's a pretty normal technical setup. The only thing about trend breaks on the 15-minute is the later it gets in the day, the less I like them, because it's a higher time break that as a day trader, you have less time for it to work. So there's really only, like, to me, it's like there's like an hour until we get to close to imbalances. So I'm only going to get, you get 3 candles for that to really work out for you, which is not the same as if it breaks a trend on the 15 at 11 o'clock or something. You got all day for it to work. So it's like I don't know how I grade that. I'd probably grade that like a B setup, because I need it to be doing better volume and going right away. But that's not bad. I'm actually thinking I want that myself. On the higher time frame structure here, it's still you made the top and highs. So yes, we had that parabolic move up, and yes, we're going to close above the 50 period moving average. That $8 is absolutely critical. But keep in mind, this is a name where the bottom can fall out very quickly. It's one thing to say, and I've probably only gone long this week, and since that bottom, I don't think I've an Open Door. As a day trade, it's much different saying, oh, you'll take that trend break or grab the trend long a couple of days when it's going ham. Very different between that and holding for a swing when, essentially at any moment you get rugged. I'm not a big fan of the door. And, I'd love to have Mr. Eric Jackson on here at some point to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, that would be absolutely awesome. Open Door, not really much for me today because it's within the range that it's been kind of traveling in for the past few days here. So nothing too crazy, just that range for me. This is kind of no man's land, but bigger picture, yeah, it might be building up into a little bit of something. Here on the multi-hour, this is a 3-hour chart. Yeah, break of trend here on a higher time frame as well. That's the break right there. And we did pull back and hold pretty well as well. And I have a bit of an anchored from earnings as well. So we did dip down into that in the so holding up pretty well, pretty decently. Bigger picture, guys. I was just showing this to Neil on, again, going high time frame on the monthly chart. like take a look at this. Does this look like this is over? I think there is a definitely a little bit of a story that might be concocting here, but who knows? I'm watching this range. That's all it is. Important here. The range is from about $5.25, and the highs are about $10.85, $10.87 specifically. So open door, still a story unfolding, I think.
A couple of super chats before we go back and discuss Nvidia. Mike P. DeRider, our good friend. Apparently I'm supposed to say it, Mike P. DeRider. That's how Sharif says it. So that's how we'll go with. We should all feel so lucky to have Trader TV. Well, I'll tell you right now, we're lucky to have you. See, let's be real for a second. Because if the show wasn't beyond, if we didn't have the show, if the show wasn't on, my team. Desk, much like this one, trading by myself, well, not by myself, but traders like we always have, kind of just talking to each other. That's it. But now we have you guys, and we have this big show, and we get all this like quality discussion, quality ideas, and then you guys are always really kind. So we have a really cool community, which is amazing. Like I'll tell you, just to give one more thing, we'll get to Nvidia. Like you guys have no idea when the World Series was on, and we got on TV. I saw my daughter made a sign, and we were on TV for a little bit, and all of our I had all friends and family we saw you guys on TV, and my daughter's like, that's pretty cool. And then I told her that, oh, look at this from the show posted on X, like our picture, and that you were on TV with your sign. That was like a whole different world for my daughter. Like it went from when you told her like, oh yeah, Grampy said you guys were on TV. She's like, well, that's nice. She's like, one of the viewers posted and saw me on TV, and like that was the coolest thing in the world to her. Not that her, but anyways. And that's because you guys are awesome. So anyways, let's talk about some Nvidia before I ramble for way too long. What is he watching?
Oh, sorry, guys. That's you, girl. I was watching Donald, one of the great videos that Ramin just dropped on the Trader TV Instagram account. Make sure to check that out. There he is. All right, shout out to President Trump. All right, Nvidia, guys, down 10.5% from their all-time highs, trading below 190 today. Bank of America Securities maintaining with a buy and maintaining the same price target, 275, guys. Separately, of course, Nvidia has been selling off aggressively after the accounting practices with respect to the usefulness of these GPUs and their longevity.
Okay, so first of all, where's Ramin? Wherever Ramin is, she can't hear me because she's too far away. That moment needs to be clipped because that was like one of the. I don't know, maybe just me, but that was like the funniest ish of all time. But I would love to know. I got to see what he was watching, and maybe we'll try to figure that out a little bit. But Nvidia was the poster child, is the poster child for this AI market. And if you want to look at what's distinctly different, you know, we're talking about Bitcoin wasn't really holding up, and not everything that rallied this morning was doing well. Well, sometimes it's how you end, not how you start. Nvidia for now is looking incredibly strong, up 1.8, but it's done the gap fill. It's a hold of the 50-period moving average. It has yet to really break the downtrend on the daily chart. I don't know how to really show that to you, but this is almost bull flaggish. And the other thing you have going for Nvidia is, ooh, looky. Exactly at the open where we dropped at 191. This is where we dropped off. Support was. So if we break 191 this afternoon, I'm going long. Like that's a break-in. It's only a scalp trade. And maybe it's a fail break. But that's too big of a level. Ideally, you consolidate here and break it on Monday where there's more time for it to work. But it looks great, and I'm all for it. Apparently it just got pinned to the chat. Where did that just open up? I have to. Oh, this is what it was. This is what Sharif was. Oh, where did it go? I'm trying to drag it over. This is what Sharif was watching. You guys don't have the sound. This is what. But you guys can't hear it, unfortunately. Too much winning. All right, that's enough. You guys, it's pinned in the chat. You guys can all look at it. So if you're in the chat, you can just right here, and that's what Sharif got caught watching while he's supposed to be doing the rundown for us. Which is fine, Sharif, man. Like this is live. Like we're not network where, oh no, you went away from the script. Oh no, you were caught saying something candid. whatever. I literally eat in front of you guys all the time. Like if you did that on like CNBC, they'd probably fire you. I don't know if I could do that.
I think
I gotta eat.
Okay, so when it comes to Nvidia today, I think interesting that $80 level was interesting. Just prior lows. This was what I was watching because coming into the pre-market, even in the after hours. I mean, last night that happened, Neil, in Blue Ocean last night, it was very capitulatory, and I was just like, the market definitely fell a lot more than I expected.
That's a big
you saw the extended move that I showed you on Tesla.
Yes.
I shorted the initial it, and I was just like, I definitely left a lot on the table and missed the bigger part of the leg. And coming into today, we've only seen a bid. So I'm really asking the question, Neil, is like, are we really moving on to that? Like, we're talking about, okay, 24-hour markets, everything is kind of with each other. When the after hours has such a strong move, almost a capitulatory move, and only start bidding off of the open, I'm really starting to kind of, put these markets together and be like, okay, this is interesting, some of the nuances that you can pick up when you're watching both the after hours, the overnight, and then the pre-market and the open session as well. Absolute strength on Nvidia going into the end of the week, and we saw the same last week as well. Buyers came in and around this same area, so strong confidence. Buyers are showing themselves over a higher time frame at the end of the week as being interested above this 180 area. So I think bigger picture could be very interesting, but higher time frame, you can see that yes, this is the same. This aggressive bid that we got all the way up to 212s here started off in this same area, the same kind of buyers. So the question is, do we make lower highs into this area, this 180? I'm going to be. If it comes back to 180 anytime during next week as well, I'm definitely putting up an alert on Nvidia for that because they're showing themselves very obviously.
Ooh, you said very obviously, which was not a school word. I feel like that's beneath you, Obi.
Sorry.
You got to level up. Literally in the chat, we're having a discussion about how nobody uses more school words than Obi on the show, and believe me, it's 100% on purpose.
Sometimes I like to mix it up,
I know you like to mix it up. And we like to mix it up every now and then by giving you important information like this. Each year, 3.8 million reported in the US, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code you see in front of you, and Baba's breaking down again. That's not good news. This headline is not good news for Alibaba. Just the sheer sentiment of it, the accusation, having the administration once again pointing aim at individually listed companies. Look, I'm not just saying I still own Alibaba shares. I do. But you get that sentiment breaking this support level, which is the big one. 150 is kind of a big deal too. But you're breaking support level in the 155 to 160 range, and it just seems like you could have a gap. And all you need is the wrong story in this particular case to make it happen. So yeah, it gets a little frustrating because obviously the thing about Baba is like you have the whole, this is the business potential growth there, and then you had the chart which was really good, but in the back of your mind it gets this discount because at any moment you can have, and once the US government's against them, then some institutional money is not going to work. And then you get these rug pulls, which seems fine when you look at it on this time frame, but if I were to further, maybe I need to go to I'll just go to the monthly chart. When you zoom it out a little bit further for Alibaba, you begin to realize, yikes, that's way too far, that this move up has been good, but we didn't get that far. Like we're actually pulling into, I thought we'd get to the 200 level at some point, but like you're not really breaking away from the lower highs that got put on that downturn, which was a huge rejection of the 200 level before, pulling back in the same range. Like this could easily be back at 120, and that wouldn't even be crazy. It'd still be on uptrend if we got back to 120 bucks. I'm really hoping this isn't the start of something like that. We'll let next slide for sure. And Daniel B's like, this is why you shouldn't invest in Chinese ADRs. I don't know disagree with you. And I absolutely am considering whether I should just ring the register. It was hard to ignore it was doing this. It's between 70 and 80. Like something gets beat down this much, had really solid valuation compared to anything remotely in its space, and gives you this long consolidation and starts breaking away from it. Like when it took the 200 period on a monthly chart, how do you not like that long? It gets hard not to like that. Then it gave you a reload off there as well, but it might be time to consider an exit plan for it. Just to be real with you. I haven't sold the last third of it yet. I'm seriously considering whether I want to, but I kind of don't want to. That's the problem. I don't want to. I think it has, I was pretty convinced at least 200 on it, and then a break of that would get you more, but it could be, I could just be wrong about that. I got to move this back to a daily chart because I don't want that to save, and then I forget about it on Monday. So I did get to that open door. Like I said, I think it's more of a B setup than anything else on that 15-minute with a stop under 8. It's a bit wide stop, which I don't love. So I'm going to go with a tighter stop and play it off the 3-minute here, even if that is the setup on the 15. It's just a way to say this is not an A+ setup. So I'm only giving it just underneath that 820. Much, much different from this. If it was a little bit earlier in the session, it had this same trend break, the stop would be under $8, and I'd hold it for much longer and for much more. But it's 2:40 in the afternoon, and it's also a Friday, so that means I tend to want to keep things a little tighter to the vest on a Friday afternoon, anticipating that you don't get crazy action.
Yeah, I think that's very fair here. I'm looking at BABA as well because thing that's moving the most, I think, here in the market going into the end of the day, and consolidating, holding this level right here and building lower highs into it. This is starting to look a little bit like a flat bottom break, if I do say so. And 5220s is that low here. So currently trading at 5270s, this prior structure of 5370s, and that 55 halves as well. So, and then this ultimate high, the first pullback that we had, the only bid that come in and gave us a bit of a range was only able to get up to 158 here on BABA. So those are the levels that I'm watching here. Let's see if we can get that continuation, that news. Kind of interesting. The price action very telling. What's up, Adara?
Fed commentary on Watch. Fed's Logan saying here that she supported the cut, but she would have preferred to hold rate steady in October. Now, this now makes her at least the third Fed member on top of my head to say that they would have actually considered voting for a hold in October rather than a cut. The other two members were Fed's Hammock and Fed's Bostic. That was a while ago. Now, we actually know that there is one individual on the Fed, of course, Fed Schmidt, who actually voted to hold. So with him plus these three Fed members who are saying they would have maybe liked now 4 Fed members that were a little bit more hawkish than the overall group. That's a third of the group. So interesting look here. We do get some more hawkish comments coming in. Logan also saying here that the labor market is cooling, but is roughly balanced. Almost exactly what Fed Schmidt said this morning, guys. Back to you.
There you go. And we're down to 46% chance. That is not good. It doesn't look that good. As high as, I think we're up as high as 90%, and then we're still above 50% as of yesterday, and now down to 46 for that December cut, which, you know, seeming less likely. And the fact that it's still being marked at this 50%, I feel like if we don't get it, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. With that being said, the market right now is continuing to bounce higher. I know you mentioned Alibaba, certainly a mover. Nvidia is still tracking toward that 191 break, what it looks like on a 3-minute. This might be worth some inventory going into the break as opposed to taking a break. Just sort of seeing the tapes really start to pick up. You see how it's like gradually going and the tape's like picking up. So this is, I stole this term from Obi, by the way. So I don't want to sound like I'm, when I say get inventory going into it. Like I don't even know what we used to call it when you'd go long into a break. Like I'm getting long before it gets to the top. And now you have this term which is like get inventory into the break. So much better.
I like to think a little bit more like, you know, like you're wholesaling product, selling things.
You're
right?
wholesaling
so it's like,
product.
So you like on your blotter, you have like, that's your inventory. What are you holding? You're holding some things negative, you're holding things positive, long and short, and then you want to, essentially you're moving that inventory. So you're doing business, right? So that's why I think that's where that comes from. But yeah.
Oh, and the tape is going up. I mean, the tape is picking up. So here's the best way to explain it. See how nice parabolic move. There's your pullback. It's kind of like a little consolidation over that top. And then kind of breaking out, but it's just slowly going. Like each candle is expanding after it contracts. Each candle starts to expand. I also see like sales. Where's my, not even on Nvidia here. I also see the time and sales start to pick, which is a tape picking up going into it. So it's just having some acceleration going into the high. Like the high is 190.70. So what I simply see is like, okay, well, if it's still expanding, hit the bar, I'll hit the prior bar high as it goes. And what I like for a stop in this case is I'm trying to work into the long going into 191. So just give it to here, right? Like where was the prior resistance, which was about 189.80. Then when it broke away, there's your contention bar, and then it's 189.80 there. So I can be long into 189.80, and I can kind of start it anywhere in this range. But what I want to see happen is green. If I see a red bar, I'm not adding to it until it gets down closer to support. But if it continues to these green bars, it's like build and just get more and get more. And then if it goes into the high break, you're already long by the time it breaks the high. And you don't have to do anything. You can just sort of you want to add or not. So that's the plan of action there. And so eclectic passions, no, the volume doesn't necessarily have to be higher. It's the afternoon. So I don't necessarily to see the volume increasing. If it was like a small cap stock, I'd probably really want to see the volume increasing. But I want to see like the tape getting faster, meaning that this slow move is getting a little bit more rapid, wider candles, a little more volatility. The volume can be the same, but we're just covering more ground with that volume, and that's enough for me. Should I miss that? There's a small capper that's moving. I'll have to try to hear that in my ear again. But nothing really crazy going off on my side. But there you go again. Like it just popped up. I can try to maybe get something on a little bit of a dip into the bottom of that candle again, and then we'll try to add at about the same price. And looks like we are headed toward that breakout potentially.
I like that idea as well, Neil. I got involved with Microsoft here. So yeah, interesting. Nvidia is putting for its highs as well. So is Softy. I'm looking at Tesla. I asked you guys what the next trade was. What are you guys looking at? I got QBTS. I got Tesla, and I think there was one more as well. That was Ozan talking about simple trade 410 break in Tesla 415. That's what the gamma says. So I will wait for it to trade and get my 5 USD and be over with it. Nice. Good luck with that. We'll take a look at that 410 break in Tesla. Netflix. That's what the last one was. Roger Newman saying accumulated Netflix all day. Nice. And Barstool Bagel. QBTS. All right, let's take a look at those three names here. Yeah. So that 410, yeah, I like that. That consolidation, if we can really push this consolidation with any sort of distinct volume and price action, yeah, we definitely have that high of day well within range, and we can travel maybe up into this consolidation from yesterday. That's what we knocked on the door of with this aggressive bid in the morning. Look at that, coming right into the only place or the first place that we caught a significant bid yesterday after the off of the open. So yeah, a little bit of a distinct area, and it comes in once again today, showing us that yeah, it might be a little bit of an interesting area for sure. So yeah, I like it when certain levels test both as resistance and kind of giving us that confluence for that level confirmation. So yeah, Tesla consolidation, I like it if the consolidation pushes higher with distinction. The continuation, I think the probability does go a little bit higher there. So QBTS, let's take a look at that one. That was the here. D-Wave Quantum. So Quantum's been very, very strong, and I mentioned this earlier as well to my pod. I was like, look at Quantum. Quantum's holding the bid very well, and it held VWAP very well in the morning session. So I was watching some of the tape on IONQ and Rigetti and of other names as well. VWAP's held pretty well, so I was like, look out for VWAP. And guess what? More of the same here on QBTS. We'll get to Netflix right after we get back from Adair.
Right now, we're going to discuss Meta, guys, META, because we do have some news on this one. Business Insider reporting that the company is going to start grading its staff on their AI impact starting next year. So we know that Meta has really been making this push towards AI. Looks like the frontier of that push is actually ranking their staff or grading their staff based on their usage of AI or the way that they impact AI. Details as to what this may entail, I will certainly keep you posted. But for now, here is the headline. We also still have comments coming from Fed's Logan. One of the more interesting things that she said, which didn't seem to move the market much, but I do think is of note, is that right now she would not support a December rate cut. So she's probably been the most Fed that we've actually seen with regards to the December rate cut, saying that she, right now anyway, would, to quote her actually, she said it'd be hard to support another. So looks like, again, this hawkishness does continue from the Fed. Now, before we send you back to Obi and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we've got some great news here out of Canada for the sophisticated traders who are on our stream. Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, okay, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But guys, even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, so one more.
Thank you, Dara.
Go, nice. So Netflix, the last one I'm going to cover here. Yeah, aggressive selling off of the open alongside with the rest of the pre-market session, but Netflix was distinctly different. It sold off even more in the open session. Right off of the open, look at that aggressive selling. VWAP retest, nope, sellers step in. VWAP retest, even at 1040, sellers step right back in. So distinctly different from the rest of the market is Netflix on the day today. So yeah, good call on that one. I'm watching it, and I think was it in the chat? They said they were accumulating it all day. So buying it up here just above that 1,000 level. Yeah, I think for the long term, if you're looking for days that are and you're looking to buy the dips, yeah, today was definitely a little bit of a dip and double bottom there at around 1,100 on Netflix. So good looks there. A lot and definitely in play. I talked about, yeah, Mag 7's doing over 2 times R vol. It is significant. Netflix was definitely one of those there. It's not part of the Mag 7, you know what I mean, top constituents. It's definitely within the top 15 for sure. And you can see that relative volume has sustained. It's not 2 times for the rest of the day, but about 1.5 times relative volume. Now, this is a 5-period relative volume, so it just measures what the past 5 days have done. And you can see here, the past few days, we've only been catching a little bit of a bid, roughly a 50% retracement on the day today of that bid from the beginning of the month. Yeah, around the beginning of the month, we were sideways there as well. So yeah, that's the look there on Netflix. What do you got going?
Well, let's just say Nvidia did a little bit of a shakeup. They changed, like the tape changed a little bit. You know, see the acceleration, add, takes them out, and then they kind of, the same thing that got me in was actually getting me out of it, then immediately reversed. I tried to jump back in to try to get that breakout trade. And as you can see, Nvidia is continuing to go. Hopefully some people are still in it. I'm certainly not. The other thing that's happening is open door. I want to leave it on Nvidia for a quick second, but oh, my open door chart's kind of jacked. It's weird. My black charts are usually the reliable ones. I've had it open longer, but there's open door. Like there's a dip. It went into the average price. Looking for it to break into the 850 range. That's all. I haven't moved the stop or anything like that. I might be able to reload this at the 8.25 as well. I don't even have a bid. Now I do. So Nvidia, ooh, it's going to break this. The whole idea was to actually jump back in, scalp again into 191, but I'm still not going to take the breakout because the whole plan was to, in lieu of that, be into the break. So just might have scalped out of it, but I would still look for a dip off of 191 instead. So open starting to go from Mara though. Like I'm just sitting in Mara from earlier, and it's starting to trend back up. Actually makes a little bit of sense. Maybe just trim some right now. But when it gets to VWAP, my trailing stop is above VWAP, and I'm going to trim some as the market is strong right now. Looks like we're headed higher. Unless your name is Alibaba, then you're having a good afternoon. Let's put it that way. Although there's probably some sympathy moves. I just realized. Should have looked at JD.
Yeah, you were looking at that this morning.
Oh my goodness, why didn't I go to JD? Because I thought JD was a good short regardless, and now you have this news. Oh yeah, it's underneath that 52-week. This is a 52-week. You just confirmed that for myself. Yeah, it's not just a random bottom. 52-week low is about 29.5. It blew through that on the news. Lower how you can short it underneath 29.50. Okay, I'm going to throw this one up because Beyond Meat's not really moving. I'm not doing anything with this Beyond Meat. Just framing. You'll see it in the position board, but the idea being, if my trailing stop was here anyways, of short once, out, short there at about 115, and so I just shorted it again at 10 because my trailing stop is if it breaks this little consolidation anyways. The kind of attitude. I'm not doing anything else. My bids have been out there for a while. If it falls, it falls. If it doesn't, not really that big of a deal. But I do think there's a room for something else, and that might be the sympathy in JD, because I can short it under big time technical resistance underneath 50s.
Yeah, so Sports and Stonks here in the chat asking, Obi, is ETH inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute? Let's take a look. I'm looking at ETH here. I think this is on the Coinbase exchange. On the 5-minute chart, when it comes to something like an ETH and Bitcoin, I think I'm not looking at a shorter time frame than, let's say, about 15 to 30 minutes. But yeah, no, if you're looking at a 5-minute here, yeah, I don't know if this is what you're looking at. Strong volume coming in at the beginning of the day. You have a bit of a shoulder here. When it comes to head and shoulders, you can call it whatever you want. Let's break down what that actually means. Like, what does shoulders mean? Let's let's talk through that, because yeah, this is forming a little bit of a head and shoulders. How will it form? What does it actually mean? We can also talk about that. Just because something is forming some sort of a chart pattern doesn't mean it's going to do one thing or another. And I think who was it? Mark Douglas says this very well in one of his talks, where he's like, the market definitely has patterns that repeat over and over again and often, but the outcomes of those patterns are absolutely random. Yes. So you have to remember that. There's a lot more nuance required than just a chart pattern to kind of use it effectively. So, but let's go through this. So what does shoulders mean? Head and shoulders, basically, you have a bit of a move. It comes up into an area. If we're going up, then it comes up into an area of supply, and it kind of meets that supply and pulls back in maybe to an area that it accepts, and it attempts kind of attempts to push that. We break through that area that was initial supply, maybe reach a little bit higher, maybe with distinction, maybe we capitulate, whatever. Sellers step right back in, and we pull back into prior structure, breaking that prior high as well. Bid steps back in, and then it tests that same area. So now we've had a double, triple test of an area of short-term, long-term, whatever you want to call it. And it's showing that price doesn't necessarily look like it wants to travel that way anymore. Now, it definitely can. Anything can change. It only kind of participant. At the end of the day, if a buyer steps in and says, oh, I want to just buy, and that buying is a lot more than the selling, sure, the price can kind of continue all the way back up. The selling is actually real, and sellers step in, and sellers step in once again, and break the bid. We could definitely go a little bit lower as well, but we can also kind of maintain this range. So price can go one of Neil. It can go up, down, or sideways. Right?
Sideways.
In a different range and a different magnitude. So those are all the iterations that can potentially happen. This is vague in general, off of a head and shoulders pattern. So yeah, on a 5-minute, yeah, that's well within range. But I wouldn't weigh a 5-minute ETH as heavily as I would, let's say, a multi-hour or multi-day or a multi-week, because this is an asset that trades 24 hours. Right? So that's my take on the 5-minute. I have no idea what this means. Sure, head and shoulders, yeah, we can find a lot of patterns when it comes to nice candles. So
I find if you have a bias already, like you have a general like higher time frame or fundamental directional play you like, then using a chart pattern to maybe time your entry point or figure an exit point, like that becomes really, really useful. We got a super chat from David. It's 3 o'clock, well, about 3 o'clock, which is the perfect time for another one of Dave's dumb and silly trades. I'm not sure it was already responded by someone. They don't think it's a dumb idea, and we love all the ideas out here. Loading up on cheaper put contracts on Relief Friday, see a red Monday. No, my chats are never financial advice. Be careful, friends. Well, I'm not saying anyone should go out and do this either. Why am I getting a call? All right, don't recognize it. Decline.
Down in the DM.
No, just who calls me in the afternoon? Trust me, if it was like family calling or something, I'd be like, oh, we take over. I need to get that phone right now. Thank you, Eclectic Passions. Appreciate that. And also the fact that you made it 222, knowing that 22 is one of my favorite numbers. But the other, I'm not feeling super rosy about this bounce either. Like I do think Monday is a bigger deal. If we show weakness again on Monday, I'd jump right back in massively short, simply because we have 1 day's worth of relief rally, and I think maybe the shorts have just probably been some short covering off the highs. It's very logical to get this pullback. Like look at Nvidia, consolidation off 200 to 250, 205, pull back into the 50 period. It's almost like it's basically from this break area to where support came in. That's like 10%. Symmetry there. It's a prior big level. That's an easy place to think that some short-term shorts are just getting out and taking profits. I think you're getting some of that. It's also, so obviously with options expiration, some management of positions more than what institutions want to do could be the story here. But also thank you for the kind words on that super chat. And the little things, the fact that if you would put a super chat in there and put it in a 22, or just because I happen to like Will Clark, my favorite baseball players, I appreciate that. And knowing that's also where I bought Tesla, just because I love that number. I was going to buy the 220s. I'm like, well, I might as well put the bid at 220, 222. Chris, you got CM Chipotle for dinner last night.
Nice.
It's working.
Okay. That's one way to do it.
What? Like, okay,
support the business, catch a bit.
Why is Chipotle even up today? So buying Chipotle is going to move the stock up. Okay, well, see, here's the deal, Chris. Chipotle today, and then every single person that has ever watched this show eats Chipotle tomorrow, and then the stock can actually get to some, because that's how bad it's been for Chipotle. Not to bag on them, but we need to eat a whole lot of Chipotle if that's what's going to get this stock to go. But maybe it is a bit of a temporary bottom. I'm a little skeptical of that. But it's looking not that bad. You know why? Because it's got well, you should know why. You're the one that likes rounded. There's the earnings gap down. There's the lower low. There is the higher low. And then you're rounding into a breakout next week of 32.26. Then you gap fill to here, and then you break that gap, and Bob's your uncle. The only problem is all of that still has to happen over there.
Let's take a look here at ALKT. This one is making a big pop here at the start of Power Hour. It's Alchemy Technologies is the name of the company. Reuters reporting that Jana Partners, which is an activist investor, built a stake in this company in Q3 25. So again, we're hearing reports of an activist stake being built in ALKT. This stock pushing higher as we send you back to Neil and Obi.
I got to finish this because Obi's like calling me out on this one. But I did finish by saying those things have to happen. It's not a rounded bottom yet, but you break 32.25 on Monday, right? Then on Tuesday, you get to 34, and then you've got a rounded bottom for the break and the gap fill. It's just the other part happens. So we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves with Chipotle, but hey, sometimes getting ahead of yourself is a good thing. So Nvidia, I did reload in front of the prior high for, as Obi would say, inventory into the break of 191. It still has not broken 191. So I've already scalped some out. I'm going to get right back on the bid. Let's go high 50s instead of 60s this time. I'm just really giving it to, this is when the tape changed, and then the prior bar here is now at the 40. So really tight stopping here. These are all like scalp trades. Tight stop each time going into this 121 break. Nvidia's going, the market's going, the ES is close to the highs, the NASDAQ is close to the highs. Almost there, everybody. Almost certainly going to close green today.
Unless, something happens in the next 58 minutes. I'm not jinxing it. I'm just saying you're telling me that there's a 0% probability? There's a 0% chance? Come on, man. You got to be open to the probability.
Yes, OB.
There's definitely, anything can happen.
It's non-zero.
The VIX is above, well, let's take a look at where the VIX is, right?
2174. No,
it's pulling back because we've been
under
up,
20.
Like,
right, yeah.
Look at the range we've been kind of forming here. I got to get that out of the way. Look at the range we've been forming here. Already kind of started to curl up. I remember in October, I was just like, hey, look, it's winding up again. We started to get some pops, some pushes through 17s, 18s. And I was like, all right, maybe this was done. We got that push into 22s at the beginning of November, but I'm in for another leg here. So yeah, volatility once again pushed up to 23s this morning and catching a little bit of a reversion here. We talk about, I remember when earlier we were talking about how reversions are very symmetrical, but don't forget the highest probability reversions on volatility, not necessarily on stock price. right? There's almost a higher probability percent chance volatility will revert a lot more than price. So that's just just a little bit of a tidbit. And I know those of you who write and sell kind of understand that concept pretty.
Where's the more you
well
know
as
button?
well.
I don't have that.
But yeah, volatility back down to 19s. But I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on this because yeah, this is starting to look like a bit of a wind up. Maybe we are in for some more aggressive pushes, but I don't. Also just slam right back down and just grind, and we have a nice grinding market to the upside as well. Bigger picture, we are in a very strong uptrend looking at frame charts. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just let you guys know. So we're doing some things here at X at TTV Research. I want to start with our weekly calendar for next week, which just now I do mention on the post, if you check it out on X, that we are likely to get some economic data coming at different times throughout the week. We're just not sure yet. Well, literally like a minute after we have an update from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The BLS saying that the U.S. unemployment situation report for September is going to be released on November 20th. So we'll get some jobs data on Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to add a post in that thread about that. But again, we are going to be getting some jobs data reportedly, or according to the BLS here, on Thursday morning. I also want to let you guys know we actually have a rare earnings report today. So I'll be in the market recap show. Join that myself and Steve Talman at 4 p.m. Eastern. And quantum computing, QUBT, they're dropping earnings. A pretty good one. This is one that I know gets a lot of retail attention. A lot of our traders like to watch. So if you're like, hey, what are they going to report? 4:05 p.m. Join myself, Steve Talman, on that market recap show. Back to you.
That's right. And QUBT is already, well, first of all, it was Rigetti as well. Like the entire group, D-Wave, they went ham this morning, and then declining wedge after that. But you got 25 million volume, all above, most of it above VWAP. I mean, below VWAP for very, very brief periods of time. That's a credible amount of strength in what has been a pretty deep unwind this week for this and all the other stocks. So there's a lot here because it's what the money does with any of the quantum names. It doesn't matter what they report. Like, does anybody care did anybody care what Rigetti's revenues were? 1.7 or 1.9 million? Like, it was like a $10 billion market cap. Completely irrelevant what the number is. It's really what does the big money do in reacting to it? Like, what are the growth? What are the comments that are being said? Because those things are so fraught, they defy any kind of normal logic. Okay, so I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but the price action is telling me that every single time we press into 191, each one of these peaks is just a tiny bit lower. And then where the buyers come in, so my stop's underneath here, which is like 40s, the bids are coming in lower as well. So when it dipped into 40 the first time, buyers were great at 70, then they were good at 60, then I saw buyers in the 50 range, and now it's heading lower. So I don't like this. I'm not going to reload it again. I will just get out. And if it just ends up being a little scalp off the top, the better trade was in here, everybody. Like when it was into the long, trying to get that 191 break, not necessarily this consolidation. So I will a little bit back of this little afternoon jaunt that we've had in Nvidia. There's my out. There's my stop. I tell you guys where it is. There it just broke. So I think we had a nice run in Nvidia there, but just no big time follow through. But that's the advantage of sort of taking the long this way when it accelerates into the high of the day, as opposed to like if you took the break of the high of the day here, like you're in here. Like, yeah, maybe you could have somehow made that work, but I don't think you could have. If you took the high of the day break, you lost. But if you took the inventory into the high of the day, as Obi would say, then you're a little bit better. So I like that play. To set it up and see how it kind of set up to work into the long, just a little bit better at that point. At open door as well, because it's not really going crazy and it's going into this little supply zone. Never got the ad. I might just take this one. You get what you can get and you won't be upset. It's 308. I want to look for another opportunity. I thought I was going to get JD and never really got the fill for that short. Let me jump out of this one, see if I can't find a little something better in power hour, because I don't want us to sell off. Gobi jinxed it.
What do you mean?
Hey, Moby.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying within like the bid kind of dissipated. Here's the thing: is this not a not like a potential reversion setup here. We're making a lower high.
Of course it is.
We've given up the aggressive bid. All we did for majority of the day was straight up bid.
No, you're right. It is. We're breaking a bit of the trend.
I understand, like, you know, people say down is bad, up is good. I understand that. If you're taking trades intraday, you don't care. It doesn't matter. Things go up, things go down. You want things to move. That's the bigger part. You want things to move. Make sure you're getting involved in stuff that's kind of moving around, or maybe your playbook doesn't involve that. Maybe you're getting involved in not really moving around as well, but we have that we have that as well. So I don't know. I'm just saying when it comes to something that's in and kind of in play with relative volume, you want to see some movements as well. So I don't know. Spider's pulling back a little bit. So
the SPY is definitely pulling back. If we go down, save man, woman, peace. If we go down, you can expect a major.
We're above that 25,000. Think about that 25,000. Bit of a magnet, yes or no?
Oh yeah, let's look at the chart.
Where are we relative to that 25,000? Is that not around up as well? So if we kind of balance out going into the end of the day,
it doesn't
well within range.
And I say that as someone, I just dropped out of the longs, and there was enough price action to tell me to drop out of the longs, at least for now. But we're also not falling all over ourselves. Remember, it's a Friday afternoon. Like the other side of that coin. Think about like most Friday afternoons. What's the most likely thing a lot of the time is that we don't do much of anything. Like that's the reason. I think that's the reason for more of a scalp style trade. I was just looking at Wolf because someone typed it in the chat and I was like, is this moving? It's not. I thought maybe be something there. I was just looking for a better opportunity. But like it might be just a little scalp fest trading. And if you can't find like these types of scalp setups and we don't have a real trade, then it's not going to do anything. And maybe we can answer some questions. Get off my boat. Do you know when the new US PDT rule takes effect? I don't. I feel like, shoot, I might have to look that one up. I feel like I remember hearing a date, but off the top of my head, I can't remember. And I don't know if Adara's listening to me. I will just, Adara, do you know what the date is for the new PDT rule to take effect, if there is one?
I never knew it, so I don't know it now. My memory is good, but unfortunately not for stuff that I just never know the answer to truthfully.
That might mean there isn't that might actually mean there isn't a date. So I could be wrong and maybe there isn't a set date for it. And here's the thing, like I'll throw it to Adara because I know she has like a perfect memory. So therefore, if we had reported it at some point that this is the date, in the rule she would know. So there might not be a firm date. I'll see if I can find it for you.
I'm asking GPT right now.
If you're asking a finance-related question, I would ask Perplexity over Chat.
You know what?
Perplexity's been much more reliable when it comes to that. But there might not be an official date. I think that might.
No, there might not be. It's still thinking. It's still spending time thinking. What's happening?
How long has Brendan been behind us?
how's Brendan? It's good.
Oh, that's too good. Seriously, how long was he behind us there? Like, was he standing there for the last 10 minutes? Like a long time?
Oh man.
I legit had no clue. Oh goodness. What up, Brendan? That desk is awesome. I was there the cameras, trying to figure out angles and that stuff. So you want to have somebody sitting there while you do it. I was doing it during the midday as well. So Fabian's kind of doing whatever it is that you do to get the shot right, and you got to have someone in the seat to be able to do it.
There is no official start date.
There is an official.
There is no official start date. So that's what it is. The framework is approved, but they're still waiting on SEC approval. So the 25K PDT rule is still in force today. So
I'll give you an answer for that. I'm willing to bet anybody, within reason, that you will get that rule changed before we see 23.5 in the markets. Before the markets go effectively 24 hours, you will have change. Because to me, it's all leading into that. So I think that's at some point next year, but I'm pretty sure they'll revise that rule before that change happens. And it's spicy. You know, we don't talk about that enough, like what the effect is going to be. And it's unknown with the 23.5. But here's what experience has taught me over 20 years. It's a lot of the market changes. People say, well, this is going to be bad for this, it'll be bad for that. They almost always end up opportunities if you're open-minded and willing to adjust the things that you do to what the new change in the market is. So like when it was, what's going on here? Now we're just showing the shot. Please check. Yes, check it because it's not on us right now. That's the new desk.
Yeah, that's a new. That's a good desk. I like it. I think they've done a great job on that.
It's all good. So what's happening now? Now the market's rolling over. See,
this Baba is still consolidating at its low, man.
Look what you did, Obi. Look what you.
I didn't do anything.
Look what you did.
Didn't do anything.
Look what you did.
I said there are possibilities.
Perfectly bold.
I said there are known unknowns. Is what I said.
Known unknowns. It's not the known unknowns. The known knowns and known unknowns that they'll both get you.
Yes.
You know where that's from?
Yeah. I forget the guy's name, but it's like it's just a funny.
You need to watch the Boondocks at some point.
Okay.
They do that scene
really
with a couple of characters, and the Boondocks is genius.
Yeah. Was it Cheney said that, right? I think, or was it? I don't remember.
You the clip on the Boondocks. No, not Mike Peter Ryder, not Boondock Saints. The Boondock cartoon by Aaron Magruder. Let's just say it's absolutely hilarious.
Sorry, it was.
Yeah, Rumsfeld.
Are you familiar with that one rapper? He's like this new guy. He's like 16, 17, who looks like so much like one of the characters from Boondocks. His name is Baby Chief. He looks like I haven't even seen the show, but I looked it up because people kept talking about this, and now he's just owned it. But yeah, pretty funny stuff.
Baby Chief, what? Kind of a dumb. Oh, the camera's on. What kind of a name is that? He looks exactly from Boondocks. That's straight up. I don't know if you. This is what's his name? Baby Chief. That's such.
Baby Chief, do it.
I can't even. Whatever. He looks just like the kid from the Boondocks. Riley Boondocks. Here, you guys are like, what the heck is the Boondocks, and why is Neil on this one? Yeah, you know what? Maybe he doesn't look as much like Riley as I thought. I can't. This is Riley. Whatever. I'll leave it on this. That's Riley. That's this guy. There's probably a better way of doing it. But if you've never if you Boondocks, it's a really good show. It's absolutely hilarious. I have no idea if Baby Chief Do It is any good as a rapper. I have a strong suggestion. Even if he's good, I probably am not into it. But Baby Chief Do It. That's a very interesting name.
No idea who that is. No idea. High is now both on the NASDAQ and the ES.
Yeah, because you manifested the short.
I didn't manifest anything.
Literally manifested the short.
Manifest anything.
You really
manifest some success here. That's all.
I like that.
Yeah, of course.
I like where you're going with that.
Yeah, Softy got out of that one. On that one. So I think if someone was asking me in the chat earlier what the stop on Softy was. The stop was break of trend. I got involved with the trend here going into that high day. High day broke. We kind of false broke it. Sellers step right back in the area where we did in the morning, well, in the midday session, around 12:12 here. Sellers step in around 5:11s, and it seems like more of the same happening here with an attempt a little bit higher. Still involved with this BABA as it kind of consolidates, holding that 152 well, just kind of came in and tested 52.01s just a couple of minutes ago, catching a bit of a bid once again, consolidating pretty tightly going into the final 45 minutes of the day here. So not too many 15-minute candles left, Neil, in the day to be printing, but Tesla is printing here as well because that I had eyes on much earlier. Tesla, let's take a quick look. Tesla consolidating, still holding strong, man. Okay, all right. So holding strong above that 400. We were looking at this consolidation earlier when we were doing the rundown. 405s, an attempt at 410s, but still couldn't get to that 412-day high from this morning. So sideways consolidation, market's doing a little bit of the same, still holding this kind of leg pullback here, still within the range of that. Going to be interesting going into the last 40 minutes of the day, whether or not, which way we break that consolidation. Yeah, I might have said we could go up or down, but lower highs, 25 magnet, I don't know. I'm just as best as I can in probabilities. Whether I'm right or wrong, I have no idea. We'll let the kind of market show us. That's all.
That's all you can do. And shorts are definitely. There's no question.
Is that little Bow Wow?
What do you mean? Is that little? Okay, Obi, we're gonna have a problem. No. We were literally talking about. Okay.
Come on.
Okay. What's his name again? Shoot, I can't even get the name
like
right.
Really young
I literally can't even say. I'm staring at it. I still messed up Baby Chief's name. Apologies to Baby Chief Do It, who is apparently somewhat successful as yeah, whatever. From Chicago.
Okay, nice.
I like Chicago. It's a fun town.
Yeah.
I legitimately do like Chicago, but this market's rolling over. I can't find anything I'm in love with for a short yet. I was looking at AMD, maybe that's kind of like a no. I looked over at Bitcoin, which is holding back to, whoops, that's Blue Ocean, back to holding above 95, so 5.4. On Bitcoin, I looked at iBit and didn't necessarily like that anywhere, but the volume weighted average price. Harpreet Singh saying, look at Netflix for a short. Oh, too late.
Here we go, 152 break.
Finally?
I mean, it broke. It's not really going so far.
Okay. Yeah, well, Netflix, that's the thing. I want something which is making the break now. Because I was looking for longs this afternoon, then Obi was jinx the market. I don't necessarily love that. Oh, by the way, that's right. The split on Netflix on Monday, when you come in, don't freak out. Netflix obviously is so they will be much.
It didn't automatically drop hundreds of dollars. Was it 10 to 1?
I find it's always okay on Netflix, but when some random some stock that people like Lucid, that when Lucid did a reverse split, people were freaking out. Like because
remember when the brokers
it
made a
wasn't
mistake?
even guaranteed. Oh, the worst. That was the
because they were what net, they became net short and then it squeezed even higher because they had to cover their position. So that was an epic epic moment as well. I forget what stocks those were, but this BABA right now 152 still kind of holding. We did break below. What's the low here as of right now? 151.84. Is it going to be clean? Probably. Tailwind definitely a little bit on our side as we pull back into that 2,500 and then the ES as well. Lower highs here. Consolidating, not really going anywhere. I think the only thing I'm looking for is that it's not really bidding and we get that tailwind for this BABA and some of these other names as well. Microsoft was kind of a bit of a litmus for me as well, testing that push, testing that bid higher, and that didn't really come in. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm more than willing to kind of pay for this piece of information here. And things are pulling back into their VWAP. Back into its VWAP. Amazon was consolidating underneath its VWAP, and that's taking a little bit of a trek lower as of right now. There goes.
Remember that trend I showed you the afternoon?
Oh yeah. Okay, that's
we were talking.
Let's go.
Obi and I were talking about this at like 8 o'clock this morning before we even came on air, where you have you'll get this breakout, and there'll be a very slight, almost all-day trend forming. And look, part of the reason I can see that is because I was in this silly thing when it held it, and then I saw it hold the trend line again, but we're going to break that trend line here. So this might be an opportunity for the last trade of the day. We'll see on Tesla, for myself anyways. So there's this trend. I'm just going from 11 o'clock. We dipped into this level at 11, and dipped into it again, That's 3 points. Then we get the break. So we'll see what happens. Evan Bolin, I'd actually have to listen to it for this. We want your reaction to Chief Dolt's, huh? No, that's not even his name. Baby Chief Do It Went West song. I didn't even finish saying the name of the song, and Adair was like, "It's so good."
I was listening this morning. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. On the way to work, it's a banger.
It's a banger.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not really up to date.
I'm obviously a lot Sarah, so my reaction to what's the song called again is going to be way different. I'm guessing Went West. Baby.
Is this the equivalent? I mean, who was a very I guess young artist when I was I guess much as well. I don't remember. Maybe Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne was young.
He dresses like Riley too. That's the crazy thing. He dresses like the character from the Boondocks.
From who? Ratatouille?
No, from the. He actually dresses.
Oh,
like
okay.
Here, I had to skip this.
152.
All right, I'm listening to it.
Choppy here, 152. Right. Okay. We're getting Neil's reaction live right here. Okay, 152. Unimpressed. He seems very unimpressed. Okay.
I'm waiting for the beat to drop.
We're anticipating the beat drop right now.
I'm very open-minded here.
I see you, Neil.
I'm very open-minded, okay? Okay, I have a fundamental problem that if, like, okay, the guy's style, obviously he's trying to do a little bit, he's a little bit, obviously. The song is Went West by Baby Chief Do It. And like if you want to see a better fast flow, like Busta Rhymes, Fushnikins, like I can't. I'm trying. The beat's actually nice. The beat is legit.
He produced the beat. That's why it's called Went West, because he's doing his Kanye West thing. He produces a lot of his own beats.
He does his own beats? Okay, because he can't rap. Glad that he does his own beats. No, what? I'm just saying.
Yes.
Straight up. I'm glad.
Thank you.
No, but it's a really good beat. That's really good. And what he should do is make a lot of money giving that beat to people that can rap. There's there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to bag him.
That's sick. I love that.
He's like 17 years old, and that's a really good beat, and you can do really well with that. I just don't think he's a very good rapper.
You know
I'm
what
also old. The heck I think. Seriously. He's just not that good, man.
Unpopular opinion. There's a lot of music.
He's not that good.
I think that these days where it's just very popular because the beat is absolutely fire. The producers are absolutely
the beat is great.
The beat is just straight banging. But like the stuff that's being on top of the beat is I would say relatively mediocre, but it is what it is.
That's always been true.
Yeah,
that is
roughly.
Look, that's been true for a while.
But,
like back in my day, you know who this is. But did anybody think Bubba Sparks was all that great?
Right.
No, but I was in the club going nuts to his songs because the beat was ridiculous.
Yeah,
Probably sucked.
Yeah.
Probably. And I'm sure if I went back and listened to that, I would literally probably be like, I liked this back then. So it's all the same stuff. Anyways, so now short Tesla. Can you manifest more of this? You want to manifest more?
What's still in that range? We'll see. How much time is left in?
It's almost 3:30. So this is like, no matter what happens, this is probably like the last trade. This is like the last like salvo on this trend break. It's not even like a.
My only thing is like.
So I'm going the other way. We're not even closing under the trend line. Like it's not even that great because we haven't closed and consolidated under the trend line, which is disappointing, for sure. Oh, see, look at that. Someone actually, John in the chat knows Bubba Sparks.
Okay, yeah.
That's what's up. You don't know.
Of course I know who Bubba Sparks is.
No, you don't. What's his big song?
I don't remember what the song is, but like Bubba,
Exactly.
you know what?
Exactly.
I'm trying to remember Bubba Sparks. No, it is. You know what? We can talk about this after.
Okay, first of all,
but like Bubba Sparks, I for sure know
his
who
song,
Bubba Sparks.
if you're gonna tell me you know
one
him,
song, he's only known for this one song.
It's about to get ugly. You're gonna tell me you don't know what a song is.
22-inch, rims on a Bentley.
You see the problem with us? I literally said the name of the song, and you still didn't get it. That's the problem, Obi.
Isn't that the song? Or no?
Ugly.
Wait, what?
Exactly. You don't know Bubba Sparks. You don't know Bubba Sparks.
Wait, no, that's a different song. Anyways, what was I talking about? Okay, so the market pulling back in here. I think that Microsoft definitely was a little bit telling, like I said before here, and Alibaba just consolidating tighter. Here, you guys are so jokes on the chat.
First of all, Data Robinson, you know, Obi, look, it's just all fun. This is what we do, man. Come on, all fun with Obi.
Having a good time.
Always having a good time. Oh, I forgot that song, Miss New Booty. Miss New Booty, the other one. See?
Yes, I definitely. They had like that whistle in the background. Yeah. Okay, yeah, of course, yeah. No. See, I'm really horrible with like names of things, but if I'll remember like sounds and visuals. I'm a very, I have that kind of a bit of a recollection. I don't know. I'm really horrible with remembering names. Even with like faces, I'm really good with faces. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I stink with names.
Pattern recognition.
I stink with names. Vin City wants to know how old I am. How about this? No. I'll give you a really big hint. Here's a huge hint. My favorite group was Blackstreet. So that should tell you more or less how old I am. You should almost be able to guess the year. And I know who New Edition is. I listen to a group called Guy. My favorite rapper is Rakim. You should be able to get an idea.
You know who A Million Styles is?
I have absolutely no idea who that is. Sports and Stocks, I do know Troop. I had that album. So you should really know how old I am.
I'm pretty sure that's an artist from your time.
Well, I'm not going to know everybody. Man, it's 3:30. when you manifest the short, you should manifest it in Tesla because
25 is that number.
yeah, but the Nasdaq is still falling. Yeah. Now we have closed, but there hasn't been a solid like really bar close underneath on Tesla here at all. Like it's still kind of not really working. So I should tighten the stop. There's not that much time left anyways. Where is it? Yeah, I should tighten this up. Should you this bar? It's not really going anywhere. I'm not going to give it more than $1. But the Nasdaq is still coming in here. Thought we'd get a little bit more on Tesla, but Tesla just feels like it's too strong. So I'm not giving this a lot of room. I even need to think about the exit here for Mara because even when I got out, it then flushed back into the lows. And when I say the lows, this was the bottom this morning. I know because we were short into it, and it couldn't break away from that low. So I'm going to put a trail in here to about 12.18, cancel my JD stop because I never got into position, and throw the trail on Mara. This was the thing that more or less gave you like good shorts all day long. Not much else did, but Mara did, mostly because of what Bitcoin was doing.
I think Bitcoin was definitely one to watch today. And that reminds me, I got to go check what Coinbase is doing because I did look at it in the morning and I was like, this is going to be the vehicle I choose to kind of trade. And it caught a bit off of the open. So I was kind of like step with the market, not really weak like Bitcoin. But Bitcoin probably has been doing some things as well here. Yeah, a bit of a bid coming in 30 and then pulling back in. Nice little reversion of the whole move there. So the lows that we're looking at, the lows here, 94, 455, 98 on BTC USD. That's on the Coinbase exchange here. So yeah, pulling back a little bit. And this was kind of mentioned in the pod earlier today, Neil. It was just like, it seems like Bitcoin might be leading the market moves at certain given times.
I'd agree.
And I was just like, you know, the meme where was it Captain Phillips, where it's just like, look at me, I am the captain now. That might be BTC in certain moments here in this market. And I'm realizing that a little more. And yeah, pointed out by certain pod members earlier this morning. So interesting phenomenon, I guess.
I do like that. Alan Carpo, I put in the chat what my age was. So just scroll up. Anybody. I don't care. It's not a big deal. But some people might say, I did throw it in there. You guys made some really, really good guesses on it. So Tesla's still doing the same thing before. Sergio, what if Netflix buys WBD after the split? Is that going to bump the stock value of Netflix if they buy Warner Brothers? I don't even know if it would. I mean, obviously it'd be great for Warner Brothers. They need it. I don't know that it's ever that simple. Like anytime you have a merger, it's a little tricky because the terms in the structure can often determine how well or how poorly the acquirer does, regardless of any synergies. Like I've seen some deals where I'm like, well, that's great for the acquiring company. They make an all-stock deal, or it's a really expensive cash deal, and they have to utilize debt because they don't have good cash flow, something along those lines, and then the stock gets beaten up for 2 or 3 days. But really, it was good synergies, and long term, it's a good deal for them. So it that easy, and I have no idea whether they would make a deal or not. We're just all speculating here, but like I couldn't say that's good or bad on the stock. It really always depends on the structure, what they pay. Like Pfizer spent a boat on what was that stock today? What was it again? CD something?
You mean Merck and Sedera?
Merck and Sedera, yeah. CDTX.
CDRX. Or maybe
CDTX. Yeah, it was like 90% premium for these $9.2 billion. My gut when I saw that this morning was, I don't care what they're getting. I wasn't sure the stock was going to go up to. I was like, oh, this might be a good dip buy on Merck if they sell them off for that deal. And then Merck was just trending up all day. Like I was expecting the other way, punish them for a couple by the dip, but this one was treated well, despite the fact that it was a big acquisition. So let's pass 3. Not much on the early look for the imbalances. We got BlackBerry there for 1.9 million to sell. Not much else here. On. That's add 1.2 million to the buy. AMCR million. Walmart's in there, pretty small. BMNR we've seen a couple times here. 1.2 million the other day, but now 900,000 to the buy side, however, on BMNR. I can't imagine having Bitcoin's, ETH was doing better than Bitcoin. Not bad, it's bouncing a little bit, but ETH was bouncing more. So, yeah, Bitcoin. Oh, I really wanted that ETH to go. Like, the thing about this trade, the thing I love about those, you see how I wasn't scalping? The reason for that is when I see IBIT doing this, and then you're on a ledge over there in ETH, like, just sit in it, build as it consolidates, and then if it drops, you're not even trying to get out in here. It's just like let it drop and then just bid it all there. So essentially, like, you can sit there risking like 10, but you're taking it almost all out for like 30, 40, 50 cents. Like, you're not even scalping that. It's just like ledge drop. The catch-up trade pulls you back into here, but you know, it didn't work. It is what it is. David, we got another one. Another super chat here. Can you throw it up, Andre? Watch Tiger Mayweather fight. Get no way. You watched the fight with Teddy Riley? Okay, so anyways, I just told you guys my favorite R&B group was Blackstreet. Teddy Riley is he's the original from that group. He started the group. He wrote all the music. He's one of the best producers of my era. He's the guy responsible for, like, you know how R&B melded with hip hop, and you had stuff like Bill and SWV, and like it was like from like the late 90s, early late 90s, and into the 2000s. He basically invented that. He was the guy that invented that style. He's also the dude that took over for Quincy Jones when Michael Jackson kind of stopped having Quincy as producer. You don't remember the time? Remember the time by Michael Jackson? That's Teddy Riley. Yeah, like Bobby, Teddy Riley. SWV, like Teddy Riley. New Jack Swing was the name of the style. Shout out to, I believe it's Katan in the chat. That's really cool. Incredible performer. But anyways, the guy was legend. Quincy was legend. The short on Tesla is not legendary because we can't seem to manifest it. It's just not moving.
In range. That's what I said. It can just drop in range.
And that's exactly what's happening. Chop.
How many 15-minute candles are left, right? There's only two 50-minute candles left.
That's
now.
the problem with these.
And like now, I'm just like, okay, well, like, are we gonna rip all? Yeah, sure, we can do that. Are we gonna break these lows? Yeah, that's well within range as well. Could we also close in and around just here? Yeah, for sure. I think that's that's well within range. So it's just no real direction as of right now. Just consolidating at the highs. Bitcoin's a little bit more interesting to me, kind of coming into these lows as well. So yeah, nothing crazy going into the close. The only thing I'm really watching closely is BABA, maybe a little bit of Apple as it kind of reverts, pulling back into its VWAP here. A bit of miss on my part when it comes to reversions there. But yeah, you know, you miss reversions every now and then. It is what it is. So.
I saw someone. I'm sorry, I did not catch the name. Who said draw a trend line on. It was happening really fast, and the chat moves fast. I didn't really catch it, but here's the 15-minute. It's pretty simple. Like, the way I look at it, was no trend line that was very clean with 3 points on the 3-minute outside of when this broke trend. I think like this is the kind of this idea where never have worked, but I probably would have taken it if I liked the short on Robinhood. I would have been in this and would have done nothing for me. Maybe even stopped out right there and then worked. But I would then go time frame, go up to 15-minute, and then when you look at the 15-minute, let me just get rid of that line. Cool feature of P Pro here that we have at Real Trading is if I draw a trend line on my 15, it'll transfer if I have a 3-minute up, if I have a 15-minute up, so you can utilize them over time frame. There's your first dip. There's a support after the first dip at the open. Then it takes all this time to really do any kind of a meaningful pullback. There's your second point. It's kind of a B because you really only have a couple of points here. So it's not really that good of a trend line break, but that's the place that I could even draw it. Then I can go back to my 3-minute and say, well, does this even set up? And you could make an argument that you could sit in a consolidative short, and if it breaks, you're out. There's your target as VWAP. It's not terribly unlike, it's not like this Tesla short. Kind of the same thing. But that's kind of the process that I would go through, drawing the trend line. Oh, give me a break. Just go to 22 already. That's what happens. Everyone knows I like 22. All right, I did get 22s. I did get the 22s. Let's go to Adara, apparently.
Keep an eye here in PZZA. Papa John's Pizza moving. Seeing a report suggesting that Iranic, which is an activist investor, has built a stake in Papa John's, according to Reuters. Again, Reuters reporting that Iran is building an activist stake in PZZA. We know this one has been the subject of some takeover attempts, or at least takeover attempts in recent weeks and months. Back to you.
I really hope this deal happens, because this has already been rug once, right? Like this deal speculation rug when they pull out. And so you get another one, deal speculation. I'd be really careful with this, because it seemed like this was going to be something that actually ended up, I think it was like a $5 offer that the board was not warm to, and eventually it got pulled. And you can see what happened to the stock. It's now back at the 40s, so you really hope something comes of it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if a bid comes into this underneath 65 and the board accepts, if I own the shares, there'd be a class action for sure. That's all I'd say. And I'm sure there would be if that happens. But I don't see it easy. And of course, the second it gets to 405 support, what does Tesla do? Instant bounce when it gets to $405. Why? Because it's Friday and it's every $5 that's going to catch a bid. So being short at 406 on a Friday when there's support at 5 means you might not get more than that. This would have been much, much better for anybody that was smart enough to short it here when at 409. Or Alpha saying Katana is the real deal.
Yeah, I think that you see this second last 15-minute candle is finally showing itself here. It was kind of consolidating for the initial part of that 15. With only about 4 minutes left, so the last 5 minutes, it starts to catch a bit of a sell here. I'm looking at SanDisk as well. That pulled into VWAP. I'm just kind of looking around at some of the names that I had on watch this morning, and some of the moves I may or may not have trades that kind of carried forward, and maybe potentially looking for anything to take in the last 20 minutes here, or something that might be setting up interestingly for the close. But yeah, SanDisk, nice little. Not the cleanest, not the best, but happened nonetheless. Back down into VWAP, 257.80s coming in really nicely. And the market tailwind definitely helps. This consolidation low, or not really consolidation, but pullback low on the NASDAQ here. That's just shy of, let's try to get a little specific here, 92, so 25,092s there, roughly in and around that area, just shy of that 25,100 mark is that prior low. With one more bar left after this one, and only 3 minutes for this one to finish printing, I'm curious to know, do we trek a little bit lower? Is the reversion kind of on? And here's the alarm for get ready, OB. Imbalances are on the horizon.
You know what else happened?
What's up?
ES went red. And we all know whose fault that is. There is the ES. Just went red. The NASDAQ very close to following through. And as pointed out, that ETH move that I wanted to have to the downside, that actually did happen when we're not in it. So the market is starting to come back in here. It just never felt like, where's the NASDAQ chart? Like when you look at it, did it really feel like, does this feel that great? Like, didn't we see this? We've seen this movie before. We've seen this movie before. Like, all we've done is rinse and repeat the end of last week. It's still a lower high. So we're not out of the woods, everybody. Rinse and repeat last week. Remains to be seen if we end up holding on to the support. Seems like that 25,000, we could get a retest of that. Overall, I'm going to bounces very quickly because I just saw this one pop up. SOXL is now a buy imbalance for what it's worth. 1.8 million to the buy side. That was not there before. I don't even know what that is. What?
Cold?
AmeriCold. It's a realty trust. Doesn't matter. On is still there as a buy of 1.2 million. Really not much on the. SOXL was sort of a noticeable, kind of weird as we roll over that you have semi index is a buy imbalance. I wouldn't read too much into that, to be honest with you. A lot of times, like anytime you see an ETF as an imbalance, I haven't really seen it move things very often. It can, but usually has to be a really large to move it. It could be anything, that buy imbalance. It could easily just be someone with a big jam short cover. It's options expiration as well. So there's a lot that can be going on with that. For now, the market seems like it's going to battle at least a bit with this red-green. The ES is kind of ticking back and forth. The NASDAQ is barely holding on. Green, like these are the cues. Like you're battling. Like you're trying to hold green like we did before. Like went red, ticked green, kind of the same thing happening here in the cues. Late buying, trying to save the day.
Yeah, I think this just, again, eyes on this buy. Well, Ion Q's turning, about to break structure. Circle's about to, it came all the way back down to its lows from before as well. Let's take a quick look at that one. CRCL definitely taking multiple round trips on the day today, just kind of washing this range at 85s to 82s, back down below 82s, currently trading 81.95s here. IONQ, this is the structure that I'm talking about. We've kind of been consolidating, pulling back day's highs for about 3 hours, maybe potentially catching a bid for a little bit more, now pulling back in. So consolidating at the highs, I like that bit of strength showing up on a Friday after multiple days of selling this week. You can see here, Monday pretty aggressive, sideways consolidation on Tuesday. So consolidation leg and nice continuation as well. Bit of relief into the end of the week for Quantum. So that's a good look there. What else did I have? Watch, I guess CoreWeave. CoreWeave, you can see here that that one's been kind of as well, pretty aggressively multi-day trend, caught a bid off of the open, but back into VWAP, so consolidating sideways on the day today is CoreWeave. You guys been looking at? I'm curious to know. Let me know in the chat. Nvidia, yes, of course, Nvidia. I know we're watching that a lot of the time as well. Nvidia's been pretty strong on the day today. Made highs. So yeah, we got up to that 191.01s are the highs right now that I'm seeing. Still consolidating, very strong, higher highs and higher lows on this tech leader on the day today. So yeah, good look there. Throw it up in the chat. Rivian, yeah, we know Rivian was another one from this week. Some strong interest in that one. Did catch a bit of a bid, but over the past couple of days, selling. Yeah, so coming into the beginning of the week, and even some of the end of last week, we closed at the high of this. Last Wednesday was that aggressive bid. We consolidated, price accepted around $15. Price acceptance was nice. We broke out of the range, pushed all the way up to 8. Now pulled right back back down into that $15 area on Rivian. So interesting start. Bit of a balance coming into the end of the week on some of these names.
And we have a low of the day on Bitcoin. Back 95,000. So you didn't have to manifest too hard to get this one to be a short, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately not looking very good at the end of the session. You have to keep in mind something with Bitcoin. Just because Michael Saylor says it's going back up doesn't mean we are like it's. We didn't come all. Did we come all this way not to at least retest the low 90s? And if this breaks, I think it's very reasonable to see this the low 70s here, like 73 to 77. Be the target range. If we lose this right here, and there's a couple of things that happen if we lose 91. Not only do you lose the trend from this. Look at the trend line. Shout out to a few viewers who are like, hey, Neil, you should draw the trend line on Bitcoin. I didn't put too much effort into it. You get the idea. But if we lose this 91, I think we're in some trouble, at least in the short term. And you could be really, really quickly into that low 70s. But that's looking to buy it. Anyways, in the personal account. Yeah, Sebastian, the other thing, too, is that apparently that's around his price, right? Like Michael Saylor, average long is in that low 70s range. I don't know at what point he becomes a forced seller. You guys can tell me that.
I mean, we'll definitely see it.
No, well, by the time you see it, it's too late.
By the time you see it, it's too late. So the question becomes, do you position for that or do you not? I don't know. But I think that when it does definitely be very obvious. You just got to have alerts on. I think that's a big thing. And if you want to participate, you got to have orders, limit orders. You know, some of the aggressiveness on Bitcoin, you know, when it comes in really hard and heavy and within a very short time frame, right? It definitely, we talk about taking the elevator down. Bitcoin sometimes just takes the jetpack straight into the ground. So
the jetpack into the ground.
Yeah. So sometimes you just have to watch out for that. But if you have orders and you're sitting there, I think that it becomes a little bit easier to participate. in some of those things. But yeah,
Before we go to Adair, we have 1 minute till the imbalances came out. The bounce off 404, I'll get out before the imbalances come in here. Hold on to America because I have a really tight trailing stop, but let's go to Adair and then we'll see what the imbalances have for us.
Keep an eye here. USAR, which is on my screen right now, and MP Materials. Energy Department announcing that they have a $55 million here that they're going to be using to expand production of critical minerals and materials. So $355 million domestic production, critical minerals from the DOE. And balance time, back to you.
Yeah, about 20 seconds till the imbalances come out here. Still a decent size buy on the stock sell, BB 1.5 to the sell side. On might be significant with 0.3 as well. So look, we'll see what happens here. I have no prediction. The market's essentially like the ES VWAP, and then NQ's pretty close. So to me, I was just getting out. And we'll see ETHA 2 million to the sell side. We've got Nvidia's a buy of 1.7, Rivian's a sell of 1.7 million. Those are the ones out. Not really seeing anything else that's big. Yeah, I'll have to scroll down a bit here. Yeah, nothing too crazy really. I think they use Cisco's in there, 1.1. 1 million to the buy side. Nothing crazy there at all. Walmart's in there, but that's pretty small for them. Yeah, I guess Nvidia, that's really tiny for Nvidia. Rivian, that's not that bad. 1.7 million to the sell side. Don't know if that's going to move the needle either. But yeah, it looks like the market's still slowly sliding down here. I mean, Tesla kind of caught a bit for 404, but it's not really moving.
Yeah, you were in NY. You were looking at that BB earlier on. I think that's still there a little bit. But too crazy I'm seeing here going into the end of the day. So we did kind of revisit that lower end of the range here on both the NASDAQ and yes, pulling into the last 10 of the day. So hopefully you guys have had a solid week here. Yeah, a little bit of hopefully we maybe took some profits or took some pieces off of that selling as well. For those of you who are intraday trading, there goes a little bit of Microsoft pulling back in. So that false break of the day, nice little follow through coming in here with some of these imbalances. Not really seeing Microsoft anywhere at the highs there, but we still have Nvidia with about a 1.6 million buy here. We got some other names, ETH, CAN, Rivian is up there as well. 0.7, so we can take a quick look at that one here as well. Let's take Rivian. Okay, so I already had that open here. So you can see $15, $15.11 still the lows. Take that low even off of those imbalances here on Rivian. Nvidia with the buy. Let's see what that's doing. That its highs. All right, so a little bit of a bid back above 190. Too crazy, man. You can see the market just kind of consolidating within that range, even through these Brian Hart saying I jinxed the 25K level. Hey, man, market for the Nasdaq is still not closed. The market on the Nasdaq closes like 6, I think 8 p.m. Right? So I think we're still good on that.
Trust me, if Obi had the power, but if Obi had that power, we wouldn't be sitting here. We'd have like a hedge fund somewhere warm. I'm thinking the Caribbean, probably the island of Antigua, chilling out. That's what we'd be doing if we had that power.
Absolutely not. I would try to be as close to New Jersey as possible in trade.
You wouldn't need to, but you wouldn't need to.
Doesn't matter if I need to or not.
What would be the point? That's overkill. You don't need it.
What if I like participating in markets?
Fair enough. Jersey, you don't want. Trust me, you'd rather be in. There's nothing wrong with Jersey. Shout out to Jeff Mandel. I know he lives out there from OTC. No, this market is. I don't think we're gonna hold. Maybe we do. Just get out of this. Mara's not moving. Give me the mid. Not gonna get the mid. Fill me. I'm gonna get that. I'll get the fill. Fill me. There we go. I'm out of Mara. Just gonna move on over to show you guys what's happening on the NASDAQ. Because there, like I said, there is a battle which is really being waged over something as petty as whether we close red or green. But the buyers are actually coming every single time we tick underneath flat on the Qs. Like pretty cleanly, like bottoming tail, we're putting the bottoming tail. Actually, there's a decent chance we could actually do this. Only about a minute and then 3:55. Sometimes we'll get some of the imbalances that will flip, and then we'll run you into the.
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. Fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Right. So Baba keeps on chopping around. I'm getting chopped up on this. I've definitely spent a little bit more risk than I but I was a little maybe anticipating that breakdown coming in with the rest of the market. I was like, okay, I think the market has a decent probability of coming back to these lows, and maybe if Baba falls in step, that 152 level hold held bid-ish area, maybe that gives up. But guess what? That's not really happening. That's chopping around right now and getting a little bit hairy there. So I'm kind of done with that. Where's the next trade? Might not be there for me today, but hopefully you guys have a solid week as well. Like I was saying before, bit of a bid coming into the end. And I think a lot of people were talking about, oh, Blue Ocean, which brokers. I think there are some brokers that'll let you access the overnight markets as well. Sure. More and more brokers access to it. It's becoming very apparent because when I'm sitting down at night in front of my computer, I'm noticing more and more average volume being traded on the game. So it's just it's a result of more and more market access by participants.
Well, it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's very inevitable.
We're going to 23/5 trading. So as that happens, more and more brokers are going to in the books that give you access to the overnight market. The volume is going to grow there. You'll get to the point where they're not even needed because it's just going to be the regular market open forever. So let's, look, this is going to change next year. That I think there'll be a lot of opportunities. However, traders are going to have to make adjustments. I think to the time periods they trade, maybe the duration. If you're a swing trader, when's the optimal time to enter your swings? A lot of that's going to have to be going to create opportunity in the market. At least that's my opinion. Thank you. We got another super chat here. I wanted to be able to put it up there so you can see your name in there, but it hasn't popped up yet. Oh, it's not working. Here we go. I'll just show it on screen. Thank you very much for the super chat. Prarthna Rolls. Appreciate you. Thank you. Look, we thank all of our viewers in here, but not even a comment in this. We'll just hit the like. Right? They're dangerous. Oh, you were just laugh. Sometimes sometimes I'll answer, like if always I'll answer something in the chat thinking everything's cool. So it's hard for me to tell when you guys are just joking around. I really hope we don't continue this dump, but Nvidia actually kind of battling back here, but the thing that's really getting me about this move, simply how, here, let me actually show this chart again. This is the one I'm getting at. Like this is exactly more or less what we did on Thursday and Friday of last week. Like we dumped this level on Thursday to then bounce the same bottom on Friday last week, and then we kind of hold, then dump the same thing yesterday to rebound it, and then end on another lower high. Like nothing about this move is suggesting to me out of the waters for the downside. None of it. Like we just did the same thing 2 weeks in a row to the sell, and a lot of it was heavy selling, and we're going to end up lower than we were pretty much lower than we were at the close last week, and certainly lower than last week's range. It still feels like we're going a little further. It says 3 p.m. on is net selling. That's very bearish. Institutional net dumping. I completely agree with you there. Doesn't mean the market's going to be down on Monday morning. It's not. We'll get another one there. Can you advise on DFLI earnings today? They report today. Dragonfly reports.
Rare that something
on Friday. Well, they're a penny stock, so
maybe,
like you know for a while there's absolutely zero. I have no idea if they report today. First of all, I would defer to Adara on that. It's only 1 minute to go. I'm not to ask. It's a penny stock, so I'm completely unfamiliar with them. The most important things to know for these guys: can they drop an option so that if the stock goes up, you don't get caught chasing it? Because this type of a setup where you're downward trending into like a potential $1 break is a pretty popular breakout strategy. But if they can drop an offering on you, it makes the litmus of how long you hold it very different. I used to trade penny stocks back in the day. That was actually when I started before, but if you're a new viewer, when I started as a prop trader over 20 years ago, the very first check I ever got was trading penny stocks. And a few of the checks after that as well. Exclusively trading penny stocks as a day trader for a pretty significant time before I moved on to other things. So it gets, the whole like dollar breakout is an old one. And it's one I like. You just, if you're swinging it or doing it more than the first day or two, you have to be really, really careful about these offerings when they drop them. If it happens intraday, there's nothing to do, but you can protect yourself overnight if you're a swing trader by just not being involved overnight. But that's just my 2 cents. Got to drop the countdown. It's the end of the week. It's the final bell of the week, of course. And what has been a bit of a relief rally day, sort of, kind of, still a chance for the NASDAQ to close green. As a matter of fact, in 3, 2, and 1. Look at that, Obi. Look at that, Obi. You couldn't quite, you jinxed the ES. You might have been able to jinx the SPY, but you couldn't quite jinx the NASDAQ, which closed at 0.01, I believe, to the upside. True. So pretty close to flat, considering where we were to start the morning, not bad. But I'm also, given the way the market ended today, sometimes you care more about how things end than when they start. I think it's ended pretty bearish as well. I think there'll be good trading opportunities and volatility next week. I just can't promise be that super strong. Mike H in the chat says Monday will be great. I hope so too. I'm just not convinced about it. And Yatube, Beyond Meat, the price matches the taste. Terrible. That is.
That's a good one.
How have I
really
not
like
thought
that.
of that?
Yeah. That's a good one.
And it was a great short again at 115. Why didn't I reshort this? It was like 3:30. Look at that. You could reshort in the morning. Anyways, that doesn't really matter. This is probably a short on Monday too, everybody. Why? Because it's Beyond Meat. But you know what? Market recap with a lot to recap with Adair in just a bit, but I got to give a big shout out. Thank you, Obi, for filling in for Sean. I'm sure Gia scored her hat trick, but the tournament would have just started this weekend in North York. That's where Sean was supporting his daughter, who's a hockey savant. So I'm sure she did score a bunch of goals. We'll find out about it on Monday when he gets back. But thank you for filling in. Your market recap show with Adair, Steve Tomlin, special guest, starts right about now. Have a good weekend.
Take care, guys.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for being here with us in the market recap. Don't go anywhere. We have post-market earnings, which if you guys know this market, it's kind of a rarity for a Friday, so lots of excitement. And we'll get Steve Talman of Trade the Pool. He'll join us fairly shortly. But first, I have 2 pieces of information, some housekeeping, if you will. For one, Google just casually announced right at the close they're going to be investing $40 billion in new data centers in Texas. So a big $40 billion U.S. data center investment here. GOOGL. Certainly keep an eye on that one. And then my second point of housekeeping, guys, my post-market to keep an eye on. That is QUBT. Quantum Computing Inc., or QCI as it's sometimes referred to, though that is its ticker. This company is reporting earnings after the bell. The revenue estimate, a cool $100,000. We're expecting losses of 5 cents per share. Now, last quarter, they had a massive year-over-year decline in revenue from $100,000 to $61,000, though they actually did have an improvement there in their gross margin. So keep an eye on QUBT. I think that's certainly going to be something to watch today. Now, let's talk a little bit. As Neil said, lots to recap, that's for sure. Let's just talk a little bit about the volatility that we had this week and potentially why. Well, the U.S. government shutdown came to a close. It was 43 days long, the longest in U.S. government history. And as you can see, continuing the pattern of green market moves, specifically for the S&P 500 during these government shutdowns. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump actually has the 2 best performances here by a decent margin for the market during the shutdown, and his were also the 2 longest. So it seems like the longer the government shut down, the more this market likes it. But then, of course, we have to come back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And yesterday, the market certainly got some gravity, that is for sure, as we digested the fact that we might not get all of this economic data. However, we're certainly going to get some employment data. That's going to be coming, guys, on Thursday morning, 8:30 a.m., according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or BLS, which releases this data. So some employment data. We're getting some Google data center investments. We're going to get quantum computing earnings. It's a great day, guys. So how about you guys drop in the chat Say hi, say how your trading day was, what was your favorite ticker you traded, maybe your least favorite ticker. And if you have any questions for myself or Steve Tileman, put those in there now. And I'm going to say hi to you guys in the chat so that you know who I am. I am at Adara LePage, ADARALEPAGE. Tag me with some news-related questions, market-related questions. Tag me also if you have any questions to ask our good friend Steve Tileman. So again, we're waiting here on QUBT. I'm going to have that up on my Benzinga. So once I see that, I can certainly keep you guys posted. But in the meantime, I want to talk about the Fed. And you guys might be like, Adara, you're always yapping about the Fed. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. I am. I talk about them fairly frequently because I do think it's important to get to know how each Fed member thinks. So that when you them, you know which is par for the course and what's a little bit irregular. And so that's what brings me to, I think, what was pretty interesting here, comments from Fed Schmidt and Fed's Logan, who are ironically actually neighbors on my little infographic. We've got Fed Schmidt, we have Fed's Logan. Now, Fed's Logan is interesting here because she was actually at one point in the running Fed chair. I'm not sure where she currently stands on that list. We know the two Kevins, Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett, are currently and have been for quite a while the front runners here. But either way, Fed's Logan and Fed Schmidt made comments today, roughly like, we'll say, 4 to 5 hours apart, and these comments were almost identical. We actually have quantum computing earnings, so I'll pause my Fed speech to talk about these quantum computing earnings. Q3 here for QUBT, and I'll put up these estimates so you guys can see them. Q3 for QUBT coming in here, revenue of roughly 384,000. Okay, so that is well above on a year-over-year basis, $384,000 in revenue with a 33% gross margin versus last year, this quarter, $101,000 in revenue with a staggeringly low 9% gross margin. So big year-over-year revenue increase and big increase here with their gross margin. Operating expenses here, $10.5 million. That's going to be, though, a little bit larger compared to last year's operating expenses of $5.4 million. I'm just literally reading off the report. Net income this quarter, guys. Oh my gosh, so exciting. Net income, $2.4 million versus net loss this time last year, $5.7 million. Not a bad look here for QUBT, but enough of me. Let's take a look at the QUBT chart because we trade, and that's what we're here to do. Nice push up here, as you can expect with QUBT. Solid report here for quantum computing. So great look there for the company and for CEO Yuping Huang, related to Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, but interesting look. Cindy Ismail asking why RH was down today. I will certainly take a look for you for Restoration Hardware. I don't have any news though, so unfortunately I can't answer that question. But here I'm going to pull up these Feds. You guys can digest these Feds. Well, I digest some water and tea, guys. It is Hydration Nation, so take a sip of that water. Oh, and tea. We actually even have more comments from a Fed right now. Fed's Bostic saying it's an incredibly challenging environment to be doing policy. Good thing he's on the Federal Reserve, which is what they do. Okay, take those beverages, guys. Cheers. Okay, now water. That was the tea. We're going to do the water now. And we're going to talk more Fed speech. So when I was so rudely interrupted by QUBT earnings, no, I'm joking, all good there. But Fed Schmidt and Fed's Logan, right? So they talked about 4 hours apart. Fed Schmidt goes first, and he's talking a lot here about some issues with regards to inflation, saying that he does not believe a lot of these inflation issues are tariff related, which is a stark contrast from a lot of the talk we're getting from other Fed members. And he also said that, sure, we're having some cooling in the labor market, but generally it's in balance. Now, what's interesting is Fed's Logan says the same thing almost to the letter in the afternoon, to the point where I was seeing these remarks and I'm like, wait, this is Fed's Logan, right? It's not Fed Schmidt being repeated. No, it was Fed's Logan. She was just saying almost the exact same thing. Now, we know Fed Schmidt voted against that rate cut in October. He wanted to hold rates. Fed's Logan said that she kind of wishes in retrospect that she had voted to hold rates, that she now thinks maybe that was a decision. Furthermore, she has been the closest of all of the Fed members we've had to out and out saying she's not going to bring a December cut. She didn't say it in so many words, but she's been a lot more point blank about it than even some of these other hawkish Fed members. I'm looking at you, Fed's Hammock. You've been really hawkish lately. But even Fed's Logan got a little bit closer to saying, hey, I might not vote. And now Fed's boss to quote, we'll see what happens with the next Fed decision. So we're going to take a look at that CME Fed Watch tool because, guys, there was a time, I shout out to that song, where we were actually really close to not like 90 to 100% of participants expecting we're going to get that 25 basis point cut. Now officially, 54% of participants saying we're going to get held. And it makes sense. Again, we're seeing more and more Fed speakers saying that they don't want to cut rates. And yet one of the few that is actually saying like, hey, I'm pretty dovish, let's cut rates. Really only Fed's Myron. And the more that we have these hawkish speakers, the more I think, I don't want to say outcast, but the more unique his opinion seems to be. Now, Google ripping, people mentioning, I gave you guys this news right from the jump, right to start the recap, but I will repeat it. OGL basically coming out and saying right at the close, they're going to be investing $40 billion in new data centers in Texas. So, yeah, that news happened earlier, and I will repeat it again, guys, in case you missed it. Google saying, hey, Texas data centers, here's a cool $40 billion for new ones. So nice look there. Thank you guys for the kind comments about my voice. I don't know, I like singing. I was in High School Musicals. Unfortunately not High School Musical, but you know, musicals put on in high school. So guys, give me some questions for me. Tag me in the chat. Give me some questions for Steve. Tag me in the chat. I want to know what you guys want to say, and we'll do a little bit more market recap here, because I mean, that's what it's called, right? We're going to talk here about Nvidia and BABA and China, but after we have a sip of tea. So I've said this. Oh, and apparently we're getting ready here. So I'm okay. No worries. Yeah, we got this. We're gonna chill for a little bit. We're in about 5 minutes. We're gonna bring in Steve Talman, but I do want to do a little bit more market recapping first, and I want to give you guys more time to put your questions in the chat for myself and Steve. I haven't seen that many questions, so I want to know what you guys want to see from him. Now I'm starting to see some questions. Okay, nice. Let's go. I want to talk about NVDA, though. So actually, question here. Go Bill saying, will NVIDIA be above $200 before earnings? You know, we don't predict, right? But I will say here with regards to NVDA, we do still have these China concerns. And what's interesting, too, is Amazon reportedly and Microsoft confirmed coming out and saying that, hey, they'll support this GAIN Act, which could be a bit of an issue because they're saying that these chip companies sending chips to China and to other countries should prioritize U.S. companies' orders first. Now, in a way, this kind of does make it hard for these U.S. companies, which do a lot of times, or at least they used to rely on China orders. Now, I say used to because, of course, China's had some issues as well with regards to, these export controls. The U.S. doesn't want to send chips to China, and so China's now just doing their own chips, right? And they have no reason to really work with the U.S. So I continue to say I think this is a catch-22. This isolation between the countries is going to continue, and unfortunately, China's likely to strengthen their AI, as Long said, if we continue to shut the U.S. out and put them into that position. So we're going to have to wait and see. You know, to quote Dirty Dancing, no one puts baby in a corner. I think at this point, these two countries are putting each other in a corner, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to end. Let's mention here, too, there's a question in the chat from Dangerous I do want to bring up. Any further thoughts on the data we're going to be getting now the government's open? What's my approach? Caution, bullish or bearish? I don't like, you guys know I'm kind of boring in this way. I don't want to make like huge sweeping assumptions. The cues here. My thing is, I think that the fact that the data we're getting is so great, like we're going to be getting September's data well into November. We're going to be getting that employment data on Thursday, right? So I think it's hard. We know repeatedly Fed's Byron has said, hey, I don't want to use backward-looking data. So you might be like, well, if these Feds aren't really going to be paying attention to this data, should we? Now, on the other hand, I've said this repeatedly, I think the biggest piece of data with regards to rates that we could potentially get is going to be this data with regards to jobs, because we know we've had a lot of Feds arguing over should this employment data be great. So Fed's Logan said, I think that was a great argument in September. I don't think that's a great argument anymore. And again, we mentioned Fed Schmidt saying, hey, like, sure, the labor market's cooling a bit, but it's in balance. And then Fed's Myron coming out today saying, hey, we shouldn't wait for it to get too cold. We should wait for it to be lukewarm. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But the point, you get the point I'm trying to make. I think these Feds are going to continue to be divided. Like, we've had two straight situations, or I guess now 3 straight meetings back to back to back, where we've had at least one dissenting vote. And in 2 of those cases, 2 dissenting votes. So I think this divided Fed is going to make it a little bit harder as well to figure out where policy is going to go. And thank you all for, listening to me yap about the Fed. So good times. Fed's finishing his Q&A session. So I think this is our last time here with regards to Fed's Bostic. I heard mentions of Google in the chat. Berkshire also buying 17.8 million shares of Google. So 2 pieces of good news for Google after the bell. And Berkshire Hathaway scooping up 17.8 million shares of the stock. Hi, guys. That was a fun little zoom in. So, Roger Noonan here asking about Netflix. Welcome mine and the guest thoughts on the impact of the split on the stock. Will it become more of a day trader's vehicle? I'm going to be honest here. I like spready tickers, so I had a lot of fun with Netflix when it was glorious over $1,000 stock. But what I've noticed here too with some of these stocks that have split, specifically Chipotle, MSTR, they still kind of retain their spreadiness. And in the case of CMG especially, sometimes they actually struggle post-split. So obviously, you know, no two spready stocks, no stocks are alike. Nvidia obviously lost its pre-split spread and, you know, made new all-time highs several times. CMG, though, hasn't done that, right? So there's certainly, I think, a discrepancy. I don't want to cast them all with the same brush or however you want to put it. So we're going to have to wait and see. But you know what we're not going to have to wait and see for? Our friend Steve Tileman at Trade the Pool, because I am ready to bring on Steve. I unfortunately don't have the button. Can't do the trader talk. But again, guys, keep dropping those questions in the chat because I want to know what you guys have to say here for Steve Tileman. And yeah, I'm ready to, if we're ready to bring him in, we are ready to bring him in. I'm going to be dropping as well here some of these Warren Buffett 13F filings in the chat when we have time. Thank you so much for being here with us, Steve. How are you doing this Friday afternoon? Been a wild week for the markets.
Dara, yeah, no, I'm doing great. It's been a wild Friday. I think you can agree.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild one. Were you trading today or this week in general, or any particular themes especially that you had your eyes on?
You know, I was pretty boring today. I was just sticking to the indices. The last couple days of price action got me stopped out of multiple swings, and I had a lot of cash, and I was sitting tight, just waiting to see how things shook out and see if we could hold that last Friday's low. And so, yeah, on the chart here, this was the level, the key zone that I was watching, and this has been a super key zone for a long time for me. And we reacted to it very well here last time. So the first tap here, I was very excited to see, and I actually was short out of the gate. So I took 2 trades today. I was short immediately out of the gate because I thought that we needed to test this blue zone. And I saw this nice low here. So I took a quick short, and then I caught a little bit of a long here, but not nearly like to have. But really, when the indices move this much and you have this much volatility, for me, that's all I need to trade.
Yeah, the volatility certainly is exciting. And I think, you know, as traders, being able to work with is a huge thing, and certainly something I'm working on. I'm sure a lot of people in this chat as well. So thank you. I do want to bring up a name that we actually just had a couple pieces of news on right after the close, Google. This one, we've got a big Warren Buffett buy. We also have their data center investment in Texas. Are you searching for any particular levels here on GOOGL right now?
I'm pulling up my charts right now. So this is one of those situations where when a runner keeps running, it's really hard to predict where they're going to stop. So I have some rough projected Fibonacci extensions that I'm kind of watching, but really I'm mostly focused on the moving averages here. So this nice cloud between the 20 and the 10. As long as this holds, I'm in trade. I have not quite taken my first trim because I really want to take it at 300. So for me, 300 is the big psychological level. On top of that, we have a 2.61 extension at 313. So take a for those two, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you for going over that one for us, because I think that's certainly a stock that's obviously going to continue to be, especially with this awesome, fun post-market action. Now, Steve, I've got a lot of questions here. People want to know your thoughts on rare earths in the chat. What are your thoughts on rare earths, or any tickers you're watching in this right now, or any that you'd avoid?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple that are of interest to me right now. First off, we can start with the sector overall, REMX, and really constructive and healthy. To me, when I look at this, I just see a flag and a break and a curl of the moving averages. Look up here, we see a nice extension on the daily oscillator. That's always a good sign. We also see nice consolidation of volume. We're going to keep an eye for volume pops over the 20-day moving average to make sure that this peak above is real. So overall, my views on the sector are that they're constructive. Whenever you have a parabolic move, it's the end of the world when they finally find sellers. And, you know, to be fair, if you bought up here, you're down 20% on an index. So that feels bad. If you're in USAR or something, you're down 50%. But overall, big moves up need big pullbacks, and it's still holding the 50-day, and that is kind of the line in the sand level to watch for these runaway names. Individuals here, I'm watching USAR just because it is coming all the way back to the 100-day, and I always gotta watch for buyers there, because the amount of times stocks will bottom, look back, very real. So I'm watching USAR and then UAMY as well. This one's looking like it's posting a double bottom right under our 50 fib here. So those are on the top of my list.
Yeah, thank you for going over those ones, because I think that USAR is certainly going to be one that's worth watching as well. I do want to mention, I want to get your thoughts on Nvidia. They're reporting next week, should be a big one. Go in the chat is asking, how are you trading this one heading into earnings? And I guess, yeah, are there any levels you like? Is this something that you're going to touch ahead of earnings, or are you going to wait maybe till after the?
You know, it's not on my focus list. I just don't love trading earnings. I usually wait until after earnings and see where things lie. There's often some shakeouts, and I just tend to like to wait for things to settle, often gap up, and then go into a post-earnings gap setup. That being said, really constructive here to me. Again, we have one of these blue zones for me, which is just a really core high volume zone that's shown a lot of respect in the past. We saw it again today. That's always a good sign. We have not reclaimed moving average cloud, but we have a nice downtrend line here. So if you're a gambler, you can get in early and expect to pop a back test and go. Otherwise, I would wait for the actual back test right here and then you'd be targeting the gap up here and these dual highs. And considering earnings coming up, probably see either 212 after hours or call it 165 maybe.
Yeah, that's a really interesting. Thank you for going over NVDA for us. I do want to address, guys, I know people in the chat are asking me about ASST. That report is, I'm still reading through the report. It's kind of confusingly worded, so I'm going to keep reading through that for you. I'll give you guys those numbers when I have them. But one had that big pop and close a couple Fridays ago. Apparently, they raised $762.6 million through PIPE financing transactions. A lot of it's just them recapping things we already knew about the quarter within this report, just things they already announced. They did lose, though, 22 cents per diluted common share basis. Again, I'll keep reading through this, but a lot of this is just recapping things we already were aware of. Sorry, quickly wanted to address that. I do want to address also, Steve, another name that we had that reported after the bell. QUBT. Quantum. Is this something you're watching right now? I know Rigetti is a lot of people's plays for this, but QUBT, not a bad move here after the bell.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at this right now, but I'm seeing a really nice strong catch and trying to flip momentum here. You can see on these 4-hour clouds, testing a reversal. On the daily here, it looks like it's dipping back right into our gap. Often these gaps on back tests will act as support, and you can see right there we got a nice retest. So I'd say if you're a bull, you're looking for some imbalances to fill up to the 20-day. In general, I stopped watching these because I missed the short. And I just took them off my screen for a little bit, but we can look involved when they start back testing some of these highs. I think QUBT might be ready to go because of earnings, but in general, I'm not quite ready to buy these. I was hoping for a 200-day tap on IonQ, didn't quite get, but it is back in the zone. So I don't think these names are done. I think you have to pick your spot though so fast.
Yeah, some of these levels, especially like where Rigetti's coming into and stuff, they look really interesting. So thank you very much for making that point. I want to ask about a different sector. Crypto got hit pretty hard this week. BTC well back below that $1,000 level, at least at its lows. We had Circle earnings too, so I guess I kind of want to know, part one, do you have any thoughts on Circle here, given that IPO pop and drop? And secondly, is there anything else you're looking at within this space?
Let's see. So first off, this is, it's a tough chart. I remember in the euphoria a month or so ago, there was some wild whale just slamming like max strike 320 calls that expire in December. He's probably not feeling so hot right now, but I think that this is an area where we can start to look for the signs of exhaustion. And so we have 3 really high days of volume, and we did not make much downward progress. I was going through my lists today in the morning, just in the carnage. The circle was green, so I didn't know what to make of that, but maybe it's a sign that we're close to that exhaustion. In terms of levels to watch, you can and make sure the levels are adjusted to log scale because it's such a wide range. And we can look for a reclaim of that 7-8 fib because that's the level that run to get bulls out and to stop them out. So I like that, and I also like that it's trading back in its IPO announcement block here. So a few reasons to start looking for a bottom. Don't expect a V shape on these. These names often take a long time to curl out, and it might be well into the next year before this is a buy. In terms of Bitcoin overall, it is tough. It is losing some key levels for sure. Excuse the messy chart here. In general, what I would say is that we are through the zone that I really would have liked to see hold, that 101 to 105 zone. Now we're playing a game of trying to call a bottom, and I am most people are bad at that. So I'd advise to stay away until things look a little more constructive. That's kind of where I'm at with the crypto scene right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I do want to ask here, we talked about Circle. If you don't mind, I want to ask about another fairly recent IPO that reported earnings this week. CoreWeave, we know this is at the center of the AI circular revenue debacle. But regardless of any fundamental things, what are your thoughts here on this chart for CRW?
So this is one of those narrative names that, man, depending on people are so bullish or so bearish. I am a tourist in the space. I won't pretend to know very much about them in terms of their fundamentals. When they're up here, the fundamentals sound amazing. People when they talk about them on Twitter, not so much when they're trading under 100. So I'm watching this potential flat structure form out, and I'm looking at the really high volume here, and I'm just saying, man, all I know is when you get really expansion from the 50 fib like that, it means that it's not ready yet. So I'm watching. Maybe this is a swing low here, but I'd really like to see what it does down here, and I'd really like to see it retest the opening push high here. So this 65 handle seems like where it'd be a good buy long term.
Yeah, I like that. That's an interesting level. That downtrend on the weekly, though, certainly eyebrow raising. That is for sure. Again, guys, let me know if you have any questions here for Steve Talman. One that I thought of, but I think it might be kind of interesting. We've got these 13Fs coming out. Berkshire Hathaway. Obviously, this is kind of maybe a swing or a longer term play, but BRKB, this chart took a little bit of a hit starting in May. This is a wild one, a little bit out there, but do you have any thoughts on how this BRKB chart, especially given that we're going to get, CEO Warren Buffett officially leaving that at the start of next year?
Oh, there's nothing wild about that. I scalp Berkshire all the time.
Okay, awesome. I like that.
So it's interesting. We are seeing relative strength, and the market is saying no Buffett, no problem at this point. You're seeing a rotation into some of these defensive names, and some of those individual holdings that Berkshire has a large percentage in, they're looking pretty good. And this chart looking pretty good. We have a nice downtrend break. We are trying to get over these weekly clouds. This is a long-term trader, so I look at the weekly charts for the most. I also note that there's a nice higher low crossover on my oscillator here. You love to see that. So these are all building a bullish bias here. The only thing that you got to watch out for is that we are still under the 200-day. I would expect this to test, this little breakdown gap to fill, and then we would kind of watch what price does, and I'll draw that little zone here. You can just draw it right on your, I'm sorry, wrong gap. This gap right here. And when this area can flip, you can look for term swing in your long-term ports. But honestly, when you're investing, this looks like a fine place to get involved.
Yeah, I love that you said you scalp Berkshire, because I trade this one intraday sometimes, so I am 100% trading these larger tickers. I have a question here in the chat from Go Bills, and it's less stock specific and more about your trading approach. Do you prefer the 50-day average or the 200-day?
Oh man, that's like picking my favorite child, although I have none. I love both of them so much, and I'll tell you why. So the 200 is a great, and Berkshire is a great example of this. The 200 is example of whether a stock is bullish or bearish, or at least kind of that, we'll call it 6 months to a year time frame, that kind of swing. It's just incredibly responsive on these higher time frames because so many long-term institutions will trade on them. When a stock is under this, it's considered on sale, so to speak, and as long as it's over it, it's probably going to be in an uptrend long term. So I love that. And even on intraday charts, these 200 days, this purple line for me, it's really responsive to just the same thing, the overall trend. So as long as we're over it, I'm bullish. And see here, we're deciding it undercuts, but when it frames, like I'm pretty sure that this is kind of like a very trend change defining moving out on any time frame. So that's why I love the 200. And then the 50 is really important for names like any big momentum names. We can look at MP here. 50 is my blue moving average here. And you can just see that when there's big extensions, often the pullbacks are big too, and they're going to cut through these short-term moving averages. There's just not enough momentum, or there's too much momentum to hold here. But these 50s, they're far enough away, they're trailing far enough that they often provide really nice entries to get involved with these names. It was the entry right here for me to get involved with MP because it was that level, but also because it had confluence with the previous important level. So no moving average is the absolute, but definitely keep these rules in mind when you're trading with each of them.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like that you gave us an example there too as well. What's your top idea heading into next week, Steve?
Oh, that is tough. Oh, my top idea. Let me go through the top of my watch list here, putting me on the spot. There's a few. So I saw flow on CLF. This one is promising. It's trying to carve out a bottom here at a key level that likes to be responded to. So I'm keeping an eye on this one just because of the sake of the flow plus the gaps overhead. Rocket, it's testing my patience, but I think it's back testing this nice wedge break. And if you look back on the weekly here, you'll see that we're trying to break out of a big cup and handle pattern. So there's the potential big move on this, but with the potential for a big move, you can also get one of those OSCR situations where it just fails on you when you're expecting something much different. So keep that in mind. The same type of chart for Rivian here. It's really appealing if it can turn it around next week, but otherwise, dungeon under 14 it goes. But this chart long term I love. In terms of a little bit more short term, just for the indices, I think that we have good potential to get a nice rebound this week. And what I'm looking for there is a finish of this pattern that we're getting. We basically are double bottoming off a key zone plus off of a couple key zones, to be honest. And we have this nice double bottom W pattern where we should be targeting liquidity up here next. And the last thing is that we're just claiming this long-term channel too. So there's a lot of reasons to look long, look to buy the dip next week, as long as we keep getting liquidity.
Well, thank you so much for going over that and being here with us, Steve. Where can the people find you for more about what you do?
Well, right after this, about 10 minutes after this, I'm going to be over at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel, and we are going over a weekly recap of all of my best trades, a few ones that well, and I think the highlight will be the Rivian play we made where we did get a 10 back on that one. So we can talk about exactly how we got there and also some really good trades we took today. So that's where you can find me, right over Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. And also make sure that you tune into our stream live, because we're starting to stream all day with with a scanner on screen, and then on Power Hour you'll be able to see me. So tune in and definitely check out this Rivian recap today.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us, Steve. Congrats on that Rivian trade. And again, guys, check out that stream right after this. Thanks again, Steve, and have a great weekend.
Thanks, Adara. You too.
Great. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much there for that transition, guys. It is 4:31, so we're going to have to let you go. But I want to give a quick recap of what happened after the bell. We had QUBT earnings, DFLI ASST earnings, Google casually being reduced a little bit here by Bill Ackman, but starting a new position is Berkshire Hathaway, $4.3 billion worth of Google. Berkshire also sold just over $10 billion worth of Apple this quarter. But now, guys, it's time to do this roll call. So put your names in the chat, and I'm going to thank everyone. Thank you, Travman. Thank you, Andrew Chow, Dangerous. We've got Buster. We've got G, High Vibrations. I want to see more names here in the chat. I want Dinkelberg, Go Bills, Andrew Chow again. Keep them coming, guys. I want to read all of them for you. I feel like I'm seeing the same couple people, and I'm very happy to see everybody here. Bowhammer, Jesper, Carlos Briones, Evan Bolin, Donkey Trader, One Life to Live Together, David V. We've got Hinsey, Nerd Affiliated, Ryan O'Day, Rich. We've got John Von Sowers, Baseball Card, Will, Troy Boy, James H., Ori, Cool, and Toby Sheck Shenanigans, Green Saber, Los Pollos Hermanos, Compromised One, and Ahmed and Death God. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. But guess what? We're going to see you again on Monday. So make sure you tune in with us Monday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, bright and early. And I also have graphics that are scheduled to be released throughout the weekend. So you're not going to go without market content this weekend. Mark my words. Again, exit TTV Research, and I'll see you guys on Monday, 8:30 a.m. right here on Trader TV Live.